The young man was sinking deeper and deeper under the water and seemed unable to resist the force of gravity. Gathering the last of his strength into a fist, he opened his eyes and realized that the crane above him was falling right on top of him. At some point, the young man remembered that he was at work when everything happened, and his last memory was of a crane falling. He looked into the water column and could not realize what was happening to him, and then decided that he was probably dead. Not to say that this thought frightened the guy, because in his head the question of whether he had lived a good life was going around. The young man recalled how he once got a limited edition Tier 3 on the day it was released, and how happy he was about it. He immediately something incomprehensible was going on in the game, and the flustered guy was fist-bumping the table with rage. His eyes were strained from the virtual battle, and he had no way of knowing what his team's jungler was doing. Players were trying to bust out 5 cards without donating for free coins, and the young man was outraged that no one had succeeded so far. He was sinking deeper and deeper into the water, and when he opened his eyes, he finally realized that he had never lived his life. Random words such as willpower, will time, life, aspirations, sincerity, doubt popped up in his mind. From somewhere out of the sparkling darkness came a question about whether the guy wanted to come back to life. It was as if someone was answering for him in agreement, and he was still looking for the source of the voices as well. The flash of light was pleased with the player's response and now seemed ready to set the mechanism in motion to bring the young man back to life. A startling energy that the boy had never seen before began to rush upward. She was saying that the contract was now closed. Rushing to the young man's body, the voice said it would grant him a new life and now he would become a player and could wake up. Frightened by what he had seen, he opened his eyes in reality and, gathering his strength into a fist, stood up. He looked around him and was surprised to find himself in a dark forest with not a soul around him. On the grass next to him was someone's skull, which frightened the young man who had not yet fully recovered from his sleep. It seemed that he was alone with the moon that illuminated his path, which would be full of adventures and interesting twists and turns. Han Ji-han held his head and couldn't stop feeling the pain that didn't want to leave his body. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids wouldn't open. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids wouldn't budge. But his eyes rounded with horror when he remembered the industrial accident and the construction crane falling on him. His confusion was interrupted by something glowing from the side. He turned his head and marveled, for he had never seen anything like it. The moon was so huge that it seemed to occupy the entire sky and dazzled all who could see it. Han Ji-han was mesmerized by the natural phenomenon and could not tear himself away from what he saw. But at some point he accidentally kicked something with his foot and finally stared down. The object was a skull that had flown off from the impact of his foot. Now the young man looked down questioningly and could not understand how he had ended up in such a place and what had happened here earlier. Soon he noticed that in addition to the skull, there were many other bones in the clearing that were left from more than one random person. Someone's howl frightened a simple student who previously lived his ordinary life and was never connected to anything mystical. When he came to his senses, he realized that it was the howl of a wolf who was also fascinated by the majesty of the moon and couldn't help but sing his song to it. Han couldn't get up and decided he needed help. When he found some weapons, he decided that they would come in handy. It was a spear that towered over a skull lying on the grass. It looked like the owner of the head had been struck by it. Looking around again, the young man saw the shield and decided that he should also take it with him, because there was no telling what twists and turns fate had in store for him. Gathering his arsenal, he kept thinking about where he had gotten to, and the pile of skeletons and wolf howls didn't help him in this process. Under the cover of night, the boy prepared for the road. He thought that now he had provided for everything, and he would not be afraid of any attack. Holding his trophies in his hands, he decided to take a walk through the forest, expecting that the walk would bring clarity to what was going on. He remembered a strange dream he had had before waking up. In it, a voice had promised to bring him back to life. Suddenly, the guy started looking at his hands and realized that there was something wrong with his body, because it didn't look like the one he knew so well. He scrutinized the details of the clothes he was wearing, for he had never worn anything like them before. He wore armor on his shoulders and a cuirass on his chest. He could only read about such things in fantasy books in his past life. At his waist was a leather strap on which hung a wallet, pulling the accessory itself down under the force of gravity. Ji-han didn't waste a moment and immediately opened his wallet to find out what was weighing him down. He took out a coin and held it close to his eyes so that the darkness would not prevent him from seeing the contents of the wallet. It was a gold coin that glistened brightly from the light of the moon falling on it. Under the influence of euphoria, the guy started laughing and rejoicing as if he had won the lottery, in which he had accidentally participated. Now he was sure that he had died in a past life and now was resurrected in a new one, which he was unspeakably happy about. He remembered the words of the voice and now knew that if he really got into the game, he would have no equal. Glasses appeared in front of him that prevented him from continuing on his way. In them he recognized the status windows. The objects interested the young man, and he assumed that they must necessarily recognize speech. He studied with interest the information on which he didn't even have a name. because he was on the first level and his stats were zeroed out. The young man decided to start with his nickname and chose the name Rudin, which he thought sounded good. He now grabbed his spear and began to mime various techniques and did so until the sound of the notice interrupted him. The game said loudly that the guy now had a new spear skill formed. Rudin stretched in a smile and decided that now he understood the rules of the game and that he could easily reach the end of it. The game kept talking about how the new skill will help improve speed and increase damage in battle, from which the player almost radiated light. He realized that every action forms a new skill that pumps him up as a character. Rudin grabbed his shield and began waving it around and smashing it against the objects around him as if trying to defend himself against them. The game again confirmed the formation of a new shield skill, and Hans smiled at the success of his plan. He realized that all this power gave him the ability to live in reality as a game as he was used to before. The young man was already imagining in colors what he would be able to do using his new skills and how they would be useful to him. But a sudden feeling of hunger tore him away from thinking about the usefulness of his acquired power. He began to rummage through his pockets, hoping that there might be something edible hidden in them that would interrupt the horrible sensation. But after examining everything, including his wallet, he was horrified to find that there was nothing that would fit him. There was nothing to do, and looking at the moon, Rudin fell asleep hungry and unable to continue his search. Morning came, and fluffy white clouds floated across the blue sky, boding no ill omen. Still early in the morning, the young man continued his journey, but by the time the sun finally rose, he had no more strength. Rudin couldn't go any further because his energy was almost at its limit, and a couple more steps could rob him of his senses. Soon he was dizzy, and the lad fell downward, imprinting his face into the trampled path. Through his sleep, he heard the barking of a dog, which made him terribly angry. But he couldn't do anything about the intrusive sound either. His eyes opened, and little by little he began to regain consciousness as he suddenly saw a pack of wolves surrounding him asleep. Rudin got up quickly. The situation was unpleasant, for the young man was definitely in trouble, and it would not end without consequences. The guy was feverishly going over the options in his head as he suddenly remembered about the skill window that guaranteed him a much better shape. He opened the window and read that in reality he possessed an incredibly hardy body as if it were in a game. There was no answer on the surface, and now the young man had to solve this rebus and only then deal with the wolves. Though there was no time for long thought processes, the guy still started going over the options in his head. Suddenly, he realized that since he was in the game, he had to think as if he were a character, and only that would help him survive. He remembered that in situations like this, hero power could be restored at the inn, which means if the guy's got it right, he'll still have to do battle with the wolves first. Rudin swung his sword found in the clearing and urged the pack to attack him sooner rather than later. The beasts rushed to the attack, trying to achieve their goal and get rid of the boy as quickly as possible. But the young man used his weapons skillfully and easily repelled attacks using his shield, sword, and spear. He was pleased with himself because he thought he had won his first battle. But behind him came a wolf. Looking around, the guy realized that there was still a pack around him and his skillful blows had no effect. Rudin realized that he had only managed to destroy one beast and the others hadn't even been hit or caused any damage. But if he really has the world around him in a game format, it's worth a little effort and he should do well. The wolves continued to attack because they did not care about the young man's languid musings about the game reality. One of the animals managed to bite the guy right on the head, but this attack did not affect the viability of the young man. He howled not so much from pain as from fright, and realized that even this situation could be taken advantage of. He opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, calling for a new power to awaken within him. He now responded to his attacker with dignity, and with one punch he ripped him off and sent him into an imminent knockout. The feelings overwhelmed the young man, and he continued to shout loudly into the air as if his strength was increasing with each sound. The wolves were frightened by this sight, and they began to huddle together and look back at the young man, whom they had not been afraid of a few minutes ago. Rudin was finally able to speak and was now incredibly angered that the beast had decided that the guy was weak. The game reported that his character's level had now been increased by 1 unit, but Rudin saw that one of his vitals was dropping. He was melting before his eyes and had long since passed the red mark. Now he had to regain his strength in order not to lose the opportunity to come back to life. The guy began to think about how to calm the scale, and then decided that since this is the world of the game, then he must obey the basic rules. In virtual reality, when a player levels up, all his stats are restored and no special actions need to be taken. Rudin was frustrated that he hadn't remembered this before, as he considered himself an experienced gamer, but soon wrote it off to training. The pack of wolves was still looking at the young man, and he once again urged them to attack him and then he would show them his true power. But the animals did not hurry to fulfill his order, but only fled, not wanting to become the boy's prey. Rudin was now pleased with himself and felt that his training should be completed. He reached for his sword, looking at the bodies of the wolves he had managed to deal with. The young man intended to clean up the mess. Swinging his weapon, the guy prepared to deal with the animal carcasses as he was interrupted by a sudden signal. His sword was like falling through a mirror. At this moment, the voice of the game said that the young man had formed the skill of slaughtering animals. Rudden then built a fire and prepared to enjoy dinner and his newly acquired skills. A blue light began to emanate from his hand and travelled towards the wolves still lying on the ground. There was a flash above their bodies, and something mystical began to happen that could not be seen in ordinary life. When the light cleared, fresh pieces of meat lay before the young man, and beside them were bones with not a single vein left on them. Rudden was happy that he was able to deal with the wolves without any difficulty. He approached the cut meat with curiosity and took a closer look, realizing that something was missing. He'd only picked up 3 pieces of meat, and he thought that was damn little, since he'd dealt with 2 of the beasts himself. The guy realized something was wrong and opened the skill window to see what exactly affected the amount of his loot. The young man saw that he was losing 60% of his profits from his skill, but it did not upset him, because he knew that he would pump it with time. The next important attribute of any computer game was the inventory that could help him achieve his goals. Rudden immediately collected the loot into a piggy bank and now waited with interest for the moment when he would be able to use it to his advantage. He opened his stats again and saw that some of them had improved, and he got 5 new points. The young man saw that his stamina had increased significantly, which meant that it was pumping even with normal walking. The boy further analysed his stats, trying to make connections in his head that affected his skills. He decided to give his 5 new points in favour of stamina and thus increase its level. Rudden continued on his way and walked with all his might, but hour after hour passed, and the young man could not leave the cursed forest. His whole body was aching and needed rest, but he did not give up and continued on his way. By the 6th hour of the road, the guy's strength was already at its limit, and tears of self-pity began to appear in the corners of his eyes. Angry, he grabbed his sword and chopped the air with it, as if trying to take out all the anger and frustration that had accumulated in him. The voice of the game again announced the formation of a new skill. It was a powerful blow that calmed the boy down a bit. He walked and dreamed of meeting someone on his way with whom he could share a meal. Already eating his prey, he did not stop believing that soon a loyal ally would appear on his way to continue his adventures with him. Looking up and still not throwing down his food, the guy pondered the fact that this forest was kind of weird. He begged fate to send him someone with whom he could exchange at least a few words, but suddenly the bushes moved. Judging by the sounds coming through the foliage, there was indeed a living creature that the boy dreamed of. Rudden decided to take the wait-and-see attitude for safety's sake, since he didn't know who could make such sounds. Just in case, he reached for his spear, because even if the guest was human, he could be a brigand and enslave the young man. The wait dragged on forever, and the guy, starved for companionship, decided that he would go to the sound himself and finally find a companion. His intentions were firm, and now he didn't doubt for a moment that the game was really worth the candle. When he got closer to the bushes, he started shouting, trying to understand who was hiding there. The first time there was no answer, but it did not embarrass the guy, and he continued to call loudly to finally meet the guest. At last, from behind the bushes appeared 3 green creatures that at first glance were unkind to the burden. When they saw him, they stretched out in a wide smile, and their eyes literally glazed over without letting him know what was really behind it all. Rudden felt nothing of the sort, for he had believed to the last that there were people lurking in the greenery. Without wasting any time, his inventory in the form of a spear and shield appeared in his hands, and the young man began to prepare for defense. This didn't scare the monsters, but only piqued their interest. It seemed such encounters were not uncommon in the secret forest. The beast grabbed his spear and lunged at the guy who now had to defend himself from his attacker. Rudden skillfully used his sword and had no problem repelling his opponent's attack. Now the young man was not so happy about the sudden meeting because, by all appearances, there would be no strong friendship with the creatures. Rudden attacked his opponents, but all his efforts were pointless as the monsters easily dodged them. The guy didn't understand how this could happen because he had struck repeatedly, but for some reason nothing had any effect. Now on the battlefield, the young man was up against 3 creatures in a vast, mysterious forest that held many more mysteries. The monsters scattered and took up their positions while surrounding their new victim. Rudden took a closer look and realized that, unfortunately for him, the guests were intelligent, which meant that they could not be defeated by brute force alone. Sweat began to break out on the guy's forehead, because he knew that he was getting into a dangerous battle from which it was not certain that he would emerge victorious. One of the monsters screamed loudly and opened its mouth. Dozens of sharp teeth emerged from its mouth, ready to sink into its prey. Rudden was scared. He had to do something as soon as possible to avoid being destroyed by the goblins. An idea popped into his head, and he reached for a rock lying not far from him on the ground. Swinging in and picking up speed, he made every effort to make sure his weapon would aid him in battle. The boulder hit the monster's head, but instead of losing its senses, the monster only turned black. Another moment and the unfamiliar monster fell backwards and now sat helplessly on the ground. and after another minute, unable to keep sitting up, it lost its last strength and rolled backwards. The voice of the game reported that the guy had formed a throwing skill, and hearing this, the monsters prepared for more attacks. Rudden didn't understand why a spear couldn't work against the monsters, but a regular stone could hit him. But a sudden thought visited the young man's mind, and he guessed that the essence of the game might be hidden in all this. This was the most common relationship in which the sword is superior to the bow and the bow to the spear, which in turn is better than the sword. The young man was not completely sure, but the fact that the goblins were not afraid of the spear was clear as day. But for all that, their powers were likely useless against throwing techniques like the one the young man used. This thought gave the boy confidence, and he grabbed his spear and rushed into another attack. With a new blow, he struck the next goblin, and it cowered from the sudden flash of pain the weapon inflicted on it. But there was only a third monster left on the battlefield that hadn't been reached yet, but it was clear from looking at the creature that it was frightened. Seeing this, Rudden decided to address the goblin and called out to him to at least try to make contact with him. But his intentions were not good, and he told the creature to prepare to bid farewell to life. Tears appeared in the green goblin's eyes. The green goblin's eyes filled with tears. After dealing with the third enemy, the young man's level increased by 1 unit again. Although the battle was not an easy matter, but after his opponents left various military finds that would certainly be useful to the guy. Without too much hesitation, Rudden decided to keep it all in his inventory and save the finds for when they would be needed. On the ground there were pieces of goblin meat left on the ground, which the young man decided to leave at the site of the confrontation. Among all the finds was some kind of magic crystal that caught the guy's attention. Rudden had neither time nor desire to deal with the finds for a long time, so he sent everything interesting there. The window of indicators reappeared right in front of the young man's nose, and he scrutinized the writing. In computer games, you could always see information about an item in your inventory, but now there is no such possibility. Using an analogy, the guy realized that if he pointed his finger at the object, then he could find out everything about the find. The first thing he learned about was the crystal. It was a magical stone formed inside the monster and had magical powers. Then Rudden learned of the goblin's spear, which to his regret turned out to be completely useless. This did not upset the young man, and his face lit up with a smile, because in his head came an ingenious plan. He decided that now was the best time to discover a new skill. Having said this, he said the words craft loudly and waited for the reaction that he thought would guide him. Rudden continued to fight and hone his primary skills in an effort to improve their level. He could easily chop up anything that came his way, and in his heart he believed that this would give him more points to pump up his skills. But among other things, the young man needed branches, and now, thanks to his practicing, he had a fair amount. He recalled that in the battle with the goblins, he had been helped by the throwing, and if he had been able to throw a spear, it would have decided the outcome sooner. He realized that even if he risked it, he would be left with nothing, because in reality, he had only one spear. In theory, you could use the ones from the goblins, but the young man didn't have enough skills to transform them. Now that he had enough branches in front of him, he decided it was time to get to work. Step by step, the young man mastered something using everything he had managed to collect earlier. He gradually connected the small twigs until he had a full spear in his hands. When the boy finished, he immediately felt a slight malaise. Something was changing in him, but he couldn't figure out what it was. At some point, he began to shake from the unpleasant feelings, and he himself could do nothing to stop what was happening. Rudden felt like some kind of monster who was guided by his instincts rather than the power of his mind. As soon as the abilities to think began to return to him, he heard the voice of the game, which informed him that he had unlocked a level 1 craft. The ability to create was something new to the young man, but he realized that if he used the new skill often, there was a high probability of being without health. But even this did not fear the gambler, because he realized that the acquisition of new skills depends on his fate. His own hands began to appear around him, but in numbers greater than his own. Brushes immediately threw themselves into creating and honing their newly acquired craft. They were rushing around their owner, and he barely had time to watch what was going on. Soon the brushes were gone, and in front of the young man there were again only some branches that he had managed to gather earlier. Rudden was shocked by this, because he had spent a lot of time gathering the materials he needed, and now he was left with nothing again. Because as a result of what had happened, all of his need had evaporated. After thinking for a bit, he realized that it must be the action of the crafting skill that affected the amount of inventory so much. He opened the window and read that the failure rate was half, which meant the same thing happened to his prey as the wolf meat. But Rudden didn't give up and decided to hone his skill again to get more new inventory. He stretched his hand forward and ordered the internal force to start creating from the guy's body again. There was a flash of light, and all the inhabitants of the forest only heard the guy diligently creating something. The noise and noise in the clearing did not end because the player could not stop in his eagerness to use the new craft. Finally, he created about 10 guns and yawned lazily, realizing that his strength was at its limit. He enjoyed the results of his labor, because in addition to his strength, He spent a lot of material, and now he hoped that his labour will not go in vain. He had regained his strength a little, and now he knew that he would do his best to leave the mysterious forest at last. Raising his hand in the air, he loudly announced to the forest dwellers that he was heading forward and set off. But in fact, Rudin just kept wandering through the forest, expending his energy, because all his wanderings did not bring results. He walked and remembered that in such a short time he had already been in battle with goblins and wolves twice. This time the road was easier, for the young man had built up his stamina during his walk. He realized that if it wasn't for his gaming experience from his past life, he would have met a sad end long ago. Remembering the past battles, he was pleased with himself because the young man had used his skills and abilities very correctly. Rudin strode proudly through the forest and imagined that once he got to the village he would be able to be anything he wanted to be. But in addition to endurance, there were other indicators that had to be maintained at the proper level. The young man still continued on his way, and more than getting out of the forest, he was only interested in finding people. Soon he came across another clearing where there was a group of monsters who were not expecting to meet a lost man. Rudin was once again frustrated that there were no people in his path who could have been loyal allies. From the clearing came a pig's squeal, and the young man easily guessed that there were orcs ahead of him, and judging by the sounds, there were a lot of them. The guy realized that it was necessary to attack stealthily, so he hid and took a waiting position as suddenly he heard something like a human voice. He looked out from behind the bushes and saw that there were 3 people in the clearing who appeared to be preparing to fight the monsters. The young man scrutinized the guests, and it seemed that he could not believe his happiness, because at last he met someone other than magical creatures in the forest. This both pleased and saddened him, because any stranger could turn out to be both a friend and a bandit. Without wasting a moment, he decided to find out and called up his inventory to pick out a suitable weapon. Rudin was from the thickets. He could see that the orc army was growing and new monsters were arriving and becoming more ferocious. It seems that 3 strangers were in a difficult situation, and now they had to confront not a couple of monsters, but a whole squad. The guys were talking among themselves, trying to come up with some plan that could help them overcome the obstacle. But judging by the advancing orc army, they were in dire straits and clearly needed more help. Rudin realized that these were the first people he had encountered, and it would be at least dishonorable to leave them in trouble. But there were so many orcs that a plan to save his potential friends never entered his head. To be honest, he hardly believed that he could overcome such an amount, since he himself was almost at the beginning of his journey. The young man even began to consider the option of abandoning the encounters and leaving, while keeping his life first. All these torments did not give the young man peace, and he began to shake his head, trying to drive the bad thoughts out of his mind. Armed with a spear, he made a decision to help people by all means, and thus become a hero. Through the greenery, he began to make his way towards one of the orcs to try and give it a crushing blow. A potential opponent was chosen, and the young man began to move in his direction. Now he showed himself from his hiding place and threw his spear at one of the boars who expected nothing. The weapon whistled through the orc army and hit the target, taking the life of one of them. The stranger saw this and quickly realized that it seemed their group wasn't the only ones who had gotten into this mysterious forest. One of the orcs turned and looked diligently for someone who dared to harm his comrade in arms. Other fighters had armed themselves and now prepared to go on the offensive with axes, but still they could not find Rudin, who was still hiding in the bushes. Despite the fact that the guy thought he had let himself be discovered, the pigs didn't notice him and acted as if they couldn't see the enemy. The young man decided to take advantage of this and prepared a second spear to test the theory that came into his head. He once again threw a spear that hit the target and struck another orc. Seeing their comrade in arms destroyed, the other pigs began to search for the one who dared to deprive them of their fighter. But it seemed that they were not interested in all this for more than a minute, because afterwards they went on with their business. They stared at the mountains and began to grunt loudly, looking at them as if they were talking amongst themselves. Inexplicable metamorphoses began to happen to some of them, and no one could figure out what it was exactly. Rudin realized that the pigs just don't understand what's going on, because their mental capacity is negligible. The guy stretched out in a smile, realizing that this was all to his advantage and such fools would be easy to deal with. Now he had no doubt that the monsters couldn't see where the spear was coming from, and therefore couldn't attack the offender. Rudin was going to deal with the orcs the same way he had done with the goblins with throwing. But before he could rejoice, one of the monsters appeared behind him and grunted viciously at his enemy. Turning around, the young man realized that he was in trouble, and if one pig had noticed him, others would surely come. The orc began to attack the guy using his axe, but he skillfully defended himself with his spear. But it was much more complicated than the young man had originally imagined. The monster's power was great. There was a flash that blasted the young man away from the scene. He flew through the trees and left a trail behind him while letting out loud screams from every corner of the forest. The guy braked against one of the trees and, lying under it, could not believe that all this was happening to him. Hanging his head down, he saw someone approaching him, and that someone looked like an orc who had dealt him a blow. Rudin marveled at how quickly the creature managed to get to him, wanting to destroy him sooner rather than later. Now the pig towered over him, and in his hands was the same axe he had wielded earlier. He readied his weapon and took a swing with it right over the head of his potential victim. The young man's eyes widened and he realized that he was one step away from death, so he must dodge the blow at all costs. But the guy's body didn't want to obey reason, so he sat in front of his opponent, unable to move. The axe was already closing in on his head, and the young man seemed resigned to his fate. But upon opening his eyes, he realized that he was still alive, which meant that some force had prevented the orc from attacking. Looking around, he saw the monster fall to his knees, and now no one was threatening him. The stranger Rudin had seen on the battlefield approached the guy, and thanked him for intervening so they could survive. The man's name was Philon, and he was indebted to the young man as he diverted the orc's attention, and they escaped their fate. The new buddy reached out a hand to his rescuer, offering him help to get to his feet. Rudin now stood up and tried to catch his breath after surviving the attack that had nearly taken his life. Philon had seen the saviour throw the spear at the orc and now wanted to know if it was some special technique. This question pleased the guy because he decided that he and his new friend were on the same page. Rudin proudly squared his shoulders and declared that he was a great professional in the matter of throwing. He didn't miss a moment and decided to ask Philon what had happened while he was not on the battlefield with the orcs. The man said they were guarding traders but were attacked by bandits on the way. He never tired of thanking the guy because of his intervention they managed to survive and remain unharmed. The second guy's voice came out praising the young man's skills. He was rapidly approaching to join his friend. Philon introduced the new arrivals. They were Lena and Justin, and they were his companions. Rudin noticed the blood dripping from Justin's hand and was surprised to see the scarlet stream flowing directly to the ground. The guy was confused and now didn't know how exactly he should behave in such a situation. So he decided that he had to gather as much information about his new acquaintances as possible to decide if they could be trusted. Philon smiled at the young man's confusion and assumed he was not the chatty type. Now he turned to Justin and said that the customer was dead and now they had to decide what to do next. And the stranger only shook his head and said that there was no way to hide the truth because their cart had been wrecked. Lena walked over to the wounded guy and asked him to extend his arm so she could heal his cuts. Rudin was surprised and assumed that the vial hanging on the girl's shoulder contained a special mixture. With a quick movement, the young lady opened the vial and began to prepare her comrade's hand for further manipulation. Without sparing a drop of the remedy, she poured the medicine on the guy's arm, who didn't even squint at what was happening. The cut began to heal right before my eyes, and in a moment there was no trace of the wound. Looking at the vapour coming from the cut, Rudin was surprised. He had only seen it on his computer screen before. Justin stood before the company alive and unharmed, and only fresh memories in the minds of his friends reminded them of his injury. Rudin's eyes continued to grow rounder as his guess was correct, and there was a health potion in the vial. Lena handed the bottle to Philon and suggested that he too regain his strength with the help of the healing drink, but the man noticed the rescuer's interest in time and also offered him to drink the pills. The blonde then suggested that everyone figure out the next steps and move out before nightfall. Rudin looked at Phil and Num carefully but still couldn't figure out what exactly they were all supposed to be dealing with. But the man was surprised at such a question and then clarified that they should pick up anything left under the rubble. At the new acquaintance's embarrassment, he said there was no need to be shy and he was just as free as the others to take whatever he saw fit. The thought caught the young man's fancy and he followed the man without further hesitation. Rudin recalled a conversation he had overheard in which it was said that someone's lifeless body had been left on the battlefield. Lena and Justin were picking through the rest of the cargo and swearing every now and then that they couldn't find anything of real value. Rudin had watched their barbaric behaviour and now realised that they were the true mercenaries. But remembering how they helped each other after the fight, the guy still decided that he was dealing with some pretty good people. He looked at the bodies of the orcs and how they didn't embarrass the guys and realised that for people like them, death was a familiar thing. Thinking about it, the young man went looking for a new inventory, hoping to find something interesting. The guy managed to find a small sack of money, elixir and dried meat, but that wasn't enough and he took the weapons left by the orcs. He realised that only he could use the inventory and decided to keep his true abilities a secret from his new friends. Justin's joyful voice rang out, shouting that he had managed to find the customer's money. Philon examined the sack with interest and inquired how much was in it. The young man immediately replied that he expected it to be about 100 gold pieces. The man scratched the back of his head and said sadly that they would have to pay a penalty for their failure, excluding preparation costs. Lena turned to Rudin and asked him if 25 gold pieces would be enough to make everything fair. This surprised the young man, but he agreed. Before he could rejoice, Philon threw a small bag of coins at the boy with a sharp motion. Now Rudin was holding his first earned money in his hands, albeit in a very dishonest way. It seemed that all matters were settled and the man motioned for his squad to pack up and move out. Already on the way, the young man realized that he himself had succumbed to the general atmosphere and unwittingly joined the company of travelers. Everything was new to him. In fact, he didn't even know exactly where he was going, but a hunch told him it was to the village. The general silence was interrupted by the voice of Philon, who asked the boy why he was traveling alone. Rudden's question took him by surprise, for he knew that he could not say that he was here from another world. As he walked, he composed himself that all the members of his group were dead and now he had to continue the journey alone. The answer satisfied the man, and he only shook his head, lamenting the danger of the mysterious forest. Philon was heartened by the story of his rescuer and offered to walk to the village in their company. The guy almost jumped with happiness because all his plans were coming true, so he agreed without a shadow of a doubt. Hearing the agreement, the man stretched in a smile and in his most welcoming voice offered to continue their journey. The travellers did not leave the route and only cursed at the long journey while dreaming of a horse that would definitely make their lives easier. Rudin listened intently to the chatter, so he learned that the orcs had attacked the boys suddenly, but luckily they had some potion left. It was the first time they had seen such a cluster of monsters and speculated that perhaps they were biding their time to attack. The boys as well as Rudin noticed that the monsters were not famous for their intelligence, and the idea that someone could control them interested the young man. The guy walked and gathered information by bits and pieces, trying to understand how everything is organized in the place where he will have to live a new life. Rudin concluded that everything that was happening was more like a fantasy novel than the real world. Here, horses were used for transportation and no one was surprised to find traders on the road. The forest was full of various monsters, and the strangest thing was that no one was surprised by it, as if it was a familiar part of the local population's way of life. Among other things, there was an aristocracy in this world, which means slavery was around. Suddenly Rudin realized that he had never seen his new face, and had no idea what he looked like now. But in any case, it didn't matter now, so the young man just continued to follow his new friends. The voice, compared to his previous experience, his legs were not sore now and the road seemed easier. The young man remembered the status window and hurriedly opened it to see what had changed in it over the past battle. Like mathematical formulas, he analysed his stats, trying to figure out the patterns affecting the increase. He noticed that no one paid attention to what he was doing, which meant other people didn't see his indicators. The guy immediately dismissed the idea as he didn't think it was important, and referred to it as a special ability of the main character of the game. Rudin again decided to exchange the points he had earned for endurance points. He believed that this skill would help him reach the finals. But something stopped him, and he froze at the thought that suddenly dawned on him. He realized that thanks to his walking skill he wasn't exhausted at all, which meant that endurance had nothing to do with it. Rudin decided to stop and weigh the pros and cons while contemplating spending points on strength. Remembering the battle with the orcs, he clearly felt the lack of it, which was the reason why he had suffered such humiliation. That left intelligence and wisdom, but the boy thought that at this stage these qualities would not help him, and therefore it was necessary to leave them for the time being. He now spent points on strength without question and instantly felt a new energy. But before he could rejoice, something began to happen to his body. At first, a slight wave of malaise began to bother him. After a short jolt, Rudin felt that he now felt a new strength and power in his body. To his surprise, a sword appeared in his hands that clearly hinted at trying out new skills. The guy did not wait a minute and began to practice using weapons that obediently waited for their time. When Rudin finished his exercises, he noticed that the weapon now seemed much lighter and easier to handle. He decided to continue on his way as if nothing had happened, as suddenly Len's voice interrupted his thoughts. The girl chewed on jerky and wondered where their saviour was from. Rudin was taken by surprise and began to compose something inarticulate on the fly, trying to refer to something that he himself probably did not know. Seeing the girl's incomprehension, he said that the last thing he remembered was falling asleep in the woods, and then nothing but emptiness. From the young lady's reaction, it was unclear to the end what exactly she thought about the story. But after a minute she shrugged and concluded that the young man had gotten into a big mess since he'd forgotten everything. Rudin was glad that he had managed to fool the girl so easily, for in his previous life no one would have believed such an answer. On the way, the boy's mind was spinning with 1,000 questions as to how he should proceed. He realized that his true power was pumping with skills and going from one level to another. Now he expected that in the future he would definitely encounter monsters that could prove to be serious opponents. All these thoughts awakened in the young man memories of what he had already experienced in this world. He realized that danger now lurked at every corner, and that even pumped-up heroes like his friends might not be comfortable. Rudin thought back to the novels he had read earlier. In most of them, the protagonist became a mercenary. But in some, and the illustrious warrior, he became due to his exceptional skills. Now the guy did not let go of the thought whether he could repeat their fate, because in the first fights he fought primarily for his life. Suddenly, he remembered that for such a game he had special skills that could surely be useful on his path. He decided that he would pump up his production skill to do trade, and it would keep him safe from fighting monsters. His fantasies were again interrupted by Philon, who said that it was time for all of them to think about sleeping. Together they made a fire and prepared places around it to spend the night. Something caught the man's attention and he turned around trying to figure out what it was that was confusing him. He saw a frightened Rudin looking at him with wide open eyes, not fully understanding what was going on around him. The guy quickly got up and started making excuses that nothing unusual was going on and that everything was going his way. In fact, the young man simply didn't know how to prepare a place to sleep in the forest and was now worried that it might give him away. He noticed Rudin's reaction and was surprised that such a large trading city was unfamiliar to his saviour. The name of the city seemed familiar to the young man, and he tried his best to remember where he might have heard it. Suddenly he realised that he had encountered such a name in one of the fantasy novels he had once read. This thought cheered him up, and he was already beginning to imagine how he would start his new life in his new place. In the morning, Lena and Justin heard the sounds of cavalry coming from the town and decided that something bad had definitely happened there. But Philo insisted that they should move out and solve problems as they came. The road to the city ran through wide green fields. Rudin was surprised to see so much arable land. Soon the travellers found themselves near the fortress wall of the trading city of River, which was famous for its farmland. Rudin had never seen anything like this in his previous life. Everything was new to him, including the high stone walls that protected the city. The gates to the fantasy world were about to open before the guy and new adventures awaited him ahead. Intrigued, he entered the city, and instead of the bustling streets painted by his imagination, he saw an almost deserted place. People were hanging around the alleys and going about their business, not as lively as the young man had imagined. He looked around frustrated and decided that he had been deceived by his own expectations because he had hoped for more. He decided with annoyance that this whole landscape looked more like an average village somewhere in the provinces. Philon called out to the young man and told him it was time for them to go and asked him what he was going to do. Rudin shrugged and gave the traveller a smile and said that he planned to get some rest first. The man waved hello and said they'd probably see each other again someday. Lena and Justin supported their commander and also exchanged pleasantries one last time before leaving the place. Rudin waved at them and wondered why the mercenaries looked so cool even as they said goodbye. But it was time to put those thoughts aside and take care of myself and my new living arrangement. The guy decided to start his acquaintance with the city by walking around and exploring the neighbourhood. He studied every inch of the retail space with interest and imagined how soon he himself might fit in as well. Soon the young man came across a market stall that stood right in his path. The boy decided to go closer and explore everything. He approached the counter and asked the elderly saleswoman about the price of the item that caught his eye. The lady replied that the cost would be 5 cuppers and waited for the young man's reply. But he only mumbled something incomprehensible, and then the woman decided to clarify whether he would take the goods. Rudin realised that he didn't know if it was worth his money, and decided to walk around and look around to familiarise himself with higher pricing just in case. The boy's attention was attracted by the sign of an inn with the name of a gondola. That's where he went. A mustachioed man sitting behind the reception desk cheerfully greeted the new guest. As Rudin began to get closer, the man informed him that he could have a snack and a shower at his establishment. The young man said he was going to stay at the inn for 10 days and asked how much it would cost him. The owner happily rushed to the price list and said that he charged 1 silver piece for the day, but that he was ready to give a couple of coins for a one-time payment. Without too much hesitation, the lad held out the said sum of 8 pieces of silver to his host. The satisfied host promptly handed him the key and informed him that he would be staying in room 208. Rudin was incredibly happy that he had managed to solve at least one of his problems and was already imagining how he would finally wash off the dirt. The landlord said the guy would have bathing water brought directly to his room and it would cost 30 cuppers. The young man was surprised, but the desire to wash was stronger than resentment, so he also agreed. Upon reaching his room, he opened the door and his eyes widened in surprise. The interior of the room reminded him of a prison, and was clearly not what he was used to seeing in his past life. Walking over to the bed, he pulled the blanket off her, and prepared to explode with a burst of rage. After all, the owner had just covered the straw with a blanket and thought it would pass for a bed. Rudin felt a pang of disappointment for the money spent, but decided to stay, realising that most likely all the yards in the neighbourhood were like this. Someone knocked on his room, and a voice behind the door announced that they had brought water for bathing. Remembering his natural desire, the guy rushed to the door to finally wash off the weight of the past few days. A guy burst into the room dragging a bathing basin on his back and apologising loudly for the inconvenience. He was followed by several other labourers carrying water for the baths. Rudin stared in amazement at the actions of the workers and could not understand how he had come to such conditions. Coming to terms with reality, he decided to try the temperature of the water to finally let the servants go about their business. When he touched the water, he literally froze, because what was in the basin was not suitable for bathing. He asked the guys if they had hot water, which caused an unprecedented shock to the workers. When they heard about such a bliss, they were surprised that they were facing a gentleman who preferred hot water procedures. They immediately began to talk amongst themselves, discussing the fact that their master was too gentle and definitely used to luxury. But one of the guys was not confused and decided to make the most of the situation by saying that he would get hot water for 10 cuppers. Rudin held out the money in the palm of his hand and said they could keep the rest. They immediately agreed and without delay went to get what their guest demanded. Already alone, the young man could not believe that such conditions were the norm for the locals. Now he was going to have a hard time. One of the servants approached a guy who was getting ready for a water bath. He asked if he wanted to wash his clothes. And without waiting for an answer, I rushed to the pile of clothes lying nearby. Judging by their condition, they were in dire need of washing. Rudin realized this and still decided to clarify the price as his financial possibilities were also limited. The sound of the game sounded again, notifying the formation of a new negotiation skill. Rudin sat in a basin of hot water bathing and enjoyed the fact that this was finally happening to him. There was another knock at the door, and the boy's voice said that now he had brought washed clothes. He placed the neatly folded change of clothes on the nightstand and waited for the Lord's praise. Rudin praised the child for his work because he helped him solve his problem more than once. Finally, he asked him how old he was. The question surprised the boy, but he answered he was 8 years old, and now he wanted to know why the guest was asking him about it, since no one had ever cared before. The young man was surprised that at such a young age he was already working hard, but it was surprising only to him. For the boy, it was something he was accustomed to. The boy sincerely did not understand what caused such interest of the guest, because all his friends worked as well as he did. But Rudin waved away, realizing his mistake, and asked the child where he could find something to eat here. The boy said that the dining room was on the first floor and then hurriedly left the room. Drying off after a pleasant water pastime, the guy kept thinking about the unfortunate children forced to work since early childhood. He looked at his body and noticed that it was remarkably good, considering he hadn't been a jock in his previous life. Now the young man was going to get dressed and head to the first floor to find some sustenance. A strange thought came into his head, and he began to prepare himself for the fact that the food here would be unpalatable, and this conclusion he made because of the unpretentious bed. But the guy's hunger was stronger than his gastronomic preferences, and he was ready to swallow anything to satisfy this feeling. He went down to the first floor and approached the familiar host, wanting to know where the dining room the boy had mentioned was located. The man again bestowed his most welcoming smile and indicated the direction of the path with his hand. He gave the young man a menu and advised him to order the first menu, which he said was a rare success. Rudin climbed onto a bar stool and smiled at the owner and ordered on his recommendation. No sooner had he relaxed than he realized that he was the only one in the dining room and all the other tables were empty. Moreover, everything in the room said that it was not often that he came here to eat, and he himself was a rare guest in these walls. But Rudin didn't want to think bad thoughts, and noticed that unlike his room, this was very clean. In addition, from this kitchen came the wonderful aromas of dishes that were prepared especially for him. Two guys hurried with trays to the young man and loudly presented what they had brought. When Rudin saw the plates of food, he prepared to eat, expecting to satisfy his hunger at last. Armed with a knife and fork, he began to eat, but soon realized that he could not cut off a single piece of the dish he had brought. But he was so hungry that he was ready to eat everything with the plates, and no knife could prevent him from doing so. At last, he managed to tear off a piece of meat and he forked it and sent it straight into his mouth. After the meat, the porridge went into his stomach. Everything seemed delicious to him. He tasted everything on his table with pleasure. It was his first proper meal in the new world. Rudin reached for the bread in front of him, anticipating the taste of freshly baked bread. He picked it up and already prepared to bite it, expecting it to be like he had eaten in his past life. But his teeth hit something very hard that he couldn't even bite into, let alone taste. The loaf of bread was like a block of stone that was only suitable for soaking. A disappointed Rudin put the bread on the table, and yet was glad that apart from this unfortunate dish, everything else was quite tolerable. He was now determined to finish whatever was left of his tastings, and armed with fork and knife, he set about his plan. After finishing his meal, the young man yawned, and said contentedly that he had had a good lunch and could now go on about his business. But to the question of his doings, the guy still hadn't decided what he was going to do next. No matter how it was, any occupation was based on manisu, which the young man had in a limited amount. He remembered that the standard of living in the city wasn't great, which meant he needed to earn more to move to another city. Rudin opened his inventory window and saw that he had 25 gold left that Lena had given him after the fight with the orcs. By local standards, it was not a small sum which allowed to live without needing anything for some time. Instantly a plan appeared in the young man's mind, and he left his seat and went to the owner of the courtyard to find out the details he was interested in. Such eagerness startled the man, and he asked the excited lad in surprise what had disturbed him so much. But Rudin came not to argue but to find out who he could turn to in order to buy land within the city. The master introduced the young man to a merchant who offered him the smallest house for 4 gold pieces and 74 pieces of silver. The guy still didn't realize how much of a bargain it was and decided to stay at the inn for now, since it was much cheaper. But remembering his room with its horrible bed and prison window, Rudin was overcome with doubts. Now he was thinking about starting his own business, but he didn't know how to do anything specific, so he had to determine the direction of the business. The second option was to become a mercenary and accumulate more knowledge and resources for his future business. All these thoughts did not leave his head, and he went for a walk around the city trying to decide what he should do next. After finishing his walk, the young man began trying to form a new skill and did so until he heard the notice of the game. She reported that this boy now possessed 3 skills and the new one was the shouting skill. Rudin was pleased with himself. The first shout was meant to lift the spirit and multiply the power of the attack. The second was to launch continuous attacks that helped increase the attack speed. The third skill was running a cell, which greatly increased his movement speed. Now the young man was resting on a stump outside the city after a successful training session. He still had much to learn, but before he could continue to learn new skills, he decided he had to buy a house after all. The transaction took place the same day. Rudin thanked the seller and now he owned a small cheap house. Now he had in his hands the documents confirming his right of possession. For everything he gave 5 gold pieces and 10 pieces of silver. Although all this was expensive and by and large the guy could work while living in a guest house, but his dream was to buy his own house. In his past life, the young man could not dream of such a luxury as his own home, but now he's a full-fledged owner. He now owned a 1-story house of 30 pens with its own small yard and cellar. The building was old, but Rudin finally decided to renovate it so he could live in it. After the purchase, the first thing he did was go to a furniture and home repair shop. Once inside, one of the workers smiled at him welcomingly and motioned for him to come in soon. Rudin told the handyman that he would like to repair his newly purchased house. The guy didn't know the exact address, so he handed the employee the documents he had from the transaction. He nodded understandingly and said that he had already had it appraised, and the building had been badly damaged by heavy rains and winds. When he heard that the previous owner did not repair it and just left it, Rudin was upset, not knowing what he should do. The repairman said it would cost him a tidy sum, but if the guy had it, he'd have no problem taking the job. Now the young man wanted to know how much money the repairs would cost him. The young master did not name anything specific either, and invited his guest to guess the amount himself. Rudin was confused. He had never had to estimate the cost of repairs before, and after some thought he assumed that everything would cost 20 pieces of silver. The employee was surprised. Unlike the customer, he realized that such a sum would not cover even half of the work. Hearing that a full repair would cost as much as half the house, the young man became furious. He didn't understand how any repair work could cost so much money, especially in such a shabby town. The worker was indignant because the price did not depend on him, and there was nothing he could do to make the process cheaper. Rudin realized that the foreman really had nothing to do with it, and the only one who was really to blame was himself, and a little bit of the realtor. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out 2 gold pieces and agreed to expensive repairs to his new home. The master immediately cheered up and assured his new client that he would perform everything in the best possible way. The young man did not grieve for a long time about the fact that he was so rudely fooled, and decided that this situation will be a lesson for him. Frustrated, he headed for the exit and with anger decided to open the door with his foot. But he slammed his finger into it with force, causing a shock of painful current to strike his entire body. Tears spattered from his eyes and he clutched at his injured limb, screaming loudly about how much pain he was in. The foreman came running in screaming and began trying to figure out what had happened to his well-to-do customer. Rudin, writhing in pain and stammering, explained that when he left the workshop he had hit his foot on the door. He took off his boot and examined the impact site, hoping that nothing terrible had happened to him. A notification sounded, and the game announced that the young man had now mastered the regeneration skill. Seeing that the guest was all right, the disgruntled master began to hurry the wounded man out of the room, who was preventing him from getting to work. But Rudin decided to take advantage of the situation and demanded a discount because the workshop door had injured him. The bookstore clerk sat behind the counter languidly reading a book, not expecting to see many customers today. Suddenly she heard some sounds that tore her away from her fascinating reading and she looked up. Rudin appeared next to her, who was dragging 20 books and now demanded that he be counted immediately. The girl was surprised and confused, assuring that she would fulfill the customer's request right away. After the calculation, the young man hurriedly headed for the exit, armed with his many purchases. He was pleased with himself again, for he had learned well over the years that ignorance was an inevitable path to failure. He put the books on the shelf and thought about how he would not make mistakes from the past in this life. Though he realized that the wisdom of books was not enough and he had yet to hit his own bumps, but still decided to start there and learn what the scriptures said to begin with. He devoured the books one by one, and from each one he took out his lessons and made notes to make sure he didn't miss the most important. It It wasn't long before he closed the last one also and stretched in a satisfied smile at being able to absorb so much material. Now he knew all about monsters. There were about 30 kinds of them, and now the boy could distinguish their habits and objects. The magic stones that were in almost every monster had special powers and were of unprecedented value everywhere. Among the mages there were so-called gatherers, with the help of which it was possible to extract the stone from the monster. But since the young man was skilled in slaughtering animals, he assumed he could manage without the help of the gatherers. In Riva, monsters were caught by mercenaries, and now to join their ranks you need to become part of a guild. Rudden resolutely went in search of this organization to get the coveted status as soon as possible. He approached the building, around which there was not a soul. The huge gate was closed. Rudden scrutinized the door and all the details of the building, trying to gather as much information about this place as he could. After reading the sign, he realized that he had come to the right place, which meant that this was where the mercenary guild of this world was located. The guy did not stop to think what makes people choose such a craft, because their work is extremely hard. The young man was met by a pumped-up guy who held a sword in his hands, and after giving the guest a glance from the threshold said that they do not accept such brats in their ranks. The girl who played the role of a secretary also noted that such work requires primarily muscles and the young man should leave their walls. Rudden was upset that even the young lady blew him off, even though he didn't even have time to show what he was capable of. He finally exhaled and opened his eyes, realizing that what he had seen was a figment of his imagination. Now he had to conquer his fear and decisively open the door to his new life. He reached over to the huge wooden door and pushed it open. The interior was austere, and the guy noticed that there was no one at the tables at the entrance. The bulletin board was also deserted, and there weren't many flyers hanging on it. Only behind the reception desk was some man standing with a bare torso and tie. He looked at the young man unhappily and silently waited for him to voice the reason for his visit. Rudden immediately realized that he had come to the right place and headed for the only person in the huge hall. But not reaching it, I decided to turn towards the bulletin board to study the offered vacancies. He tore down one of the ads and read it carefully. It said that people were needed to collect magic stones for a magician. For each extracted stone they paid 1 piece of silver, and the young man wondered if it was a fair price for such labour. He carefully began to read the other ads, and they were all plus minus the same and not different in price or substance. The guild door opened and a blonde-haired girl entered the hall, which caught Rudden's attention. The young lady took a liking to the guy, and he concluded that she was beautiful, assuming she was also a mercenary. This impressed the young man because in this city even girls were brave enough to take on such cases. Finally, the man from the front desk approached Rudden and asked him what brought him here, since he had never seen him in the guild before. From the confused boy, he immediately demanded a mercenary's pass, which of course the young man could not have. Failure was closer than ever, because no one was allowed here without such a document. Rudden began to think feverishly about what kind of pass it was and where he could get it on short notice. And in order not to appear foolish, he decided to improvise. He searched his pockets for a piece of paper he had never had before. The man noticed something protruding under the young man's chest and pointed to it, assuming it was the path. Rudden himself was surprised, but realized that he couldn't let his plan be discovered. He pulled a bulging crust from under his clothes and held it out to the guard, who waited patiently. The man held the card up to his face and scrutinized it. He was also surprised that the document had turned up. Looking at the young man, he concluded that he came from a distant land where he worked for the Bylon Guild and had a high level of trust in B. But none of that seemed all that convincing, and he asked the guy why he was alone. Rudden explained that his merchant guild had gotten into the trouble that left everyone dead except for a few people. Telling this, the young man himself couldn't believe that the pass had so much information about No. While the boy was trying to make up a believable story, the man asked him if he was related to Philon's group, and the young man nodded affirmatively. The guard took out a pen and made a note in the pass. Rudden himself waited patiently for further action. Soon he handed the young man a card with the mercenary's new details on it. Looking at the boy, the man continued. He said that he would not be assigned security for the time being, as he had to increase his trust rating. Despite the surprised expression on his face, he continued to talk about monster hunting and the pricing policy of the local shop. Someone's hand was on Rudden's shoulder, and the girl ordered him to get out of her way in a menacing tone. The young man was surprised at such insolence and immediately asked the stranger to introduce herself while she snatched up the advertisements. She insisted that the guy get out of her way since she had her own business in the guild and didn't need to know her name. Such insolence towards a stranger angered the young man, but from shock he could not utter a word. The man at the front desk noticed the altercation and decided to intervene. He ordered Helene to get in line, but she only responded with more rudeness. At last, Rudden himself gathered his strength and shouted at the boorish stranger, wishing to express his opinion. He wanted to hit the girl, but she successfully turned away and now realized that her behavior was unnecessary. Rudden was outraged. He was hurt by the young lady's insults. He loudly began to prove that he wasn't what she had called him, and it seemed the screaming made him completely unhinged. The guy grabbed some paper and finally started to read what was written in it. It was an errand for a girl, and as compensation he decided to take the document for himself. Without wasting time, he headed for the exit and slammed the door, after which Helen realized what had just happened. She rushed after the thief, but he was in a hurry to leave the guild in order to take care of business. Rudden thought he had done the right thing and punished the rude girl properly, especially since he needed to make a name for himself. Now he began to read into the essence of what he had written, and a slight perspiration appeared on his face. Judging by the expression on his face, the task was quite difficult, and by doing so, he had only gotten himself into more trouble. In the guild, the squabble continued. An indignant Helen was arguing with an employee about her assignment being taken away so unfairly. She complained to the man that everyone here was weird, but he just shrugged and referred to the fact that the guy had a temper. The girl calmed down a little and finally decided that since her documents no longer belonged to her, she was not responsible for the case. She asked that her trust level not be lowered for an uncompleted assignment because another mercenary had taken it. Before she could say anything, a figure appeared behind her and asked for her attention in a guilty tone. It was Rudden who had returned, and was now meekly asking to be forgiven for the inconvenience. He turned to an interested Helen and said he'd like to place an order. Half an hour ago, the guy stood at a loss and didn't know how to resolve the situation. After all, the document he grabbed was incomprehensible and he couldn't even imagine how to decipher it, let alone execute it. The man said that in general there is nothing wrong with failure because the trust rating can always be restored. But you should always keep in mind that with a low rating, no one will let him take out a mortgage and buy a house. But the real estate was already in the guy's possession, and he couldn't see how any of this could affect him. He was already on the street thinking about the information he'd received at the guild when he saw a father and his daughter passing by. The girl complained that the homework was too difficult and she didn't know how to do it. The father assured his daughter that with his help everything would be solved. This thought led Rudden to believe that it applied to him as well. He realized that he could pump up quickly if he had the help of a more experienced mentor. The young man went to one of the mercenaries and asked to be his mentor in hunting monsters. The experienced guy was surprised that the guest asked for help in such ordinary things because he had no such experience before. He scratched the back of his head and decided that if he was paid well for this lesson, he would gladly take the job. A young man introduced himself. His name was Toka, and he assured me that he would be the best at helping with easy and paid assignments. Then he pointed at Helen, who stood silently by and looked at her new ally with displeasure. She grudgingly said her name again and said that she possessed the skill of archery. The girl said that Rudden didn't look like a young aristocrat, and she didn't understand why he needed help with such a simple task. Toka then pointed at the second girl the young man had already seen when he first entered the guild. Her name was Celia, and she was a swordswoman. She mostly used two swords to fight and had a little bit of magic. Rudden waved to the new acquaintances and said that he was glad to meet them and be allies with them, while being surprised that there were two girls on the team. A hand pulled the young man back and grabbed his clothes, making him speechless. It was Helen. She pulled the guy off the ground and asked him what it was about the girls on the team that made him unhappy. Gasping, he wheezed and assured me that he had nothing against it, and he was full of confidence in the young ladies. Finally, she let go of her hand and the guy collapsed to the floor, unable to regain his balance. He couldn't recover from the choking hold and was now coughing loudly, trying to catch his breath. Helen continued to be indignant. She thought that those who disrespected girls were disgusting and deserved no attention. Toka smiled and warned the new team member to be careful of discriminatory remarks. Then he began to read the assignment. His eyes widened when he learned that they had to catch 10 monsters in the area. Rudden nodded affirmatively and held out the task he had recently taken from Helen. Toka took the sheet and began to read what it said. According to the assignment, they were to hunt sand ants in the desert. The team set out without delay to carry out what they had been told. A lot of unexpected and exciting things awaited them. After a short journey, they stopped on a cliff and below they saw many ants, which were mentioned in the assignment. Rudden couldn't imagine how to catch such a quantity, but Toka cheered him up and assured him that a way would be found. Seela had suggested doing things the old-fashioned way, and was now waiting for her older comrade's approval of the plan. They looked at each other, and the girl turned to Helen to start getting ready. The girl took her bow, took out an arrow, and began to draw the bowstring on her weapon, getting it ready. She was ready to begin and released the first one towards the ants swarming below. The insects noticed they were under attack and began to move more erratically, dodging the blows. Rudden noticed that all the arrows bounced off of them and none of them had the expected result. While the girl was aiming, Toka explained that the sand ant's shell was too hard to wound. Their plan was to annihilate the insects, and when 10 of them separated from the general mass, they would attack them. Finally, the shots began to take their toll, and the ants slowly went wild with their eyes lighting up red. Toka noticed that their plan was beginning to work, and now the separated monsters were preparing to strike back. He drew his weapon and prepared for battle, expecting his enemies to appear soon. Just in case, he asked the crew if everyone was ready for the upcoming battle. Everyone nodded affirmatively, and the guy stretched in a victorious smile, anticipating what was about to begin. When he saw the first ant, he shouted loudly that the hunt was open. Rudden couldn't let go of the thought of their conflict with Helen, because the girl had really good abilities. He remembered how she had effortlessly managed to get him off the ground when she heard the doubt in his voice about the girls on the team. The guy assumed that for some reason those words had hurt her badly, and now he felt uncomfortable in front of her. He crept up behind the young lady as she had once done while still in the guild building, and approaching her shoulder, he shouted loudly in an ominous voice, trying to scare the young lady. Seeing the mixed reaction, he laughed, thinking he'd managed to scare Helen out of his wit. But instead of responding to the friendly joke, he received a blow under his breath, causing him to lose his balance and fold in half. She grabbed the guy by the hair and swung at him, getting ready to hit him on the head, causing him to scream. The sand ants were advancing, and their movement made the desert sands rise upward in a column. Kalia readied her sword to fight back against the insect army and waited for their advance. She easily handled the first monster by tearing it to pieces with her favourite weapon. The others also fought the ants, and their efforts were not in vain, which delighted Rudin, who was not actively involved in the battle. He opened his window and watched his experience points skyrocket. He was more than satisfied with this picture. Suddenly, someone called out to him and said that one of the ants was heading in his direction and now he had to deal with him. Rudin readied his sword, obtained on his first night in the New World, and found himself face to face with his new adversary. The guy raised his weapon high and prepared to strike a blow that would send the enemy to the other world. He hit the ant and the flash made him jump up himself. At that, the opponent was indeed defeated. The newly mercenary rejoiced at his success because deep down he had no idea that he could be so effective. Now his faith in himself had grown and he decided that hunting was easy for him. With this attitude, the boy continued to fight. With sharp and precise movements, he struck the monsters into splinters. After a few successful attacks, he decided that it was all too easy, and that if he had known this beforehand, he would have gone on the mission alone. Helen noticed that the young man had stopped and hurriedly inquired as to the reason for his halt. Coming to his senses after a moment of pride, Rudin saw that a new army of sand ants had surrounded him. But before he could react, one of the insects rushed towards him to attack. Toka came to his aid and stopped the attacker from harming his teammate. He threw his opponent out of his way and thus robbed him of all feeling. But the situation did not improve, and now the commander loudly announced to everyone that they were surrounded, saying that they should retreat. Rudin didn't understand the reasoning behind this decision, because in his opinion, the opponents were just bugs. Helen grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck and began to lead him away from the battlefield, resenting the fact that he wouldn't obey the command without question. The girl kept dragging him, and at some point he stopped resisting and only watched as the insects were left behind. Celia tried to keep fighting, but she too was surrounded. The young lady did not want to admit her weakness, so she suggested diverting the ant's attention to herself to allow her comrades to leave the battlefield. Finally, Helen stopped and exhaled, but Rudin had no sooner come to his senses than the girl launched a new tactic. She tossed the guy into the air like a ball, and thus tried to remove him from the scene of the battle. The ants did not expect such a development and froze watching the young man's flight. Toka was pleased with the plan and nodded affirmatively to his teammates, praising them for their ingenuity. He said that this time was enough, and next time they would meet again to finish off the insects. With his axe, he struck another blow to his opponent, which immediately sent him to the other side. Helen followed his example and also continued to defend along with the others. Rudin alone took no part and continued to dangle his head in the sand after his extravaganza flight. While underground, he heard a game notification that said his level had been raised by 1 again. It wasn't long before the guys had built a fire and were preparing food to recuperate after a hard day's work. Rudin didn't fully understand what his partners were doing or who they were cooking the meat for. Toka explained that they were going to catch a fanged hyena, and now all they had to do was wait for it to appear. The young mercenary was surprised that the team did not go in search of the monster, but took a wait-and-see attitude. The commander assured me that there was no need for such actions because this type of monster was difficult to track down. Rudin now realized that their plan was to lure their new target with the appetizing smell of food. While they waited, Helen decided to ask the young man a question that had plagued her from the beginning. She wanted to know why the boy was doing all this. He shrugged and found no better answer than to justify his eagerness with a desire to increase his strength. Looking at the fire, he said that if he hunted, he could accumulate the experience points he needed. The answer surprised the team members because they had never heard of any points or paytees before. Rudin realized that he had almost given himself away, for no one present had guessed the game reality that only he had seen. Then he decided to explain everything by his eagerness to learn from their invaluable experience and thus become stronger. Helen snorted unhappily that such an explanation sounded more like a child than a mature guy. To the young man's indignation, she replied that wherever he went he had to pay money, including for experience and training. She considered it all pointless because in such a case all the excitement of real combat and sense of danger was lost. Toka stopped the girl, reminding her that thanks to the young mercenary, they had the opportunity to make some money. Rudin realized that he was arousing unnecessary suspicion, and now he had to come up with a plausible version so as not to seem crazy. His thoughts were interrupted by something dripping on him from above, and judging by the clear sky, it wasn't rain at all. The liquid was slime-like, and the young man looked for the source of where it came from. Turning around, he came across the hyena's muzzle, which was eyeing the guy with interest. He couldn't utter a word out of surprise and only looked at the animal behind him in confusion. He wasted no time and prepared his sword to fight his new opponent. The young man bravely rushed into the fight and tried to strike the first blow to the animal, which was not very much afraid of him. Literally with one blow he managed to prevail, and now the hyena's body lay beside him. When he saw the fruits of his labour, he wiped the sweat off his face and said it had been hard for him. Suddenly, he realized that no one was helping him in the battle, which meant he was able to deal with the monster without outside interference. He turned around, resenting why the team had abandoned their customer, and saw that the others were busy destroying other monsters. Toka deftly used his weapon and struck one after another while striking his enemies. Finally, he and Helen finished their part of the job and loudly announced that he was fine. Rudin examined the bodies of the hyenas and suggested that they be cut up as there was nothing to take from the sand ant. Toka shrugged and said that they couldn't do that since there was no one among them who possessed such a skill. And here came Rudin's finest hour, who proudly announced that he would gladly take on this part of the job. He raised his hand and loudly spoke the words of skill activation to begin slaughtering the animals. A dust storm arose, and in it, Leah and Toka stood silently amazed, watching their customers' actions. A moment more and the skies were faced with the cut meat, bones and fangs of their recent victims. Toka never ceased to be amazed. He had seen butchers before, but this was the first time he had seen such a method. Rudin was frightened because he thought he had given away his secret skills for nothing and it could hurt him. He assured the commander that it was just magic and nothing supernatural. Helen turned to the commander and said that she was tired after the past battles. He suggested without any hesitation that we make camp. These words frightened Rudin, for he knew that the nights in the desert were cold, which meant that they would face a new challenge. But Toka calmed him down by saying that they would walk a little further and spend the night in Zalesk, which was not far away. Having said that, the commander went to collect the carcasses so that his new friend could cut them up and they could take the meat with them as booty. Rudin decided that now would be a good time to sort through his luggage. He put a finger up and called up the inventory to sort out what was in it. The extracted meat and bones immediately went into the black hole that appeared, causing bewilderment among his companions. Seeing Selly's surprised face, he only said that it was nothing more than a handy skill, but such an answer did not reassure her. She looked fearfully at the customer and now wanted to know the details of what she had just seen with her own eyes. Rudin pretended that nothing had happened, realizing that such a metamorphosis would be difficult to explain, but the girl insisted. Then he decided to play the fool and say that he didn't notice anything and it was all just a vision of the young lady. It wasn't long before some metamorphosis began to happen to Rudin. He could feel something happening to his body. He had experienced similar feelings before, but he didn't understand what it was about this time. It was a process of increasing strength, and now his index had reached the 31st level. Emotions overwhelmed him. Helen noticed the boy looking at his body proudly and wondered what he was doing that was so important. Seeing the girl's interest, the young man decided to justify himself by saying that he was just thinking about something of his own. But this answer did not satisfy her, and she insisted that he tell her exactly what was tormenting him. Helen couldn't really sleep, and deciding to take a little walk, she came across a guy awake and now wanted to talk to him. She asked her interlocutor about his future plans for life, but Rudin himself had no idea how his fate would turn out. The girl wanted to know where the guy came from, but this question stumped him, because not long ago they were like enemies. It angered her to the core that the customer had so many secrets from them that he had no intention of sharing. Rudin sighed. He really didn't know what to tell the young woman, since he didn't know his own story completely. He began to remember his past life and things for fun that were completely familiar to him. When Helen heard about the young man's lifestyle, she thought he was rich and didn't miss the opportunity to ask for a loan. This surprised the guy, because he didn't understand why his friend might need money. But she explained that she wanted to quit her job as a mercenary. Rudin was surprised that over the years she had never been able to accumulate enough savings to realize her wish. She didn't even know what it was. Explaining that it was a question of accumulated money, the boy was surprised by the young lady's answer. She said she spent it right away. The conversation was tiring Helen, and she finally decided to end it and go to bed wishing her companion a good night. Rudin followed her example, but could not sleep a wink as he thought that danger was not for him, and he would like to earn money comfortably. Already falling asleep, he imagined how he could invest in real estate and get a golden mountain from it. Toka tightened his sack, gathered the essentials, and prepared to set off, hurrying the rest of the group. Helen helped Rudin pack his backpack and resented the fact that he couldn't do such a simple task on his own. Toka was surprised, and at first thought he had heard it or was still reeling from the night's sleep. Helen explained that her ward did not know how and in what order to put things together, or how to tie a knot. He was acting like a child. The young man thought to himself that he didn't need to learn all this because he had the ability to store inventory. Toka still hurried the girl who was carefully packing the customer's belongings. Finally, she stood up and said they had a long way to go and were ready to move out. With these words, all four set off on the road that ran through the age-old deposits of desert sands. At last, they approached a quiet and peaceful town where life went on. Toka stopped at one of the shops and argued loudly with the salesman about something threatening to ruin his sales. He felt that the prices offered by the merchant were unfair and was now trying his best to bargain. But the seller assured that the price is more than adequate, because on the market he trades on the average. Helene and Rudin stood back and watched in silence as Toka struggled to save his own money. He was shouting loudly that he had fallen for a scammer, and now he was going to tell the whole market. Rudin decided to ask the girl what their commander wanted to accomplish, because judging by the look on her face, it was something familiar. Helen said that the friend wanted to sell his finds for more money, and now wanted to get as much money as possible for his labour. But in the young man's mind, the scene looked more like threats than attempts to negotiate a price. The young lady resented this distraction from the customer and ordered him not to play nice. Rudin decided that next time he would also try bargaining and thus learn a new skill. Finally, Toka finished scolding and appeared in front of the boys with a sack in his hands. Helen immediately asked how much he'd gotten out of it. Looking at the pale and disgruntled salesman, he said he would name the exact amount in the guest courtyard. At last, the friends were at their destination. Everyone was eager to find out how favourable Toka's deal had been. He pulled out his sack again and dumped the looted coins onto the table with a clatter. Rudin immediately offered his help and went to the table to personally participate in the recount. But no sooner had he started than Helen interrupted him and said she would make things much quicker. Soon they had finished counting, and now they had only 54 pieces of silver in front of them. Looking at the girl, Rudin suggested dividing everything into 4 parts so that everyone would get an equal share. She didn't understand what the guy was talking about, and the guy explained that he wanted to keep things honest. Helen and Toka looked at each other, but agreed. They didn't seem to have used such a technique before. The young lady asked if the guy was going to share with them from now on, and hearing a positive answer, Toka stretched out in a smile. The commander asked how long the customer was still going to do the work of the mercenary, and the latter replied that it all depended on the repair of his house. The information about the house surprised the man, and he could not believe his ears, while Rudin himself told him that he had purchased the property outside the fortress. Both he and Helen were surprised, for they honestly didn't understand why Rudin would want a house of his own. The young mercenary justified that it was important for him to have a living space that belonged only to him. Helen insisted that there was no point in it since the inns in Rivera cost a pittance. They assured me that a house was too costly and there was no need to have one of their own. Rudin did not understand the point of what he had said, and now the thought flashed through his mind that perhaps he had bought the property for nothing. Toka decided there was no point in the conversation and suggested they continue on their way and not dwell on the customer's quirks. As he left, he offered her to have a drink to celebrate the successful completion of the case. But Rudin's thoughts were far from the celebrations, for he was still thinking over the words of the boys and his obsession with real estate. He was torn from his thoughts by Helen, who noticed the boys' confusion. She invited him to go to dinner. The thought interested the young man, and he asked the girl where they would go to eat. As she left, she said they were heading to the local canteen. The bread was like stone, but the rest of the food was not bad at all. Finally, all 4 of them took their mugs and clinked loudly, which meant that their task had come to its logical conclusion. They savoured the food brought to them and enjoyed drinks after the few days they had experienced together. After dinner, Rudin went for a walk to clear his head and sort out his thoughts. He was walking through the quiet streets when he suddenly came across a bookstore that caught his eye. There were several books on the counter, and the young man glanced at them. His gut told him that they would help him understand. He took one of them and began to read the cover, which at first glance was unremarkable. Suddenly, he began to remember the events that had happened during the battle with the sand ants. The monsters one by one attacked Saleya, who inwardly was completely calm as always. The battle with monsters didn't scare her at all, and her actions were well thought out and precise, which made her look like an experienced mercenary. The friends started looking for their lost friend and saw him having a nice conversation with a bookstore employee. Helen marvelled at the customer's interest and sneered that he had come there in an attempt to get smart, which didn't suit him at all. But Rudin said in no uncertain terms that he was interested in books on the art of wielding a sword. The girl interjected. The very idea that the guy was going to get information that way surprised her. She was sure it was impossible to learn such a thing in theory, and he needed good practice. The theory in her mind was only needed for bragging rights, so she insisted that the guy not waste money. Celia decided to step in and stand up for the customer talking about his choice of current book. The argument had an effect on Hela, and she decided to leave the young man alone and not revisit it again. Finally finishing at the bookstore, Rudin asked his charming companions about the time. The girls stirred, for they had hardly missed the time of the gathering appointed by Toka. At the appointed place, the commander was waiting for his group. He sat on a rock and looked thoughtfully at the approaching figures. The boys hurried over to Toka, who smiled at their appearance and remarked that they had forgotten to count the time. Helen began to make the excuse that their lateness was due to Rudin being stuck in the bookstore. The man waved it off and said it was no big deal and they could start now. He drew his spear and Rudin's eyes rounded with fear and incomprehension of further action. The commander's mood was serious and the young man had no idea what he wanted to do. He reached the hatch and prodded it with his spear, trying to raise it as high as possible. It required Toka's efforts, and he clenched his teeth and did his best to finish what he had started. Finally, the hulk surrendered under the commander's pressure and the hatch flew aside, scaring Rudin, who was standing nearby. Toka was pleased with himself and was now going to clean up before leaving the place. According to city rules, nothing could be dumped down the drain as it was considered a felony. Now the guys wanted to defeat the monster Twitch, who walked on two legs like a man and had a mouse head. He used a shovel as a weapon. Rudin remembered that he had once read about someone similar in a book bought at a bookstore. The monster was an excellent digger who loved caves and dark places. Moreover, there was an ongoing war between them and the sand ants. Toka warned everyone to be careful. The monster was not very strong, but it was dangerous to move in the dark. Using the ladder, the friends descended underground to go in search of a potential adversary. Rudin followed the team, and the lower he descended, the more he marvelled at the depth of the tunnel. In thought, his foot slipped off the step and the guy flew down with a scream. Helen grudgingly noted that she had warned the guy not to look up. At last, Rudin grasped the ladder and regained his balance. He resented the girl's caustic remarks. Thinking about the fact that there was no place for him in the mercenaries, and he didn't want to live like that, the guy stumbled again and began to fall. But fortunately, the fall didn't last long, and after flying for a short while, the young man landed on the ground. His friends had already gone downstairs and were now bantering about the young man's awkwardness. Sela heard a suspicious sound and decided it was monsters approaching them, and quite a few of them. The mouse-like creatures were advancing out of the darkness, and the team prepared for another battle. Outside the dungeon, the weather was perfect. The nature around it was wonderful, and there was no telling what was going on below. The army of monsters had already lined up and prepared to launch their attack towards the guys who challenged them. Their eyes were burning, and in their paws were shovels exactly as described in the book. Helene watched closely to see how Rudin would behave. She was alarmed by the customer's behaviour and their way of thinking. The young man himself had a vapour on his forehead from how many monsters appeared in front of him. Gathering his strength into a fist, he drew his sword and began to prepare for the upcoming battle. But Toka put a hand on his shoulder and stopped him, saying that weapons were forbidden in the dungeon. That surprised the boy. He never thought he would have to fight without a sword. He decided it was just a joke and asked the commander if they would have to fight with their bare hands. But Rudin's eyes were frozen with a picture of a mouse carrying a shovel. While the young man was pondering, the rodent swooped down on him and attempted its first attack. But the guy got his shield out in time, and he managed to keep himself from being harmed by the mouse. But the strength of the attack surprised the young man because the blows were as if cotton and did not bring much discomfort. The other three mice rushed to the aid of the first and were already closing in on their assailant. Rudin realized that this was a distraction, and now the monsters would strike much harder. The rodents grinned as they realized that they had worked well and would soon destroy the first enemy. The mice made another attack, and the young man clenched his teeth, expecting to feel the pain of the blows. But no matter how hard the enemies tried, their strength was not enough to actually cause suffering to the opponent. Rudin also realized that he didn't feel anything unpleasant, and decided that he had become so strong that the attacks didn't work on him. One of the mice ran up to Helen and started trying to hit the girl with her weapon. Unlike Rudin, the girl realized that the opponent was weak and really unable to harm her in any way. She stopped the swing of the shovel in midair and now held it with her hand, looking into the eyes of the shocked mouse. The rodent realized that he was doing badly, and the young woman was much stronger than him, so resistance was futile. Helen prepared to launch an attack using only her strength. Her fist was now clenched, and she was aiming in the direction of the enemy. Seeing their comrade in arms lose to the girl, the other mice recoiled. They were afraid of repeating the fate of that monster. Toka wasted no time either and dealt with the rodents with ease. Celia ran up to him, wanting to know if their efforts were enough, or if they could finish. But the commander insisted on doing everything at once and not returning to the dungeon again. The mice realized that they were doing badly and were now crying in horror at the further torment they were about to suffer. Toka himself did not need much effort to scatter the rodents, for they were really weak. Looking at the result of his work, he continued to encourage the team to keep fighting. Now the boys looked at the lined-up flushed mice and wondered what to do with the rest. To everyone's surprise, Toka released the captives, citing his excessive kindness. Rudin took advantage of the moment to move closer to Talia and decided to strike up a conversation with her. He asked the girl if monsters understood the language of humans. The young lady said that no creature could understand them. The boy didn't understand why Toka was talking to them then, and Celia explained that rodents were susceptible to the atmosphere. They behaved like animals that growl loudly to instill fear in their opponent. Finally, the commander ordered a wrap-up, informing his friends that they had done a good job. Helene asked to wait for her and pulled out her camping bag and began searching through it for something. Finally, she pulled earplugs out of her backpack and popped them in, wanting to protect herself from what was coming. Everyone followed suit and covered their ears except Rudin, who didn't understand what was about to happen. After the ear protection, the girl took out a piece of paper and a bone with which she was going to write something. From these touches came a sickening sound that penetrated all the way to the brain. Rudin was subjected to a sonic attack like the mice, as he did not repeat after his team members. As if mesmerized, he proceeded to the sewers. His mind was clouded. When he came to his senses, Helen and Celia were looking at him. He didn't understand what had happened, or what the girls wanted from him. Helen rolled her eyes and ordered the boy to take off his clothes. When she didn't see any action, she began to help Rudin, but he resisted and stopped her from touching his body. He shouted and said that the young ladies had lost their minds and were now trying to do something incomprehensible. Hoping that Celia had her wits about her, Rudin approached her wanting her support. But the young lady was in no hurry to come to the rescue and only silently watched the guy. She decided only to confirm Helen's words and insisted that the customer still undress. Rudin refused to believe her words and thought he was imagining things. For the most adequate, Celia could not have said such nonsense. Helen's patience ran out and she grabbed the young man by the hair and threatened him to finally start doing as he was told. Rudin looked terrible when he came to. He had been unconscious for some time, and his health left much to be desired. Seeing that the boy had come to his senses, Toka rejoiced, and now seemed ready to talk about what had happened. The man said the customer fell into the water while they were all catching Twitchy. Now the young man wanted to know who had given him CPR. But there was no answer, for Toka himself had no idea of such a method of returning to life. So the guys just pulled Rudin out and left him lying there alone. In his indignation, the commander never realized what exactly they had done wrong. He didn't have the strength to swear, though deep down he resented what had happened. Now he wanted to know where the girls had disappeared to. From his outburst of anger, he didn't even notice that the young ladies had been standing behind him all this time listening to their conversation. Turning around, he excused himself by saying he'd had a strange dream, but all in all, it didn't matter now. Rudin turned to Toka and decided to find out the reason why weapons could not be used in the dungeon. The commander smiled and explained that after killing monsters, there are corpses that turn into trash that he would not want to leave behind. That's why the easiest thing to do would be not to destroy the enemies, but just drive them away. As he pondered the strange explanation, there was some kind of incomprehensible light coming from somewhere far away. Rudin looked closely and saw that in the distance there was something like a hole or a passage into which the mice had gone. But Toka didn't see it as a problem because they never paid attention to such trivialities. What surprised Rudin more than the fact of the hole was that no one was going to fix it. Helen smelled something strange and began to sniff around to find its source. She knew in advance who could be the cause of the stench and followed Rudin, wanting to sniff him out. Her sense of smell did not fail her, and she grabbed her nose and rushed away, informing everyone that it was the young man who was the cause of the unpleasant odor. She finally realized that it was the guy's fault for falling in the water, and reminded him that if he didn't wash himself off, there was a chance of catching a disease. Rudin began to sniff himself, not smelling anything suspicious or unusual about himself. Seela tried to hold back out of decency, but soon her patience ran out and she grabbed her nose and joined her friend. The young man could not believe that he was doing so badly, and wanting to be sure of the girl's words, he began to examine himself. Toka confirmed Helen's words and said that the guy really had better wash up to keep himself safe. He quizzed his friend about whether there was a lake nearby so that he could go there and wash the customer as soon as possible. The girl nodded, and the commander gave the order to move out immediately to wherever the mercenary said. Rudin approached the stairs and began to climb, but no one was in a hurry to follow him because the horrible stench of the stench was spreading throughout about the dungeon. Finally, everyone has finally made it out of the hatch, and now the experience in the bowels of the earth will stay there. After a short journey, they found themselves at the lake they had talked about after the guy had come to his senses. Toka pointed Rudin toward the water and suggested that the lad bathe and clean up immediately. But before he let the young man go, he remembered one very important detail that he had forgotten to mention earlier. He warned him that there might be monsters in these parts and not to relax. He promised to return after the examination and left Rudin. He thanked him in return for his help. Rudin, Celia and Helen remained standing on the shore. They were silent and looked at each other. The girls didn't understand why the guy was standing there and not taking any action to get cleaned up as soon as possible. Rudden became embarrassed and said he could only start the water treatment after the girls had left. The thought was wild to Helen, and she resisted, saying she had to guard the guy so the monsters wouldn't attack him. The young man resented the ladies not leaving him, and almost resignedly continued to ramble on about how they had no reason to look at him naked. At that moment, Rudden remembered an incident that had happened in his early childhood. It was a circumcision operation. As a boy, he lay on the couch and followed the instructions given to him by the doctor operating on him. The doctor asked the patient to undress, and the patient was surprised that he had to do so in the presence of so many people. Looking at the nurse, the boy agreed only on the condition that she leave the office, but the girl argued that her help would still be needed. Confused and bewildered, little Rudden did not know how he should act in such a difficult situation. Then he got up from the couch and said he wanted to go home, unable to overcome his shyness. Now he was proving to Helen that he'd never had to take his pants off in front of a girl before. But in response, she assured him that she was not interested in such things, and hurried him away with a most displeased look on her face. Rudden didn't give up either, and said that despite the disgusting smell, they could still make it to the village. Helen became furious and, grabbing the guy, started trying to pull the stinking garment off him. She literally stripped him of everything he was wearing, and the young man was left in what was his mother's clothes. On the return trip, Rudden did not keep up conversation in company, and the boys assumed he was still resentful for the forced bathing. He himself walked and wished there was an elixir that could erase traumatic memories. Hearing this, Helen muttered that the young man didn't know what the elixir really was or how to use it. Rudden said resentfully that it was a medicine that could cure any ailment. To him, his answer seemed perfectly natural. Toka smiled and joked at the young man, pointing out that ignorance didn't suit him at all. To enlighten him, he made a riddle. He asked what would happen to a man without a leg if he drank the elixir. Rudden thought about it, modelled the situation, and said it's probably possible to reattach the limbs. The answer was wrong. In addition to the physical, the poor man would have been left with psychological shocks that could have been much more serious. Seela added that all elixirs are very expensive and their prices start at 10 gold. Helen said she shouldn't rely on the power of the magic pill, and asked the young man if he knew why the Twitches lived in the sewers. Rudden assumed it was because they were too weak and often had to run away. The answer did not satisfy the girl, and she noted that the most important thing is strength of will and mind, and no elixir will not help. In her opinion, the elixir wouldn't cure a real wound, which meant it was all just a waste of money. Finally, the houses of their already hometown appeared on the horizon. Rudden stopped to savour the beauty. He was glad that despite the trouble they had gotten home safely and unharmed. A girl who waved and greeted Rudden greeted them. It was the bookstore clerk, and she came out to say that the young man's order had been delivered. She handed the boy the books and praised his choice. It was literature on the skill of cross-fencing. Taking his order in his hands, the young man noted that it was too thin for this kind of book. Toka stood behind him and jeered. He had never seen anyone learn such an art through literature before. From such words, Rudden was upset because he had pinned a lot of hopes on this book. He turned to the girl and asked how much he owed her, and she said the order would cost 10 gold pieces. Rudden was speechless, and seeing this, the saleswoman explained that it was because the book was very rare. The guy was uncomfortable to refuse the order, and he extended the said amount, which shocked his friends. Finally, Toka could not stand it and rushed to dissuade his comrade from this purchase because really the book was not worth it. But it was too late. The friends arrived at an inn where the owner was escorting one of his guests and waved him off. At that moment, a boy who was already helping Rudden with clean clothes and hot water for bathing passed by him. He hurried back to the gentleman's room to take fresh clothes to him. The boy knocked on the door and announced the purpose of his visit, expecting an answer from within. In the room, Rudden continued to practice. He had reached the 51st level in strength after the trek and was now satisfied with his progress. Suddenly he heard the voice of a boy asking permission to come in to see him. Hearing approval, the door opened and a guy appeared on the doorstep with a neatly folded stack of clothes. He immediately asked Rudden why he was staying with them when he had his own house. The guy was surprised at the boy's awareness and asked where he got this information from. He laughed, shrugged his shoulders, and said that in their village, rumours spread quite quickly and he himself was a master at it. For a fee, he offered to tell Rudden something interesting. The offer fascinated the boy. After a bit of thought, he asked the boy to tell him more about how things were with magic here. He was interested in where exactly to learn it, and wanted to start from the basic. He handed the boy 3 pieces of silver, and decided that it would help the servant to better approach his question. The latter took the money without hesitation, and advised the gentleman to prepare to listen to his story. According to local rules, only those who had special status in the city could learn magic. This was due to the fact that the professors teaching their subject belonged to the upper elite. Magic was everywhere, and even a miner who owned it could get the most favourable conditions for himself. According to the boy, such a useful skill could help in any endeavour, but Rudden still could not understand what exactly he had to do to get the opportunity to go to training. The question caught the guy off guard and he said he needed time to think. It didn't take long, and the boy said that the first quality was intelligence. Without it, one should not enter the mages. Rudin immediately looked in his score window and saw that both wisdom and intelligence were equal to 10. Then the boy hurried off toward the exit, saying he would be glad to help if the gentleman needed his help. Rudin regretfully realized his mistake. When he had been building strength, he hadn't realized that the other stats were just as important. First, he decided to deal with what he had started and immerse himself in reading a new book and then deal with his magical abilities. He appraised the book once more and decided that he could handle this volume quickly and still have plenty of time left. There was some noise on the first floor and the innkeeper was cursing because he didn't understand what was causing it. He decided to send a messenger boy to figure out what was wrong and report back to him on the situation. When the servant arrived on the second floor, he realized that the sounds were coming from Rudin's room, which he had left not long ago. He immediately opened the door and begged the gentleman to calm down, saying that his actions had caused the whole yard to go upside down. But there was no answer, and the curious child went to the room itself to see what was going on there. Even before entering, the boy decided that he would admonish the guest and then leave immediately. To his surprise, the door was open, and he decided that it would be appropriate to go in and deal with what was going on. As he entered, he apologized for the disturbance and lowered his eyes down first so as not to embarrass his guest. But when he looked up, he saw something that surprised and even frightened him. He had never seen such a thing before. Rudin was floating in the air. He was lying above the floor, and it seemed as if some inconceivable force was keeping him afloat. The boy was frightened. He did not understand how it was possible and why the guest was in the air. The boy ran closer and now looked at the guest confusedly, not knowing what he should do. He touched Rudin's face and tried to bring him to his senses, but his attempts were unsuccessful. After several attempts, the young man opened his eyes and now he looked at the boy fearfully, not understanding what he wanted from him. The man was embarrassed and excused himself, saying that he had come to the noise that had disturbed the whole inn. At first, Rudin was surprised, but then he remembered that his body had started to shake while he was reading, and then he lost consciousness. Finally, the young man decided to ask the young gentleman how he managed to float above the floor. The question shocked the boy. Without waiting for an answer, the boy went to the exit, asking the guest not to make noise and threatening to evict him. Judging by the hurried departure of the messenger, Rudin realized that something was wrong and couldn't even think that it was something happening to him. He himself didn't realize how he had managed to hover, and was now absent-mindedly sitting on the floor with a book lying nearby. Taking it in his hands, he remembered how he sat down to study this skill, as suddenly something strange began to happen. He shook and fainted. It didn't look like a level up, but the young man couldn't categorize what exactly had happened. The only thing he realized was that he had managed to master the art of cross-swordsmanship, and now he felt like he had always known about it. His eyes widened and he decided to test his new abilities at all costs. Before he could finish his thought, he remembered Toka. Rudin opened the door and flew into the room of his sleeping buddy, who obviously hadn't expected such a visit. He started trying to wake the guy up, but he didn't give any sign of waking up, continuing to lie on his bed. Finally, a disgruntled Toka stood up and asked what had brought Rudin to him, and why he had interrupted his rest. The boy cheerfully insisted that they should go on their next mission, but Toka didn't like the idea and refused. Rudin was surprised. He hadn't expected his friend to say no to him, because he thought he was happy to take on new tasks. But the commander stretched lazily and said he didn't understand why there was such a rush. He felt that they had worked hard over the past few days and should now rest properly. His opinion was expressed by the other members of the team. Everyone was exhausted and thought that it was not worth overexerting oneself unnecessarily. Toka recalled that as a young man, he had also, like Rudin, forced things, and now it had resulted in health problems. This almost convinced the young man, and now he decided to think of a new occupation to keep himself busy. The commander reminded Rudin of the book he had bought for 10 gold pieces and suggested that he study it. The guy had already forgotten to think about her, and now decided that it is with her, and will be associated with his pastime. He remembered Seli, who had mastered the two-sword technique. Now the young man could do the same and was determined to study the other books. The choice of weapons in this world was marvellous, and thanks to the books, Rudin could master any of them in a matter of seconds. A strange thought popped into his head. He supposed the same thing could work with magic, and full of determination, Rudin decided to get down to business at once and begin studying magic. The Toka was frightened by this eagerness in the customer, and asked him to stop wanting to say something else. He assured that one book could not achieve amazing results and that such literature was very expensive. Rudin was surprised. He hadn't expected his idea to fall apart so foolishly. The commander said that such literature starts at 100 gold pieces, and it was almost impossible to get it. He assured me that you could live on that kind of money for the rest of your life, and in reality it wasn't worth it. Seeing that the young man was not giving up, he yawned lazily and said that he was tired of having this pointless conversation. Finally, he slammed the door, saying that the guy himself could use a rest. Toka's arguments did not impress the young man, and he still decided to visit the bookstore and find out everything. Already approaching the store, he saw a saleswoman he knew well, who was sweeping near the store. Seeing her regular customer, she stretched out in a smile and greeted the guy. She asked the young man what had brought him to the bookstore again, but there was no concrete answer from him. Rudin said he wanted to look around a bit and study the assortment. The girl nodded and motioned for him to come in. The guy smiled slyly that everything was going according to his plan, because today he had come not to shop but to steal. He had mastered the swordsmanship book as soon as he opened it, and now he was counting on the others to do the same. He was already anticipating how he would gain knowledge without leaving the walls of the bookstore. Finally, he opened the first book and prepared to absorb the knowledge as he had been able to do before. But despite his preparation and the open book, nothing happened, and he just stared at the pages. When he realized that nothing was happening, the young man decided that there must have been some mistake and he should try again. Making strange noises, he repeated the attempt, which aroused the interest of the salesman, who was not on a joke tense. Now a chagrined Rudin stood looking at the book, not realizing where he had gone wrong. Flipping through the pages of the book, he remembered how it all happened last time, mentally imagining how it was. The saleswoman looked interestedly at Rudin, who had failed. She noticed something strange about the visitor. He suggested that he was probably failing because he hadn't paid and therefore couldn't be trained for free. He grabbed the book he was interested in and went to the girl to ask the price. The item cost 6 pieces of silver. The boy held out the money to the young lady without any hesitation, for he had now learned his lesson and hoped to profit from it. He hurriedly left the bookstore and opened the book on his way out, deciding that now his plan would definitely work. But nothing happened, and Rudin just poked around in the book while nothing supernatural happened to him. The young man remembered the books he had read, and now he had no doubt that such books came at random. The guy's second version had to do with the price, unlike the last one. This one cost only 6 pieces of silver. But the problem could have been the subject matter. In front of him was literature on the art of archery. Sella heard his friend's musings and said that Helen could help him become an archer. Rudin flinched in surprise. She raised her hand and greeted the boy. He assumed that she had come for the books as much as he had. The young lady said she was out for a walk when she bumped into a guy. Her attention was attracted by the book he was holding. Celia asked the young man about the seriousness of his desire to learn archery. He hesitantly and embarrassedly agreed. The girl said that it's best to learn from knowledgeable people because books can't tell you everything. She thought some more and concluded that without practice there was no point in reading theory and learning in general. At last, Rudin decided to leave the subject of books and scrutinized his interlocutor. The guy noticed that the girl had a sword in her hands, which meant she was going somewhere and not for a walk. The young lady didn't make any secrets and said she went out to look for a new weapon for herself. These words interested the young man, and he asked to join the girl. She shrugged her shoulders and agreed. The friends approached the house that bore the sign Valgub's Forge. There was smoke billowing from it, and everything indicated that there was activity there. The attendant bowed to the guys and thanked them for using their services. Rudin held a fine sword he had just acquired to practice battle technique. He could not look at his weapon, and even standing on the street admired its beauty. Finally, the guy broke away from watching and noticed that the atmosphere around him was incredibly abundant. Then he decided now would be a good time to ask Seleya something to break the silence. The young man wanted to ask the girl about Helen, who had told him about wanting to quit her job as a mercenary. Celia thought about it and agreed that this type of activity was indeed extremely difficult. She looked down at her feet and said it was the kind of job you only go for when you're desperate. Because of this kind of work, you can easily get injured no matter how strong the opponent comes out against. Rudin realized that this job was only lucrative because danger paid well. He realized that none of this was about him at all, and he certainly couldn't do it on a regular basis. But suddenly he remembered his desire to do magic and everything he knew about it. Celia didn't understand what the young man wanted to say with such words that really interested her. He remembered that in their first meeting the girl had said she possessed aura tracking, and now he wanted to know the details about this skill. Without saying anything, the young lady squatted down and began to make some action downstairs. At last he saw that Celia had picked up a stone from the tile and was now showing it to Rudin. She started touching the cobblestone, which caused the guy to misunderstand. He had never seen anything like that before. Soon the stone in the girl's hand split into 2 equal parts, and the intrigued young man watched her silently. Seeing that nothing further was happening, he asked what it was, and Celia said it was an aura mark. She explained that the aura could make the sword sharper and generally increase any kind of power. Some monsters also used this skill to fight the enemy, thus becoming stronger against their kin. Rudin was interested in such a skill and asked his friend how he could learn it, but she just shrugged her shoulders and said that she had gotten it somehow on her own. A suspicious beam of light appeared in the sky that was visible from almost every corner of the city. Rudin had never seen such a thing and rushed to clarify with his buddy what exactly it was. Without a shadow of a doubt, Celia said they were witnessing a purification rite. The answer did not satisfy the young man, and noticing this, the girl suggested to come closer and look at what it was. When they arrived at their destination, they saw several mages who were practicing sorcery. Standing around this pillar, they raised their hands and performed some actions with magic stones. Celia pointed at the mages and said that this was the purification ritual they were talking about earlier, but the guy didn't understand what he was talking about, which surprised the girl incredibly. She explained that the land they lived on was often contaminated by the presence of monsters, and magicians using magic stones extracted from the monsters perform a rite of purification and thus expel all the bad things. The story seemed incredible to him because he had never heard anything about it before. Celia decided that for such a detailed story, she might ask about how he'd hidden things last time. Rudin was stunned. He hadn't expected the young lady to remember it and to ask. Looking at the guy, she assured him that she had seen everything with her own eyes, and she couldn't have imagined it. To show that she understood much more than she seemed to, Celia spoke of what didn't add up in her head. According to the past, the young man was indeed a mercenary, but was not skilled in fighting, and yet still possessed such an unusual skill. Rudin was at a loss and had no idea what he could think of to justify himself. She assured me that even though the guy was an underachiever, he still possessed unusual powers. But these superpowers did not help him in any way in life because it is almost impossible to survive with his thinking. Celia was sure that even a child would be able to deceive the young man since he couldn't defend himself. Rudin was insulted by such words, for he did not think himself such a fool. But suddenly the guy heard a suspicious scream coming from somewhere behind him. It was a girl who had fallen to the ground. An elderly man was walking next to her. Soon she stood up and was now holding on to the places that had suffered after her fall. The man had no pity for his companion and shouted loudly at her, commanding her to get up. He yelled that she didn't have time to spread out and kept rushing her without giving her time to recover. Rudin watched carefully and could not understand what exactly was going on in the middle of the street and why people were figuring things out. Celia explained that the girl was a slave. The boy's face changed when he heard that word. The girl stood up and was now ready to obey her master's every whim. Celia misread her friend's reaction and asked him if he was interested in slaves. Rudin explained that his interest was only in finding out exactly how she became a slave and lost her freedom. The friend shrugged and said she probably defaulted on a debt or committed some crime. Rudin still didn't understand why then the slave girl couldn't run away to get rid of her shameful position. Celia said thoughtfully that it was mercenaries like them who handled the escapees. After they were caught, they were arrested. The girl added that if you become a slave, they can erase your memories. That was the end of her story, and she waited to see what her buddy would tell her. But instead of value judgments, the young man only apologized for asking so many questions. Celia asked if it was enlightening for a comrade to learn such details of city life. The guy didn't understand why the girl was asking this, but still gave an answer agreeing. She offered the young man to continue helping him if he would pay her extra for her services. The offer interested the guy, and he asked the price for which the girl agreed to cooperate with him. Celia began to raise her hand, showing 5 fingers on it, but Rudin did not understand what it meant or how to understand her friend's gesture. For 5 gold pieces, she promised to keep the boy's abilities a secret. The young man shrugged and agreed. But for the said sum, he expected that together they could do something grand and great. Rudin asked the young lady to tell the others that they had somewhere to be after everyone had rested. The guy claimed he knew a place where he could make great money and he couldn't wait to get started. When everyone had rested, the friends set off and now their road lay through the forest. Rudin assured the team that they were almost there and that he had checked everything properly before travelling. Helen snickered, saying she doubted the operation would be successful if the guy vouched for her. The young man assured that the girl should leave her doubts behind if she wanted to get the most out of the hunt. At last, he decided to tell that in one of his books he had read about a very entertaining place where he could hunt well. Rudin began to recognise the scenery and decided that they were almost there and should now begin preparations. He coughed demonstratively and asked for the attention of his comrades to give his instructions and give details. Hand on heart, he said he had special powers that he had previously kept secret. Toka decided it was all about what he'd shown last time during their first mission. Helen asked if it was related to his monster slaying technique, and the guy stated that it was just part of his talents. He decided to give an explanation, but at some point realized it would take too long. And now I've decided to demonstrate my abilities so as not to take up precious resource. He concentrated and loudly shouted the word inventory, causing all his friends to freeze in anticipation. A black circle appeared in the air in front of the guy, from which some object flew out with cosmic speed. Now in front of the companions was a huge freshly cooked turkey that exuded a divine flavour. Helen was horrified, because food literally appeared out of the void right in front of their eyes. She picked up the plate and felt the warmth from it as if the dish had just come out of the oven. Rudin said it would be difficult to explain because he himself does not fully understand the origin of these skills. In addition to that, he could easily cut down any monster after a battle. After slaughtering, he could see all these items with him and retrieve them when needed. The guy explained that he was going to keep a secret about his abilities and not tell anyone about their existence. Looking at his buddies, he said he expected to convince his friends to participate if he told them everything himself. Now Rudin wanted to know what his friends thought of the revelations he had just made. The guy's speech was impressive. He invited everyone to trust him and follow him. Helen called out to her friend and pulled him out of his musings of the greatest trek ever. She walked over to the guy and held something out to him in her fist, asking him to hide the item in his inventory. What the girl handed over looked like an ordinary stone, but it didn't embarrass the guy at all, and he complied with the request. The item quickly gained speed and fell into the black hole that appeared when the word inventory was spoken. Helen stood and watched mesmerized, admitting that no matter how many times she saw it, she would still be surprised and clarified why he didn't scream. The question stumped the young man, because he had no idea that he was doing so at the time of the portal's appearance. To make it clearer, the mercenary decided to demonstrate a scream, and Rudin finally realized what she was talking about. He smiled because he realized what answer he had to give. He justified this behavior by saying that it helped him to concentrate. Now that the team knew of Rudin's hidden abilities, it was easy for him to convince them to follow him. All three were thrilled and almost clapping their hands at the unbelievability of what they had seen. Rudin believed that the case they would take on would definitely need his unusual abilities. All this could have been hidden for a long time, but on the hunt it was much more important to feel like a fish in water. Rudin said that there is a problem of lack of provisions in this world, and even a good place to hunt doesn't guarantee anything because of logistics. His idea was to solve this problem by applying his abilities. This could have saved a lot of time that they could have spent on any other activity. After a brief pause, Rudin stared off into the distance and said he could sense monsters in the other direction. This hunt was of particular interest to him because he was eager to put his new skills into practice. He grabbed his two swords and decided it was time for the cross-swordsmanship he had learned from the book. The boy darted off in the direction where he thought the goblins they were looking for might be. But he couldn't get away in a hurry. He tripped over Helen's foot and fell to the ground. She asked Rudin to calm down and think things through so that he wouldn't make any hasty moves that could only cause trouble. The young man stood up, shook himself off and asked the traitoress why she assumed that. Helen explained that they were deep in the woods where no one usually went. In her opinion, because they trusted him now they were trapped and surrounded by monsters. So a plan had to be devised so as not to worsen their already bad situation. Lastly, she wanted to offer some valuable advice, and her hand reached for a stone lying on the path. Helen swung around and threw it sideways somewhere in a place that didn't cause the young man any particular qualms. No sooner had it reached its destination than arrows came from all directions. She wanted to warn her friend to beware of traps. Rudin was in no hurry to thank his friend for her valuable advice and decided to find out everything by asking who had set the trap here. Celia replied that it was the work of the goblins. It surprised the boy because the last time he'd seen them, he'd thought they were not smart. The girl began to explain that not all of them are the same, and among them sometimes there are individuals with special abilities. They were called goblins, and they could make anything out of materials that were difficult to wield. After listening to her friend's explanation, Helen still suggested leaving this place quickly so as not to lose to the monsters. At last, reflecting on the abilities of the goblins, he remembered that he had also managed to learn the skill of crafting. The boy was in the clouds and failed to put Helen's words into practice and fell right into one of the traps. Now he was dangling tied by his leg in a tree and screaming loudly to the point of not understanding how this could have happened. Helen shouted to the young man to stay calm and wait for them to figure out how to take him down. But Rudin didn't want to give up and said he could handle the problem himself without their interference. He began to try to reach his leg and loosen the rope so that it would no longer hold him. The young man believed that this was his finest hour, and using his level 51 strength, he managed to break the ropes. Toka was frantic when he saw this, for it was not a minute before they warned the boy not to move and to wait. The commander was sure that a fall from such a height would certainly result in a broken neck and other limbs. But in spite of what was said, Rudin still managed to land on his feet, and now he was in front of his friends unharmed. But Helen didn't share the boy's enthusiasm and pounced on him, wanting to know why he had torn the rope. The young man didn't understand why she had such questions, because he had gotten out on his own and landed hard. Celia explained that all traps found were best left intact to lure monsters with them. This could help conserve energy and not have to make a huge effort to catch them. Suddenly, Rudin heard some suspicious noise coming from behind them. Turning around, the team saw that they were being attacked by goblins, who had apparently detected their presence and had come to fight the humans. Helen sighed. She realized that they were arguing loudly and thus giving themselves away. Celia looked worried because there were too many monsters, and there could be goblins among them. Rudin looked around at the army and found nothing to reassure and cheer him, for there was a horde of enemies beside him. He soon realized that this was a great opportunity. Shumi him to try out the cross-fencing skill he had longed for. He drew his swords and without any advice rushed straight at the goblin army who were actively planning their attack. But no sooner had he reached the monsters than they were struck by Helen's arrows. She thought they should be fought from a distance. She pointed to a rock and ordered him to pelt the monsters, for even that would do more good than rash action. The remark upset Rudin, who was already in a fighting mood. Now he looked sadly at the boulder. Armed with the item from Helen, the enraged Rudin rushed into action. The young man managed to hit the oncoming monsters and they fell senseless from the blows. At some point he had even begun to like his style of fighting goblins, and now he had caught the wave of excitement by the tail. Helen also struggled with her opponent, and with the corner of her eye she saw Rudin following her orders. She was impressed that she suggested such an effective method, and the guy executes it so well. Beside Rudin lay a pile of goblin bodies that had been struck by the stones and now lay breathless. The young man was happy that he was good at throwing. He thought it was because of his strength skill. When the monsters retreated and the boys were left alone in the clearing, Toka asked what they were to do next. He expected that by the promise of profit, Rudin meant at least a gold mine. The young mercenary clapped his hands and said that everything had its time and now they all needed to be patient. Now the commander was waiting for further details from the customer to think out a plan of action in advance. As we approached another clearing, the team decided it was time to set up camp and get some rest. Rudin tried to repeat everything after his friends, for he had little experience in such stop. The tent was now close to the fire and shelter was now assured for at least one night. Rudin fell to the ground exhausted from the process of setting and building the fire. Now he was glad that he would soon be able to rest. Helen approached the young man and asked what they were doing all this for, since they hadn't asked any questions before. Rudin said they would be hunting in these parts for the next 10 days. He said that mercenaries usually go hunting from the village and return there as well. In this case, hunters cannot take much with them as luggage size is limited and porter services are expensive. But thanks to Rudin's abilities, they can accumulate loot in one trip and then bring it back to the city with ease. This way they will all have the opportunity to earn a great income and no longer have to go on assignments every day. Rudin's plan impressed Helen, who listened attentively and did not interrupt. Finally, she asked how many heads the boy expected to catch. The young man thought for a moment and said that it was about 1,000 orcs. The figure was impressive and the girl couldn't believe it was real. He claimed that he sets the bar high in advance so that there is something to strive for and enough money for everyone. Before starting, Rudin said that it was necessary to look around properly so as not to make any stupid mistakes. Seela wanted to ask something and tried to interfere with the guy's speech, who wouldn't let anyone else get a word in edgewise. She was interested in the skill of cross-swordsmanship that the young man possessed but never got to see. She asked for a demonstration and he gladly began to pull out his weapon. The skill was really unique because it was able to chop anything in its path. Celia had managed to grab one of the pieces of wood Rudin had chopped. Now she had it in her hands and was examining the cut. The guy ran up to her and insisted that the swordswoman praise him, but she was in no hurry to comment. She said the cut was uneven and the elbow work left a lot to be desired. In general, the young man had a lot of work to do. The girl advised the customer to correct the posture for the fight and then things would go many times better. Rudin assumed that it was all due to the fact that he was only level 1 in this skill. He decided to listen carefully to Soleil's advice so as not to have to explain unnecessarily what a promotion was and how it happened. The young man diligently repeated after his assistant, and all this was watched with interest from Toka's side. Finally, the commander decided to intervene and said that it's not only about elbows, but also about breathing during the blows. He argued that during an attack you must hold your breath and forget about a calm rhythm. At the same time, you should concentrate all the force in the lower abdomen and only then attack. Helen couldn't resist commenting either, and said that the guy's combat base left a lot to be desired. Rudin was upset that everyone had turned on him, despite the fact that he had brought the team to such a bread-and-butter place. The entire group, looking at the young man, claimed that his unique abilities were nothing compared to the fact that he didn't know the base. Frightened by the heavy atmosphere, he suggested they stop swearing and all exhale and calm down together. But the friends didn't want to slow down and now decided to take matters into their own hands. Toka said that for the next 10 days they'd be teaching the guy the basics of being a mercenary. There were many orcs in the forest and dangers could be waiting at every turn. The orcs sensed something amiss and now began to band together to confront a new enemy. It was Celia who darted between the pigs and could hardly be seen. Some orcs fell senseless but still did not understand who caused the death of their kin. The girl was satisfied with her work because not only she destroyed the enemies, but also remained unnoticed. Finally, she came out to the Green Army, who now looked fearfully at anyone who differed from them. As they came to their senses, they questioningly began to look around at each other without any concrete plan. In her hands, Celia held the stone that had already helped Rudin fight monsters once before. Suddenly, stone rained down on the orcs who had no idea about anything. The enraged orcs tried to fend off the attacks and began to try to fend off the blows. It didn't take long for help to arrive, and now other monsters waiting nearby rushed to the scene. Their eyes lit up and their rage grew right in front of the guys who wanted it. Celia got ready for the next action the guys had originally planned. Finally, she gave the conditioned signal the rest of the group had been waiting for. Seeing the approaching wave, the orcs couldn't move from the force that was coming at them. A huge wave of dust and dirt was approaching them and in a few moments was ready to engulf them. At last, the whole group came into view and Rudin was fairly showing the results of his cunning plan. He was glad that Celia had lured everyone into one place while they themselves attacked from the cliff. Helen grudgingly remarked that her job of disarming the traps also mattered. Rudin looked at the bodies of the monsters and grudgingly noted that only orcs were here, resenting the lack of others. The girl explained that monsters are like animals, so they try not to go beyond their domain. Everyone was well aware that the goblins avoided the orcs since there was a long-standing feud between them. From what was said, Rudin tried to pick out what was part of the game reality, but he had a lot of questions. A sudden grunt broke him from his musings, and he realized that behind him was a potential enemy who had managed to survive the attack. But the orc didn't scare the guy, and he stretched in a smile at the fact that his opponent was all alone. He drew his sword and began to approach the monster, saying that it was brave for a single attack. The guy lunged at him, deciding to use his new cross-swordsmanship skill, which did not impress Celia in any way. But the attack was repulsed, and the beast's fist hit the head of the arrogant guy, causing him to lose his balance and fall. The swine prepared for further battle, satisfied with the result of his first strike. Toka decided it was time to give his friend some advice. He told him not to be so cocky and to keep his distance. But Rudin would not rest. He thought caution was unnecessary because he was facing an ordinary orc. By the way, the pig didn't think so and took offense and lunged at the guy to teach him a lesson in politeness. The animal made precise strikes and did not give the opponent time to make decisions. Soon the young man missed a blow under his breath from which he lost the last drops of his strength. Helene could no longer watch what was happening and decided to intervene using her bow. It hit the target and the monster immediately dropped dead and was no longer a problem. Finally, the girl asked Rudin about his condition, not forgetting to remind him of how he had disobeyed friendly advice. But when finally the boy was able to raise his face at her, the young lady gasped when she saw how badly the orc had mutilated her friend. Toka and Celia were also worried because the customer was seriously injured. While he suggested that his comrade rest and then the swelling would go down a bit. In any case, they had no choice but to watch the guy. Rudin awoke the next day in clear consciousness, and purely visually there was not a single sign indicating his ignominious loss to the orc. Helene was surprised at such a speedy recovery, but the boy attributed it to youth and bubbling blood. Toka didn't expect this either. He hoped that the thrashing would be a good lesson to the customer, and he would not repeat such mistakes in the future. The mood of the sick man himself was excellent, and he was already eager to learn, because yesterday his friends wanted to teach him the basics of combat. Toka did not object and suggested that his friend follow him, saying that he had a good way to correct his character. The guy was eager to know what the commander had come up with, but he didn't want to reveal the cards, because then the whole idea would be meaningless. The whole company followed the commander, who promised to give a great training session. At last they came to a body of water and stopped at the shore. Everyone was silent and waited for Toka's instructions. The silence was interrupted by Rudin, who did not understand why his friend had brought them to the lake. Without making any comments, he started to enter the water, which surprised the customer. Once he was waist-deep in water, he called out to a young mercenary, to whom he wanted to show something interesting. Rudin tried to resist and said that he would get wet, but the commander was not interested and began to hurry him up. Finally, he approached Tokares and asked what exactly he wanted to demonstrate to him. Before the guy could open his mouth, the commander grabbed him by the hair and lowered him under the water. The young man struggled to resist his comrade and did his best to take another breath of welcome air. But no matter how hard he tried, Toka was determined and wouldn't let the guy get out from under the water. Soon he let go of his arm and Rudin appeared above the water, screaming loudly and trying to catch his breath. He looked questioningly at his commander and did not understand what he wanted to show by such actions. While Rudin was arguing, Celia and Helen were watching from the shore and didn't seem in any hurry to interfere with the educational process. Toka recalled the promise he had made to the boy that all 10 days they would toughen him up in every way possible. But the deadline was too short and realistically little could be changed in the time allotted. All this did not make Toka's behaviour clear, and Rudin himself did not really understand where all this was leading. The man put his hand on the lad's shoulder and said he could teach him the greatest value of a mercenary. He grabbed the young man's head again and plunged him into the water, indicating that the name of this value was willpower. Toka began to shout, trying to convey to Rudin that he was now on the battlefield and should do everything to fight for his life. But the strength left the customer even before the commander finished his speech. Underwater, he lost consciousness. He was pulled ashore and began trying to bring him to his senses after the brutal lesson. When Rudin woke up, he realized he was almost dead, but Helen calmed him down by telling him that they had pulled him out of the water right after the outage. When he finally regained consciousness, he smelled a delicious odor coming from somewhere nearby. He was incredibly hungry and hurried to start eating when suddenly Helen stopped him, saying that he had to do something before eating. With her finger she pointed to a stump on which small stones lay. Rudden approached the place and began to look at the objects with interest, but he thought it was just ordinary pebbles. Helene also walked over to the stump and took one of the stones and squeezed it with such force that it turned to dust. Examining the result, Rudden assumed that the friend also possessed an aura talent. She said she did it with power and suggested that her buddy repeat the trick but using aura. The task put the young man in a stupor because he did not know how to use such techniques. But Helen was also not proficient in this technique and still insisted on completing the task. After a little thought, he decided to go to Celia to teach him so he could do what was required of him. But Helen dismissed the idea, saying that it could not be taught, but could only be discovered through experience. She kept pointing to the rocks, and saying that most learn from this example. The girl also said that this skill is a talent, and it's the only way to see if a guy has it. The conversation was interrupted by Toka, who insisted that everyone go eat before it got cold. He added that to achieve the goal set by Rudden, one must eat well and get quality rest. But Rudden wryly remarked that it wasn't enough, and it would be nice not to throw him in the water anymore. Soon the boys again came upon a clearing where there were many orcs unaware of the uninvited guest's visit. This was the next challenge, and by striking Rudden still managed to deal with one of them. But the guy didn't take into account that danger always walks somewhere near the mercenary, and behind his back another monster was already attacking. Celia spotted the impending attack in time and repelled it while saving her comrade's life. She used her sword for this purpose. Rudden was impressed by the girl's technique, and deep down he dreamed of learning the same. The night came and all the members of the group went to bed. The young man slept uneasily, for he was still thinking about his experience. He saw Toka smiling at him again from the water and beckoning him to join him in a friendly manner, remembering how an orc had nearly taken his life when he himself had shown weakness, and seemed to taste the food they had made for dinner again through sleep. The days stretched quickly, and on the 10th day the boy made some progress. He was no longer afraid of orcs, but still treated them with caution as his friends had previously advised. Toka was pleased with his student's progress and now recognized that he did have a natural talent. Helen didn't believe in such things. She knew from experience that anything could be accomplished with hard work and perseverance. But the young man's speed of mastering his skills was really surprising. She purposely didn't praise him so that Rudden wouldn't slack off from training. The guy himself only worried about the failure of his plan, because for 10 days they managed to catch only 300 monsters instead of the planned 1,000. Celia believed that everything should be done carefully so as not to harm the number of monsters in a particular area. The argument was surprising to Rudden because he thought that if monsters were dangerous, they should be exterminated. He was sure that if all the humans united and attacked, the orcs would no longer be able to bother them. Toka explained that all this only works in theory, but in reality the picture is a little different. He assured that it is impossible to take and destroy all at once, but he did not give any concrete proofs to this idea. When there was no more strength to resist the endless questions, he referred to the fact that it was related to the mining of magical stones. Helen came to the commander's aid and began to explain, starting with the question about the task of the valuable stones. At last Rudden himself strained his head and realized that without stones it was impossible to do the purification ritual, and therefore it was impossible to destroy all the monsters in a row. Finally he turned to Celia and decided to ask her about the anomalous phenomena that was the second cause. The girl said that according to legend, if you catch all the monsters of one type, then another will appear that will surpass the previous one in strength. The danger was that such a thing was impossible to deal with, even with everyone's best efforts. Suddenly, Rudden remembered that he had never collected the stones from the monsters they had managed to destroy, but Helen reassured him by saying that they had noticed it a long time ago and had done it all themselves. The boy was wondering how many valuable stones he had managed to collect during this period of time. The girl couldn't give an exact answer to the question as they still hadn't counted the loot, but still Toka approached Rudden and handed him a sack of stones, offering him a look at the spoils. He opened the vault and poured out multicoloured crystals showing off a fine catch. Rudden was surprised that all the jewels were different colours, although he himself had assumed that orcs only brought stones of the same type. Goosebumps ran down the guy's skin, and he heard the game's notification that the inspection skill had been formed. The young man couldn't believe that even such an understandable skill was becoming a skill that could be pumped. Helen saw that something strange was happening to the boy, and hurried him to get his loot back together. But he wanted to ask the young woman something, so he called out to her. The girl looked at the young mercenary with interest, expecting to hear a question, but Rudden was silent and said nothing but stared at her, trying to develop a new ability. The silence was getting tenser, and she decided to clarify what exactly the young man wanted from her. But the guy didn't answer anything and was asking himself in his head why his skill wasn't working right now. He decided that it was necessary to say the code word and loudly pronounce the command of inspection, which frightened the already uncomprehending team. But there was still no result, and Helen decided to ignore what had happened and reminded him to collect the stones and return home. Rudin realized that something must have happened, or appeared after the command, and was now thinking about where exactly he had made a mistake. The result didn't take long, and a small blue cloud of unknown origin appeared in the air next to the guy. He held out his hand to it and it evaporated in an instant as if it had never existed. But squeezing his fingers, the cloud reappeared, and now the question remained as to what it was and how to apply it. The toker noticed something amiss and hurried to check with the customer what kind of light was coming from his hand. Finally, the guy decided that perhaps the phenomenon was like a lens and brought it up to his eye to look through it. The young man hovered his hand over Celia and saw her name, age and gender information appear next to her. He looked at the girl with interest and said that she looked very young in her 27 years. But the study of the new skill was interrupted by an orc who crept up unnoticed and was now going to attack the guys. Toker tensed, realizing that danger was walking somewhere very close to them. And not for nothing, for the monster began to attack with his axe. Rudin stepped forward and now intended to defeat the orc with his sword and the knowledge he had gained over the past 10 days. But the monster did not use any active actions and only stood motionless, causing this incomprehension of the guys. Rudin decided to waste no time and attack first before the monster decided to do it himself. In one move, he managed to chop the monster in half, causing it to fall senseless and no longer causing any discomfort. Toker was impressed with his apprentice's determination and decided to praise him for the job he had done. Rudin was also pleased with himself, for he also felt that his skills had improved considerably during his time in the forest. But his boast interrupted the general silence, and turning around he saw something he couldn't even expect. There was a smaller monster standing next to the orc's body, and the boy assumed it was his cub. Toker confirmed the hunch and said that usually it is difficult to see such things, because they hide deep in the forest and do not come out to fight with hunters. Rudin had watched the child weep for his parent and now felt disgusted with himself. The guy turned to the girls to find out what should be done in such situations. He didn't understand what he should do with the orc cub, because he couldn't destroy it and he could only let it go. Helen insisted that they must grant him his freedom, and that seemed out of the question. Celia didn't like the idea, and assured that there was no difference, and there should be no indulgence in age. Helen looked angrily at her friend, not understanding where she got so much cruelty towards a defenseless creature. Rudin listened attentively to the arguments of both sides and did not understand himself who he supported. All the while, a small orc was crying in the background, and his crying made the guy feel uneasy. Celi's main argument was that the monster would soon grow and become a real threat that could generally be eliminated now. She also assured him that if he left him alive, he could bring help here and then they themselves would be in danger. Helen didn't want to agree, even though she knew there was some truth in her friend's words. Now she was remembering her childhood and how she had hunted. The rules were to let any cub go no matter what. According to her logic, if you destroy it, the hunter will surely fail and pay for what he has done. It was a curse that anyone in the trade knew about. Helen believed that there was a line that could not be crossed under any circumstances. All these superstitions were tightly embedded in her life, and she wasn't about to change her routine. Toker suggested keeping it simple and putting the decision in the hands of Rudin, who was the one who made the trip. The guy said it's up to the squad leader to decide in such cases. The young hunter's thoughts were cluttered and he asked for some time to think things over. There was a scream and the young man turned around, not understanding what could have happened in such a short time. Helen looked around the clearing carefully and noticed that the little orc had disappeared from sight. Celia was furious that they were in trouble now, but her friend assured her that it wasn't that bad and it was unlikely that the trolls would come. Hearing about the new monsters, Rudin looked at Toker carefully, asking for more details about the species. But before he could say anything, Helen explained that they were large and strong monsters that were almost impossible to defeat. If you meet someone like that, it's easier to bury yourself right away so you don't have to suffer. But Rudin was not impressed by the story, and decided that it was nothing more than superstition, which he had already heard from the lips of the young lady. The general calm was interrupted by something and the ground shook underfoot, which meant someone was rushing to the scene. Rudin was scared, and in the back of his mind he had already imagined what would happen to them if it was a troll. Together with Toker, they froze and watched the horizon line on which there was still no one in sight. The foliage on the bushes stirred and some incomprehensible sounds began to come from there. The young mercenary tensed and prepared to see his new adversary. Finally, an orc appeared from his hiding place, grunting and grumbling unhappily. When Rudin saw it, he decided not to worry, for it was the same cub whose fate they had never been able to decide. Celia assessed the situation and realized that the cub had not come alone, but had brought a whole horde with him, as she had said earlier. The monster began to grunt as if trying to command its helpers to attack. Rudin could not explain the orc's behavior, for first he had escaped and now he had returned and put his life in danger again. No sooner had he finished his thought on the militancy of sentiment than something flew into his forehead. The object chopped through the tree behind Rudin, barely missing him. It was the orcs' favourite weapon, the axe. Seeing their friend unconscious, the guys tensed up. They didn't know if they should be worried about him, since he was visually uninjured. Soon the young man came to his senses, and now before him was a vast army of orcs eager to massacre the humans. The boys stared at their faces, trying to recognise the familiar kid who could bring so many monsters to his aid. The monsters continued to flock to the scene, and it seemed that nothing could help the trouble the guys were in. But luckily, Toka had a plan of action for such situations and hastily commanded the group to run away at a breakneck pace. Rudin did not have time to react to the order, and the commander, seeing his friend's confusion, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and followed him. The young mercenary, tried to resist and was clearly unhappy that they had abandoned the battlefield. In his fantasy, he should have taken the fight. Toka's words only made him angrier. As an experienced hunter, he realized that their chances against such an army were slim. He knew if the boys had taken the fight, they themselves would have remained forever in this forest and not alive at all. Helen was shooting back as she walked. She grabbed her bow and began trying to stop the advancing monsters. Her plan succeeded, and she did wound some orcs, but it was too little to prevail. The girl looked at the advancing army and gave up on this idea, because their numbers clearly outnumbered the arrows. An annoyed Helen had no choice but to admit defeat and follow everyone's escape plan. But soon it also failed, and a new army appeared on the guys' way. Now they were trapped, and there was nowhere to retreat to. The green cloud followed the group, wanting to punish them for the evil they had done. The group needed a new plan if they were to have any hope of saving themselves. Rudin tried his best to think of something, but the stress traitorously prevented any sensible thoughts from coming to mind. Celia ran and assured that was why they couldn't let the cub go, because thanks to him the guys were in such a difficult situation. In her defence, Helen said that no one would have thought there were so many monsters in the forest. Rudin paused for a moment and applied his new inspection skill, pointing his lens at his opponents. He was reading the monster's power level, and as he thought this information should be useful, he pointed the device at Toka and saw that he was at the 50th level of strength, which was inferior to the orcs. Rudin saw that the orcs possessed level 60, which meant they were much stronger than even the most advanced of them. Individually, the guys might still have a chance, but fighting a whole horde was at least pointless. One of the monsters saw that the enemy had seriously broken away from them, and without wasting time gave orders to his subordinates. Those immediately rushed to chop down the trees with their axes while forming a trap for the opponents. The obstacle fell to the ground and miraculously missed the guys who were now and then dodging the falling barrels. Rudin's gaze fell on the cub they had released. Apparently he was the commander of this army. While the young man was perplexed by the leadership of the orcs, one of the enemies was preparing to attack and destroy him. But Celia saw the impending attack in time and destroyed the enemy with a single swing of her sword. Helen saw that the opponents were getting very close and asked Toka if he had a rescue plan. The girl insisted that soon they would tire of running, and then they would have no strength left to fight. Toka was silent and said nothing, and then Rudin said he had an interesting idea. But there was no time to explain, and he ordered his friends to rely on him and act on his instructions. None of them had any special options, and so there was nothing left for them to do but agree. The plan was full of risk, and Helen glanced over to Toka as if making a decision. Already on the move, they finally accepted their friend's offer and decided to trust him and the will of fate. A satisfied Rudin pointed his finger at the thicket and urged the boys to run that way. Helen had no idea what his friend was trying to accomplish. He in turn insisted that she do his bidding. Finally, all four were in the thicket and waiting in incomprehension for further instructions from their new commander. Meanwhile, the orcs had lost sight of their opponent and stopped confusedly trying to find their target. Soon they saw the boys rush out again, and the pigs decided to follow them. During the time spent in the thicket, the team prepared several traps to slow down the enemy. Rudin shouted loudly and ordered the traps to activate, alerting his friends to the start of his operation. Helen didn't believe that such a simple plan could work and doubtfully checked with her friend. In another moment, a huge tree fell in the path of the orcs, scattering them across the clearing like bowling pins. Helen was pleasantly surprised that Rudin's plan had succeeded, since most of his plans had failed. Orcs also did not expect such a blow of fate because they believed that their numerical advantage will allow them to easily win. Soon the third trap went off and the pigs began to fall underground as if a huge vortex had opened up and sucked them in. The failure was followed by a terrible downpour that literally washed away the advancing orcs. As an appetizer, the monsters were given arrows, which immediately after the downpour became active. Helen couldn't believe her eyes because half of the traps weren't theirs, which meant Rudin's plan had worked. The young man said that he saw all of these things when they were hunting and decided to use them against the orcs. Monsters became many times less, and now it was quite realistic to fight them. But the beast did not plan to give up their positions. It was clear from their attitude that they would fight to the end. Rudden's idea had saved the boys' lives, and as praise, Helen gave the lad a favourable look. There were shifts among the orcs. There were still many of them, though they had lost most of them to their own traps. Celia realised that it was still too early to engage in open combat, so she had to wear her opponent down. They hurried on, realising that a couple more traps that worked on the orcs would make their lives much easier. But the team was disappointed, because Rudin said that all the tricks were over, and now they would have to rely on themselves. The guy said he hadn't found any more traps, but Helen kept hoping there was more in store. By then the boys had no choice but to resort to Toka's plan of escape. The forest was full of monsters, and wherever the team went they had to meet a new group of enemies. The beasts were enraged, and now their intent to destroy their enemies was growing stronger. Rudin realised that they were trapped again, for the orcs had surrounded them and were not allowing any passage. He was frustratingly aware that the forces were not equal, and even past successes were nullified in the face of what was happening. Helen begged the young man to come up with something and frustratingly cried out that he was the one with all the responsibility since he had brought them to this place. Toka too insisted, and nervously interrogated his comrade whether he had gotten that salutary idea. But the guy couldn't say anything comforting, because the thought that was going around in his head was difficult to fulfill. Once again the team had fallen into a trap, and now there were no escape routes left, as well as no chance for salvation. Celia was terrified. All her predictions had come true, and now the forest had become really dangerous, and if nothing was done, she would have to say goodbye to her life. But Rudin wasn't about to give up, and decided to look into his inventory to let things guide him to find a solution. It was quiet for a while, and the orcs looked around carefully to spot their opponents. Suddenly, right in front of them, some object rapidly appeared in front of them, which scared them at first. It was freshly roasted meat, and the monsters rushed to the plate to get a quick look at what was bestowed upon them. The orcs were delighted. A rosy blush lit up their cheeks, and they were getting ready to start their meal. Soon they noticed that in addition to this dish, plates of meat desserts and fruit began to appear in the clearing. Now it seemed the beasts had forgotten their battle, and were happily gorging themselves on whatever appeared right in front of their noses. At this time the boys hid in the bushes and watched as the pigs filled their bellies. Helen was surprised at the beast's appetite, but Rudin's plan was that the monsters would leave them when they were full. The meal was in full swing, the satisfied orcs shared their food with each other, and seemed to have no intention of attacking again. But one of them didn't care about dinner. He despised his kin who had forgotten their original purpose. Soon the food became scarce, and then the orcs began to fight among themselves to get the coveted piece. From the thicket, Helen noticed that the pigs were not happy about something, and were now unashamedly fighting among themselves. Soon their battle stopped, and they noticed guys staring at them from the bushes. One of the orcs pointed his finger at Rudin, and now they were no longer interested in food. All their attention was directed at the boys. Toka knew at once that it was time for his favourite plan, which was for them to immediately rush for their lives. But there was nowhere to run, because now they were all surrounded, and the food trick didn't work anymore. Helen tried to push the young mercenary into a new plan, assuring him that with his abilities there must surely be something to be found. But Rudin waved it off. He seemed to be thinking of something right now that might encourage the whole group. He strode resolutely forward towards the enemy, and in his mind he already had an ingenious plan to save himself. He summoned the inventory again, and a black hole formed in the air from which the dishes of treats had previously appeared. The untouched plates shook, and the orcs looked at them curiously. The monsters didn't understand what was happening, but they were unable to continue their attack because interest was paramount. Something incomprehensible began to appear from the ground, and now the plates were at the level of their knees. And a moment later, the entire clearing was under an incomprehensible mass, everything, including the dishes and the orcs themselves. Rudin realised that he had found his opponent's weak spot and decided to continue his attack. The orcs were floundering in the incomprehensible mass, trying their best to get out of the trap. Helen looked at what was happening and didn't understand what was going on and why the enemies were drowning, even though they were enjoying their meal a moment ago. Toka was wondering the same thing. As Rudin worked out his plan, they watched in shock. The guy said they owe this plan to investment technology because that's why he was buying up everything. He decided to leave more detailed explanations for later, as he was now busy solving their common problem. But what was happening did not last long, and soon the young man's hands dropped and it became clear that he could not continue. Helen asked him the reason for stopping, and he replied that his powers had run out, but the orcs had sort of been eliminated. But even this was temporary, for the monsters were resilient and were now easily released from their captivity. They were unharmed only. It all seemed to make them even angrier. Without waiting for the monsters to come to their senses, the guys fled, wanting to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. There was almost no strength to run, and the team was ready to give up and no longer fight for survival. But despite this, they all praised the guy because the monsters were once again many times less, and now it was easier to escape from them. Suddenly, Celia realised that they were approaching a new danger, for ahead of them were goblins, and if they continued on their way, they would go straight to their lair. But Rudin did not want to turn from the planned path, as he assured that all this was to their advantage. He believed that the best solution was to go ahead and solve problems as they came. He believed that if they brought the orcs into foreign territory, they would clash with the goblins, and then they could escape. Toka liked the idea. Deep down, he was incredibly proud of his students' success. Helene was glad for any outcome in which they could finally exhale and rest after a hard day. The orcs wasted no time and continued to attack the guys who continued to follow the young mercenary. Toka tried to cheer up his team and assured them that they were almost there and that they had just a little bit left to hold on. At last, the goblins came into sight, which meant that the road the heroes took was the right one. The commander clarified that everyone understood the plan for them to move forward. The goblins saw the uninvited guests and prepared to greet them, expecting to test their strength in an easy battle. Rudin was determined. He realized that it was their only way to escape. Already on the approach to the new enemies on all of them, began to fall an incomprehensible shadow that did not bode well. Rudin didn't understand what was wrong, but turned around and saw the reason why the sun had gone out. It became clear that something was blocking the sun's rays from above, and now they would have to continue their journey in total darkness. A huge orc emerged from the bushes. He was so big that no light could pass through him. Rudin could not have foreseen such a development, and now he stood there unable to find the words to describe his shock. The young man was counting on his friend to explain the reason, because, judging by the look on his face, he knew what was wrong. Toka said it was what they talked about last time. It was a powerful new monster that appeared if too many individuals were destroyed. Now even the commander couldn't tell them what they should do to save themselves. He admitted that he had never encountered such a thing, and that previously he had only heard rumours of such a thing occurring. As long as the monster did not move, it was only necessary to carefully retreat, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. But the orc wasn't about to let his opponents get away. He was serious about destroying his assailants. Rudin nervously noted that the monsters that were chasing them should have caught up by now. He looked up and saw that the monster had already put its foot on him and the goblins who had not yet realized the impending danger. A huge orc crushed part of the goblin army while the rest rushed away in an attempt to save their lives. The young man didn't understand how they could get so much strength, because they were originally not much stronger than the average mercenary. But to Rudin's surprise, the monster did not continue its attack, but stopped abruptly as if someone had turned it off. The guy realized that it only moved when it made a sound, which meant that someone was actually controlling the beast. Helene tugged at the young man's shoulder and urged him to run rather, taking advantage of the pause. She tried to hurry her friend along as she realized they would be going right after the goblins on the orc's list of victims. The silence didn't last long, and soon the pig came to life again and made a sound that was usually followed by an attack. Finally, the rest of the orcs appeared in the clearing, including the one who was controlling the monster. Rudin realized that there was not a moment to lose, and he had to get rid of those who had caused so much trouble. He threw himself into the fight while applying the knowledge he had gained from the experienced mercenaries during their trek. Judging by the way the guy was handling it, he had learned the lesson well, and now there was no doubt that he had pumped up his abilities. It wouldn't have been so bad if the orcs hadn't arrived at the clearing, despite the fact that their numbers were many times smaller than originally. Looking at the fruits of his labour, he realised that he had become many times stronger than he was even 10 days ago. Helen saw the young man's fatigue and decided to ask if he was all right, but he only sighed and said that it was the number of attackers that decided everything. Their work was truly great, for they were preventing the cub from giving orders to the huge orc with all their might. The guy was determined, because he knew that their fight could not last long. Helen was interested in what her friend had said. She'd never heard of anyone controlling a big guy before. Rudin pointed at the monster and drew the young lady's attention to the fact that he was standing still. But it came to life immediately after the cry of a cub, who skillfully hid in the general mass of its kin. Rudin didn't have any other details, but it seemed these arguments were convincing enough for the mercenary. She decided to ask her friend about it, because she knew the peculiarities of hunters well enough during her years of work in the ranks. Celia was busy. She and the others fought the attacking orcs non-stop, fighting back with her sword. At half-time, she had agreed with Rudin's version, and now set her sights on destroying the one who had brought them so much trouble. Toka supported the boys' plan. The forces were at their limit, and soon they would not be able to repel attacks. Like the others, I had no more strength to run, which meant it was time to solve this problem once and for all. Since everyone was in agreement, Helen urged them to get active and now go to their bank. The plan. Rudin was concerned about what they would have to do with the rest, because in his opinion that didn't solve the problem as a whole. Helen explained that orcs lived by the rules of nature, and that if their commander was defeated, the others would flee. The guy was glad to hear this and decided it was time to step on while ignoring the huge monster. Now the friends had to break through the cordon of orcs and get to the commander-in-chief. Toka suggested that everyone act at the same time, as it was the only thing that could help them achieve their goal. The commander's eyes burned with fire, and it was immediately obvious that the stakes of this plan were high. He would either emerge victorious or forfeit his life. The friends rushed at the orcs, causing them to have an ambiguous reaction. The cub stood far from the line of defense and continued to command his army, which obeyed him unconditionally. Sensing danger approaching, the big guy grunted loudly and his eyes lit up as if he had gained new strength. Toka urged everyone to ignore the reanimated giant and to continue advancing as they had prevaricated earlier. The guy was a seasoned mercenary and realized that any action against would bring nothing but a waste of energy. That's why he insisted on doing his best now and dealing with the source of their troubles. The giant brought his axe high above his head and prepared to hit the guys who were running below like bugs. The impact hit the ground and the force of it threw the boys up, and now it was barely possible for them to continue on their way. Rudden couldn't believe that a shockwave could do such a thing because the force of the impact was so great. Now the monster was trying to hit with his huge fist as the guy who had not yet come from the effects of the last blow. He actually managed to launch an attack that threw the young man off the battlefield. The boys stopped too. They did not yet know what had happened to Rudin, but they realized that their old plan seemed to be interfered with. Finally, Helen noticed that she was missing Ruden, who was nowhere to be seen, which meant something had happened to him. In the distance, she saw her friend lying on the ground calling for help. The girl could not understand how the young man could be so far away in such a short time. The young mercenary checked his vitals and was horrified. He had almost lost all of his health as a result of the blow. Looking after the orc, the guy realized that ignoring the monster would not work as it was incredibly strong and fast. Rudin coughed and couldn't catch his breath. Now he had to drink the elixir to recover. He called up the inventory and pulled from the supplies a bottle of magical liquid that was supposed to make him feel better. But suddenly his body shook, and before he could take a sip of his drink, his hands stopped obeying him. The bottle jumped out of his hands and shattered right in front of his eyes, preventing him from drinking the healing potion. Rudden looked fearfully at the shards and realized that he would not be able to regain his health quickly. He was ready to burst into tears because such a bottle cost a fortune. Looking at the approaching orc, the young man realized that now he had no chance for a mistake and all his actions should be double thought. The orc was completely unconcerned with his opponent's problems and moved forward, taking advantage of the confusion. Now they stood opposite each other, and Rudin sincerely did not understand what he should do to restore himself. Any blow from the enemy could have irreparable consequences, and this time there's no guarantee he'll be reborn. The problem didn't go away, and he decided that since one elixir was gone, he could use another. He shouted loudly to Toka, asking if they had any elixir left. The answer did not please the young man. So an unexpected genius idea occurred to the guy as he looked at the impenetrable forest. He realized that with such a huge size, it would be hard for the orc to find him under the trees, and thus he had a chance of escape. Without wasting a moment, the young man rushed away from the clearing to hide among the trees. The girls had missed the moment when their friend had disappeared from sight and were now absent-mindedly searching for him amongst everyone. Suddenly, Helen saw that the guy was hurriedly moving away from the battlefield in the direction of the forest. Noticing that the young lady was looking at him, Rudin explained that he needed to heal and then he would return. As he ran away, he could hear the discontent of his team, which was caused by a complete misunderstanding of the young mercenary's actions. But soon the guy realized that it all looks like he left the battlefield and ran away, leaving his friends to their fate. But on the other hand, with his health the way it is, he'd be a liability to the whole team. But explaining about healing to level up wasn't the time he this, so it was better to recover and come back. Soon he saw that 2 orcs had appeared in his field of vision and were walking leisurely along the forest path. But even they could not stop the young man, so he went straight ahead and passed the monsters while eliminating them. Looking at the result of his work, Rudin realized that he had done the right thing because it was the only way to make everything as safe as possible. The guy opened his score window and saw that he had gained enough experience points to advance to the next level. Soon he would be moving to the 14th level, and now his thoughts were occupied with the question of what to improve on this time. Now he was thinking about what to spend the skill points on so he could properly dispose of them when the time came. Suddenly, the guy noticed that sparks were coming out of his hand that he hadn't noticed a minute ago. The hand continued to emit currents, and the young man was confused because he had never encountered such a thing before. The status window also began to go out before it also sparked and flickered as if someone had turned it off. Rudin did not understand what was the matter, for at this rate he would soon be without his favourite assistant. Figures were changing and all could not stop to show new values of indicators. Sparks began to rise into the sky and Rudin begged for everything that was happening to stop immediately. The guy stood shocked in front of the status window, and it was as if everything that had happened to him was in the past. Now everything was normal, and only the young man's shock and a slight tremor in his body reminded him of the strange events. Skill points instantly changed and lightning bolts from his hands. All of this was at the very least unusual and in no way explainable. The young man remembered Helen asking him to crumble the stone she had given him. But no matter how hard he tried, nothing came out, and Rudin decided that it was simply impossible and should leave this idea. But the girl resentfully wondered at the disbelief of the guy who no longer hoped that he could pull off such a stunt. To distract himself from the problem, he asked his friend what an aura was and how to work with it. But at that moment, the young man only knew that it could make the sword sharper and generally increase strength. Helen didn't understand the problem, for in general terms, her student knew roughly what she was going to talk about. Then Toka added that this skill is great with cross-swordsmanship and will help enhance his skills. Rudin decided to ask his mentor how he would realize he had mastered such an indispensable technique. He didn't know if the goal could be considered accomplished if he finally succeeded in crushing the stone. He also wondered if this skill would be applied automatically without any effort. Celia claimed that once he had mastered his aura, his body might glow or he might hear sounds. Something will tell him about it. Standing in the clearing and looking out the status window, Rudin decided that what had happened to him might be the new skill. He was already imagining how he could easily fight orcs with a new level when suddenly someone grunted behind him. He turned around and saw the orcs who had finally managed to catch up with him and were about to attack the fugitive. Unfortunately for Rudin, he still hadn't managed to reach his goal, which meant he couldn't engage them in battle. There was no way out, and the guy decided to drink elixir to restore health and raise his level in battle. He commanded the inventory to give him the coveted vial, and it immediately appeared in his hand. The young man thought that along with the aura, he would only be left with healing as suddenly something happened to him. A huge orc had attacked him, and now with such wounds and complete lack of health, his song was over. The orc walked through the forest and cleared a path with his axe, so that his clumsy limbs would not obstruct his path. As for Rudin, it seemed that he was already in the best of worlds and could not be helped. The friends had not yet realized what had happened, and still had not given up hope of finding their comrade. Helen resented the fact that the boy had run off alone, because he could easily find more trouble on his neck. Finally, in the distance, she saw the body and, looking questioningly at her comrades, asked why it was there that he had collapsed. It was a disappointing conclusion, but the girl didn't want to believe that the guy could have left them. Soon both Celia and Toka realized what the matter was, but still shouted the young man's name in hope. Goosebumps ran through their bodies at the sight of the immobile body that lay helplessly on the shards of elixir. There was no choice left, and the comrades headed closer to find out for sure what could have happened. Toka wouldn't let Helen get any closer, explaining that with an injury like that there was little chance and they should leave him. The orcs continued to pursue them, and they had no time for pity. They had to save their lives at any cost. The mentor continued to hustle the shocked girls even though he himself needed encouragement. The orcs watched from the bushes and now seemed satisfied that their revenge had been accomplished. Among them was the cub, who was now pleased with himself for repaying the pain he'd inflicted on him. It wasn't long before Rudin woke up and howled at the pain and memories that wouldn't let him go. Now he sat alone in the clearing and thought that everything that had happened to him was just a bad dream that had fortunately ended. Distractedly looking around, he tried to remember where he was and what exactly had happened to him. In scraps of memories, he saw a huge orc walking through the woods, giving him an injury that was incompatible with life. He also remembered that he had been attacked from behind when his health was quite at its limit. The guy carefully examined his body and saw that there were no wounds on it, and only torn clothes reminded him of what had happened. Rudin tried to realize how long he had been unconscious and what had happened after everything. No concrete plan had appeared in his head yet, and he looked around confusedly, assuming he'd find some clue. To begin it, the young man opened the status window and decided to start by examining his stat. Judging from what was written, he had risen to the 17th level, and that was the only reason why he was able to heal from such a wound. But the guy still didn't understand what the matter was, because in theory there could not be any level increase after the death. Remembering the battle with the orcs, he also tried to understand how he managed to make such a breakthrough if he had been unconscious for so long. In general, the status window did not give any new information, and we could only hope that everything would clear up soon. To piece the pictures together, he opened a skill window that would give information on what was new on this level. Looking through the tables, he came across a resurrection that helped wounds heal faster. The boy assumed that was what had helped him. He had not seen the skill of a body overflowing with life before, and soon found out that he had mastered this skill while unconscious. But the fact remained unchanged. Rudin was alive and unharmed, and in general, it was absolutely unimportant what exactly helped him in this. Joyful, he fell to the ground and was now determined to enjoy every minute that was destined for him. But the calm didn't last long. As he lay behind the bushes, he saw that the orcs were very close to him. The young man looked out, and his assumption was confirmed. The monsters were heading somewhere and had miraculously missed him. Hiding behind a tree, he realized that this area was teeming with various forest creatures, and he had to get out of here as soon as possible. But any sloppy movement could give the guy away, and he decided to sit quietly and wait for the moment they left. But the plan was destined to fail because one of the orcs spotted him in the thicket and pointed out to the others where the new enemy was. Rudin immediately realized that he was in a bad way, because not only did he not remember what had happened to him, but he was also outnumbered. But contrary to bad predictions, the orcs were pointing in a different direction. A tray of hot food caught their attention. To the young man's relief, they were glad to have gotten food and not to have discovered their old enemy. Rudin peeked out to assess the situation and decided that the cub controlling the huge monster was not here. The boy thought for a second. The memories didn't leave him, and after a while he recognized that it was useless to fight the giant beforehand. His movements were much faster than the young mercenary had originally anticipated. Plus, besides the mane, there was an army of other monsters that were also a problem for friends. There were so many small ones that even if there wasn't a big guy, the team wouldn't have been able to break through them. Rudin watched the monsters having fun and realized that he couldn't stay where he was, so he had to think of something. And it's something that's only connected to him and those around him. Unfortunately, the people who could have helped him were not around. At the thought of this group, he began to wonder where the boys had gone and how fate had dealt with them. Wondering about it, Rudin began to drive away these thoughts, because the first priority for him became the safety of his own life. The only two thoughts that came to mind were to try to hide in the forest or to use the full potential and get out of the trap himself. The orcs were not going to leave. On the contrary, there were more and more of them in the clearing where they shared their food. Rudin tried to count them at first, but finally concluded that there were too many for him alone. Thinking over his every move, he realized that he would not be able to escape unnoticed and would surely be caught in the clutches of the monsters. Which means the only chance of escape is to hide from their eyes and wait for them to get smaller. The young man's subconscious was painting horrible pictures. He imagined Helen and Celia trying their best to resist their enemies. Almost clearly he saw Toka, whose face was twisted with horror and the realization of impending doom. Imagining how the bodies of his friends were destroyed by orcs, he decided that he could not save himself alone, and therefore must find his team at any cost. But a healthy amount of selfishness still said that first of all he should have thought of himself without letting the guy make a decision. Rudin sadly realized that the two most understandable options did not suit him at all. Looking at the orcs, he still decided he had to deal with the situation and save his friends who might be in danger. Rudin began to ponder. The monsters had thought him dead and he was of no interest to them now. But if they get him, this time they will not be saved and everything will end sadly. Attacking the cub also made no sense because on its defense stood a giant to fight with which it would be useless. There remained only one conclusion which did not please Rudin's full enthusiasm. In order to survive, he needed to get rid of the huge orc that still posed a danger. The thought of the team didn't let go of the guy either. He could only wonder if they had all survived. In his head, the guy imagined that he had slain the giant, but there was still the question of what to do with the rest of them. His friend's words echoed in his head and he remembered that if the leader was defeated, the subordinates would flee. It was the only chance. He realized that the cub had only become the ringleader because he could control the big guy. Thus, to solve the problem, it was necessary to deal with the huge monster first. In the thicket, Rudin heard some sound that distracted him from devising an ingenious plan. Turning around, he saw the girl who had put down another monster and now stood in front of the guy exhausted. She ahed and wailed that her strength was running out and she couldn't fight anymore. Suddenly, she saw Rudin standing in front of her. The girl turned pale as if she had seen a ghost. She couldn't even say 2 words out of shock and only shouted that she didn't understand how the young man had managed to survive. Rudin stared in surprise at the young woman whose clothes were torn and who was covered in mud. He did not recognize the old acquaintance. This infuriated Helen and she began to yell loudly, resenting that the guy didn't recognize her like that. Looking at the young lady, Rudin began to rejoice, but didn't fully believe that his friend was standing right in front of him alive. The girl, on the other hand, continued to resent that thanks to the guy they had to suffer a lot, and that they were still trapped by the orcs. She said that while the young man was out, the orcs chased them through the forest for days and she barely escaped. During another attack, they had to split up to disperse the enemy army. Anticipating the guy's question, she immediately said she didn't know the fate of the other members of the group. She, however, was having a hard time all this time. She was caught in the rain, and for a long time she struggled to get away from the enemy. Rudin could not believe that so much time had passed, for he felt that he had been gone only a few hours. She grabbed the guy by the scruff of his neck and started shaking him, accusing him of being the one to get them into such trouble. The young mercenary tried to calm the girl down, but it was useless because she wouldn't listen to him. She thought back to the words about easy money that everyone had bought into and followed the young man. And now their life was full of misery and hardship. For some days they are forced to run through the forest dirty and hungry. Rudin tried his best to stumble backward, so as not to incur more wrath, but he stumbled and fell to the ground. During the fall, he had hit his head on a rock under his foot and now lay senseless on the ground. Helene was frightened that she might lose her only ally in this forest and began to question him about what was happening to him. Looking at the convulsions of the young man, she was afraid that he would lose his life again and leave her alone in this mysterious forest. A strange sound came from afar, which the boys were even more cautious about. Somewhere in the distance came the swans of explosions and an army of orcs rushing somewhere trying to save their miserable lives. Following them came the stomping of fleeing monsters who were all taking their feet away. Helen realized that none of this boded well and needed to get away quickly to avoid getting trapped again. But it was too late, for the monsters had already appeared in the clearing and were rushing toward her and Rudan, who was lying there. Helen began to try to bring her friend to his senses, realizing that they would soon face a logical ending if they did nothing. But the boy didn't answer and lay silently with his face pressed into the ground, showing no signs of waking up. There was less and less time left, because such an army could easily wipe them out and leave no memories. Helen had no choice left, so she apologized to the young mercenary and hurriedly fled the scene. The orcs noticed the young man lying senseless, who even from their approach did not hurry to come to his senses. They approached and scrutinized Ruden's body, which was still lying motionless. Standing around, they did not understand what they should do with such a find. To bring the guy to his senses, they decided to kick him, but there was no result. The conclusion was self-evident, and now one of the orcs began to prepare an axe to deal with the young man's body. He had already raised the weapon high above his head, when suddenly something stopped him and prevented him from moving. The rest of the orcs also began to look around, trying to find the source of the strange sound. Soon he himself appeared in the clearing. It was Toka, who was hurrying away from a group of orcs chasing him. Everyone watched carefully as the guy forgot about everything in the world and ran away trying to save his life. Soon the orcs decided to return to what they had been interrupted from, but it was too late, for their prey had vanished. The monsters stood and looked amongst themselves, trying to find who could have seen the guy disappear. Ruden was saved by Halin, who did her best to get the young man away from the scene of the massacre. She claimed that they had only escaped because of Toka's appearance, which had distracted the orcs' attention. The girl still did not understand what was going on with the young man, because he was paralyzed and could not answer her. She knew something was wrong, but she didn't know what it was, so she couldn't help her friend's condition. Seeing him shaking, Helen decided that it was because of his blow that went straight to his head. The situation was deplorable because they had no aids that could improve the guy's condition. At last, the trembling in Ruden's body subsided, and a slight shadow of hope dawned on Helen that his comrade would come to his senses after all. She started trying to rouse the guy again, expecting him to give her some kind of answer now, but the situation only worsened, and the body began to shake with renewed vigor, tossing from side to side. This startled the girl, and she jumped away in shock so she wouldn't get it. Soon the convulsions subsided, and Helen continued to watch the strange behavior of her comrade, who was still unconscious. But there were still strange movements in front of my eyes, and I could only wonder what it was and whether it would happen again. After a while, the young man got up and sat in the lotus posture, but apparently he was still in a deep sleep. Finally he got up and stretched lazily, and said that he had had a great night's sleep and regained his strength. Helene ran over to Ruden to examine the wound on his head, which was the reason it had taken him so long to regain consciousness. But to the girl's surprise there was no injury, and the boy looked at her questioningly, demanding an explanation. Helene said he hit his head on a rock and took a long time to recover from the force of the blow. Ruden scratched the bruise and said that apparently the injury was not serious and had been healed by quality sleep. The girl came closer, making it clear that such an explanation would not suit her, and that the guy should rather explain what had happened. The pressure of the young lady frightened him, and he could hardly say anything sensible. Helen realized that everything he had said was a lie, and demanded that the young man confess who he really was. She assured me that she had noticed something wrong from the beginning, and had been convincing herself all along that she was just imagining things. The young lady spoke of seeing everything with her own eyes as the boy behaved during the movements of the huge orc. She had seen with her own eyes how his body had been split in two, and now after a while everything had healed, and not a single scratch was left. And now the same thing happened. There was a strange sound, and all the injuries disappeared as if they had never happened. She thought back on the experience and realized that was how it worked. As soon as the guy slept, any injuries would heal and no longer cause discomfort. Helen wanted to know exactly what Ruden was hiding from her, and who he really was. She crossed her arms over her chest and waited for the specific explanation she definitely deserved for his saved life. Ruden assured that it was all the effect of one of the skills he had acquired through training and hunting. But even this explanation did not impress the girl. She thought that it was all nonsense and it couldn't be. Looking at his saviour, Ruden realized that it was pointless to lie, and he was already tired of making up excuses. For a second, he imagined what would happen if he finally opened up to Helen and no longer had anything to hide. He decided to start by explaining what a skill is from his perspective and how he came to it in the first place. Ruden assured me that all these abilities come from the skills it takes to learn how to do something new. The answer satisfied the girl, but she was eager to continue and move toward the guy with vigor. He went on to say that his level depends on catching monsters, the increase of which determines his strength and abilities in general. Helen didn't understand anything, but she couldn't interrupt her companion because what he was saying was at least unusual. Seeing that more details should be given, Ruden said that this was part of his unique abilities that they had talked about earlier. Ruden looked directly into the girl's eyes, and judging by her look, she still didn't understand anything. She thought that since the young man had such unique abilities, he should be able to easily deal with the oncoming orcs. The guy began to justify himself by saying that his power is not everything, and in reality everything is much more complicated than it may seem. Helen remembered how the young man had been resurrected, and asked for more explanations about it, but he himself had no idea of the process. This infuriated Helen, and she grabbed the young man right by the hair to flutter him once more. She was furious that she didn't fully understand what was going on, and how exactly the young mercenary managed to pull off such tricks. There was no more anger left, and the girl fell to her knees, complaining about her hunger. This problem Rudin could solve without difficulty, and summoning the inventory decided to find something edible in it. He handed the girl the leftover meat he had been saving for when the food supply got really bad. Without waiting for the end of the sentence, she grabbed the offered pieces and began to eat them, savouring the first thing that came into her mouth of the day. Rudin also remembered that the girl had asked him to deal with the orcs, and he seemed to have his own thoughts on the matter. He recalled that while he was out of his mind, his companions could not get out of the forest. The three of them fought with all their might, but nothing good came out, and the monsters continued to attack without sparing the enemy. He decided that in difficult and almost desperate situations his friends needed his intervention. Helen didn't wait for the end of the guy's speech and hurried over to see if he had managed to come up with anything. Rudin assured that there was indeed a way in his mind that could help them get out of this situation. He pointed to the orc that towered over the trees and said that the only chance to escape was to capture the giant. The idea seemed unrealistic to Helen, and yet she questioned her friend in the back of her mind, hoping to hear a different answer. Rudin focused the girl's attention on the fact that the monster moved and attacked not by its own will, but by the will of its leader. It was a small orc cub, thanks to which the guys were in a nearly hopeless situation. He recalled that last time they had decided to attack the small one, but the large one had managed to thwart them. In addition, the cub was accompanied by an army of orcs who would certainly not give offence to their commander-in-chief. Rudin suggested attacking the Orc King from behind so that his puppeteer would not notice the impending attack, and then destroy it, depriving it of any chance of attack from the other side. Helen realised what her friend was getting at, and that logically the remaining orcs would scatter. The girl couldn't understand how Rudin wanted to capture the giant who had caused so much trouble. Helen interrupted her friend's thought and asked for water to wash down the little food she had. Rudin handed her a mug, and the girl began to greedily devour the water as if they had never seen it before. When she was drunk, she said she couldn't help the plan with her shooting because her arrows couldn't penetrate such thick skin. She still insisted that they needed to use their latent abilities and come up with something based on them. Rudin shrugged and said the easiest thing to do would be to just stab the giant. But Helen argued that the orc's skin was too rough and their swords wouldn't be able to inflict any effect that could help them. This young man did not think about it, and now in his head were rushing thoughts about how to defeat the huge enemy. The girl was disappointed by the suggestions. Although the guy did not sit idly by, he never managed to come up with anything worthwhile. But after a moment, Rudin stopped her by saying that he had an idea that might be effective. The young mercenary took time to think, but Helena couldn't calm down and pressed the guy for details. But the man was in no hurry to answer, and continued to ignore the nervous questions in order to properly consider each decision. It occurred to him that the orcs bore an uncanny resemblance to pigs, and so in behaviour must be similar to them. In his head he pictured ordinary piglets and tried to figure out how he could trap this animal. But Rudin's knowledge of pig breeding was scanty, and he knew only that this animal was often used for slaughter. He remembered from videos on the internet that the pigs were first put on a conveyor belt, which is where it all started. After that it fell into a special mechanism that securely fixed it and did not allow to make unnecessary movements. After that, a stun gun was lowered to the side of its neck, which silenced the animal and finally deprived it of the ability to escape. It was this charge that set the final stage in the very predictable fate of the farm animal. It struck Rudin that he had recently seen something similar to an electric shock, and it could be useful to him. He realised that what had happened to him earlier was an aura phenomenon that he could now easily use to defeat his opponent. The boy threw off Helen's hand and tried to show what he had learned by accident. Staring at his hand, he began to focus and make loud noises to thus gain new power. The girl didn't understand what was going on, and the young mercenary explained that he was trying to awaken her aura in this way. But all attempts were empty, and no matter how hard the young man tried, he could not get anything good. But Rudin was not going to give up and continued to shake the air with all his might under the bewildered gaze of the young lady. Looking at the futile attempts, she decided to ask her friend if he was sure he had managed to master such a skill. Rudin insisted that he was doing well and that it happened the moment he ran off into the woods. He said that if you hit an orc with an aura-enhanced sword, you'd probably be able to incapacitate it. Helen realised that things wouldn't go any further without her help, and decided to teach her apprentice the basics of using aura. Rudin's reaction to such a suggestion was doubtful, for the girl herself did not possess such skills, but she knew more than he did. She insisted that she had seen a lot of things during her time as a mercenary, and her experience allowed her to say such things. The girl took Rudin's hand and asked him to close his eyes to show him something. The boy's imagination was drawing quite different pictures, and he decided that the young lady wanted to kiss him, so he was in no hurry to obey her order. Ignoring his exclamations, she insisted on closing her eyes, after which the guy had to inhale deeply and exhale slowly. In a slow voice, the girl asked him not to think about anything, and to focus only on the sensations in his body. But he didn't feel anything specific, and generally decided it was some kind of meditation he didn't like. Helen asked the student if he was able to concentrate because their process didn't end with meditation. At last, Rudin decided to do what the girl had said, so as not to offend her and not to get an earful in between. Plus, she was clearly worried about the guy's condition and had already tried to help him more than once. After falling into a trance, he opened his eyes and saw a familiar picture. He was drowning again, just like the time he lost his life and was reborn. He heard Helen's voice asking the young mercenary if he was ready. The young man began to thrash about. He said that there was only darkness around him and he could not do anything. The girl pretty much concluded that they had succeeded, and now the guy was in a state of concentration. The words surprised Rudin. This had never happened to him before, and now he was very interested in the process. Helen talked about how this was the last step before mastering the aura, and now he should listen to her especially carefully and perform it. To begin with, the girl suggested that the guy imagine that his body is just a garment that has no physical attire. But no matter how hard Rudin tried to imagine it, he couldn't make it out, but he still tried to understand what his mentor wanted from him. He had to imagine that the consciousness was separated from the body, which was in essence only a shell. After that, he had to feel his soul and visualize it in great detail. Rudin still didn't understand how to do it either, and apologized to the young lady for not being able to follow her instructions. He claimed that, as a hardened realist, it was very difficult for him to imagine what was going on. Suddenly, he saw a huge glowing ball on his stomach and soon realized that it was speaking in his voice and transmitting his thoughts. Now he was truly separated from his body and could see it from the outside. All of this made Rudin uneasy, and he started thrashing around demanding an explanation of what had happened to him. Helen reassured him, saying that, from what he said, everything was going according to plan and that this nightmare would soon be over. She insisted that the young man remain calm and not give in to the panic that would ruin everything, and added that if the guy didn't listen to her, he could stay on that step forever and never come out of the coma. To achieve the result was necessary calmness, which, by the way, the young man did not possess at all. Finally, she gave the command for the soul to return to the body again, reunited as one. All of this seemed very strange because Rudin himself did not understand how he had originally managed to separate. He rummaged about himself and could not understand what he had to do to achieve the desired result. He decided to ask Helen, who was supervising him in this difficult process, for clues, but the girl couldn't say anything specific. Trying to enter the body shell, the orb crashed into the skin with all its might, but nothing happened. After a few tries, it became clear to him that he was doing something wrong or the girl had told him the wrong information. She didn't understand what she should do and how to help the guy, because she didn't know any of these techniques. She shrugged and said that she hadn't seen any problems at this point before, but those words didn't reassure Rudin, stuck behind the lofts of reason. Helene took the boy by the face and angrily muttered that everything is learned in battle, including such a difficult process. To avoid hitting the dirt, she took a pause for decision-making and was now remembering everything she knew about the aura and its mastering. Rudin had no choice but to wait patiently for his friend to come back to him with a logical answer. As he looked around, he realized that this place was familiar to him and he had been here before. He remembered that his rebirth had started from this very spot and decided that someone had decided his fate for him and given him a chance at a new life. As he thought about God and how incomprehensible it all was to him, his foot began to vaporize, shimmering with golden light. Now the guy's soul has realized that there is no time to look for solutions and is necessary to think of something not to disappear at all. With the last of his strength, he began to call his friend for help to explain to him how to deal with such situations. The girl could not understand what had happened to Rudin, because with his process, everything was going smoothly at first. The young man yelled that his body was disappearing, and pretty soon he would be without both legs. The girl seemed to know exactly what was going on, but only concluded that things were bad for them. She remembered that being in this state for so long would cause one to become a vegetable. The prospect frightened the boy, and now he wanted to know what exactly he should do to prevent such a thing from happening. But the young lady had no answer. Her knowledge was limited to the fact that such cases did not end happily. She insisted that there was only one way to stop it, and that was to return to her own body. But Rudin himself understood this. But the only problem was that he didn't understand how to realize it at all. Looking at the mouth of his body shell, he decided that if he got in there, he could probably stop the process. He was afraid that after meditation he could remain absorbed in his own body, and then he would never return. When he looked back, he saw that already half of his torso was gone, which meant time was playing against him. The boy outside everything was unchanged. Helen was worried about her friend's fate, but unfortunately there was nothing she could do. Apparently the penetration did not help the young man much, because after his feet began to vaporize in his hands, he showed his mouth again and asked Helen what he should do once he was inside. The girl said that inside he should move to the side whose hand he first felt the power of. He clenched his miraculously surviving hand into a fist, and now he had at least some plan of action. As he thought back to that day, he remembered that it was his left hand. That's where his path was supposed to go. Currents immediately passed through the limb, and it began to feel like the young man was doing everything right. Lying at Helen's feet, he began to scream loudly from the tension that overwhelmed him. The girl herself was afraid to interfere. She could only cross her fingers and hope that everything would go well. After a while, she still decided to try to reach out to her friend and ask about his condition. There was no response, and she began to shake the young man's body, hoping to get some sound. In desperation, she decided to slap him, but no sooner had her hand reached the guy's face than he stopped her with his hand. Rudden opened his eyes and said in his most displeased tone that it was unacceptable to hit people like that. The girl explained that she was afraid he might turn into a vegetable, but the guy insisted that the punch would have done nothing to prevent it. Finally coming to her senses, she demanded details about the fact that his body had begun to disappear. Before beginning the story, Rudin rose to his feet to check that everything was working well and not causing any discomfort. Everything was working smoothly, and now both of them were surprised by it, although deep down they were happy. Helen soon realized that everything had worked out, which meant her advice had really helped, and all the worry was unnecessary. Rudin still had a question about what it all meant, because he didn't feel anything special afterward. To see if any changes had occurred, he called up the skills window and scrutinized it. He couldn't find anything similar to the aura skill on the list, and was even a little frustrated that he had overcome much to no avail. Helen didn't understand, because the guy had previously claimed that he had already used such abilities. But Rudin justified himself by saying that last time it was unintentional, and he wasn't sure if it was really the same. The words that the young man might have accidentally learned something made the girl shudder. It was a special, complex process for her, requiring time and concentration. The guy pondered what had happened to him then, and how to deal with what he had been through after all. There was no explanation, and he assumed it was because he had made a mistake somewhere, and that's why it didn't work out. Helen reminded the guy of what she'd told him last time, and suggested he use it to sort himself out. Rudin looked at her, puzzled, and couldn't understand what the mercenary was talking about. The girl held out a fist with something clenched in it. It looked like she wanted to test her friend's skills. There was a rock in the palm of her hand, and she offered to crack it like they did last time they practiced. Doubtfully, the boy took the stone and began to try to put all the effort they had talked about earlier. Electric currents began to appear again behind the young mercenary's back, and he himself felt a slight tingling in his body. With some effort, the stone broke into 2 pieces, and he himself was surprised at his result. Rudin, looking at Helen, he decided to tell her that he could still feel the electricity in his hands. Helen didn't understand what exactly he was talking about and stepped closer and asked him to show her exactly what was bothering the guy. But no matter how hard she tried to see what the matter was, her eyes could not see any current her buddy was talking about. The girl shrugged and decided that it was probably the fact that only those who used it could see the aura. In any case, she was glad it had worked out and was now hurrying the young man to get his sword out as soon as possible. She assured me that since the guy had learned such a serious skill, it was time to put it into practice and practice. Like a true mentor, she scrutinized her students' every action sitting on a rock nearby. She suggested that the young man start by chopping down trees with his weapon to see how the new abilities worked. Helen argued that he should do the same thing he did when the stone was split, but such explanations were too vague. At Rudin's displeasure, she shrugged and said it was okay for him to just try it and see if it worked. The young man realized that there was nothing wrong with the young mercenary's advice and decided to trust her. He drew his sword and began to remember everything he had learned in the past days. He split the air, leaving behind a streak of light, and waited for the result. A second later, there was an explosion, which meant that he had succeeded and the experiment had been successful. Looking at the aftermath of his attack, he himself did not fully believe that he had managed to achieve such heights. Helen praised her friend, saying that he was a very fast learner, and not everyone could do so well the first time. But in her opinion, there were still things to work on. The damage was a little weak, but that could be put down to distance. But even this small disadvantage did not diminish the merits of the young man, because other mercenaries had to train for years to achieve something like this. Before Helen could finish speaking, Rudin looked through her with a pale expression. All he could say was that things were bad again. He birthed that they are trapped, and now they are caught, and there is almost no way out of the situation. The young lady could not understand what trouble her comrade was talking about, clutching her head with her hands. But soon she realized that she had to turn around, and now there was no doubt that the young man was right. Helen realized she had made a huge mistake when she gave in to her emotions and started making noise. In front of them appeared the huge foot of an orc that was rapidly advancing on the guys. Along with him came his numerous army, whose eyes glowed in the shadows. While the couple was busy releasing and mastering the aura, the monsters had surrounded them from all sides and it was too late to escape. Helen calmed her friend and assured him that he should not give in to the fear that made his body shake. She was sure that now the orc attacks were no longer a threat to them since the guy had new unique abilities. Rudden realized that his friend was alluding to the power of the aura he had recently been able to master. It seemed that the young lady was even happy about what happened, because it was a great opportunity for the guy to practice. A great idea popped into the young man's head, and he wasted no time in asking Helen where she had put her bow and arrow. The girl looked around, confused, and finally admitted that she had lost them while running away. Unfortunately now she had nothing to fight with, because her sword was also lost somewhere. Rudden was furious because his friend's words meant that he would have to fight the orcs alone. Looking at the orc, the girl shrugged and said that either way the guy remained indebted to her for getting her into all this. But they were all in for a surprise. Celia appeared out of nowhere, preparing to attack one of the monsters. She struck the orc with a swift motion and now he had no chance of survival. Rudden and Helen looked at each other, for the attack had not been their doing, and they had not realized that Celia had rushed to their aid. The rest of the orcs were shocked by what they saw. None of them had expected that they could lose their leader so abruptly and unexpectedly. Celia showed everyone her weapons and did her best to scare away the remaining monsters. The trick worked, and the orcs began to back away to keep themselves safe, but something told them to attack. But by the time they got up the courage to attack, the young lady had already vanished. Celia again made several precision strikes and dealt with a few more monsters. Rudden and Helen watched their friend's actions in silence and, out of excitement, couldn't even try to intervene. One of the orcs crept up behind Celia and began trying to strike to avenge the girl for her comrades. But the young lady slipped out of sight again, leaving the monsters at a loss. The swordswoman again landed several blows to the expecting orcs who continued their search. The attack was worked perfectly and another group of opponents was defeated. The orcs realized that nothing good would be waiting for them and rushed away from the battlefield to escape. Rudden saw that the opponents were fleeing and were no longer interested in the guys they were originally hunting. At last Helen and Rudden recognized the girl as their acquaintance and could not believe that it was she who had saved them from death. Celia recovered from the fight and rushed over to see if the boys were okay. Rudden rushed to his friend, glad to see her at last, for he realized that there was little chance of meeting her. The girl felt the same way. For the last time she had seen the young man wounded and showing no signs of life. At last her gaze fell on Helena, who had hardly any clothes on, and the ones that were left were dirty and tattered. Rudden realized that the girls were hiding something from him, and now he couldn't wait to find out what it was. Helen rolled her eyes, and memories came flooding back at her, causing her to look away. The three of them, Toka and Celia, faced the monsters, and the girl was tasked with exploring the area to find the traps. But something told me that the only chance for salvation was to leave my friends and go on the run. Toka begged the young lady to hurry as he could not hold on much longer for lack of strength. Helena made a fateful decision and decided to leave the battlefield without notifying her comrades. The commander looked at her and did not understand what was going on and why the girl did not follow his orders. Now looking at her battle buddy, she felt an unprecedented sense of shame for her betrayal. Celia stared intently at the fugitive and didn't understand exactly what emotion she was feeling for her former friend. But to Helen's surprise, the girl handed her her bow and arrow that she had lost during her escape. The girl was at a loss. She had expected anything but mercy from those she had betrayed. Unable to cope with her emotions, the mercenary fell to her knees in front of her friend, causing Celia's incomprehension. She begged to be forgiven, for now she realized how badly she had wronged her comrades. Rudden tried to calm the girls, saying that the screams might have awakened new monsters, but Celia assured him that there was no one in the neighborhood now. But we decided it would be better to change locations to protect ourselves. The forest was now swarming with orc corpses, and it was best not to tempt fate and get away as soon as possible. Silently, they hurried to leave the dangerous places and afterwards to make a showdown. On the way, Celia admitted that she had seen her friends 2 hours ago, but decided to take a wait-and-see attitude. Throughout these days, she studied the numbers, the location and presence of traps. She found the boys then when they were talking in a clearing when suddenly orcs started to advance on them. The girl already wanted to reveal herself as suddenly the comrades began to shout, which actually revealed themselves. Celia was surprised that the guy not only managed to survive, but he was also able to master the aura. She was eager to find out what happened to the young man and how he managed to survive, because the last time they met, the young man did not give any signs of life. Rudden understood what his saviour was interested in, but he couldn't find the right words. Later he gave all the details of what had happened to him and Helena. Celia was impressed by the story and couldn't believe that the young man's wounds could just heal like that. She was also surprised that this guy was able to master the aura skills with Helena's advice. Celia didn't believe it was really possible to achieve results this way. She had never heard of such a thing before. Rudden realized that the girl was concerned that her friend's aura was still weak. If he finds himself one-on-one with an orc, it's not like he can really stand up to him. Rudin assured me that he had a special plan to increase his strength. Helen started yelling loudly and urging her friends to stop and not listen to the guy's words. She assured me that they were missing the most important and pivotal point of the conversation. The girl didn't understand why it was even necessary to get into a fight that could have been avoided. Since they now had Celia with them, it opened up new opportunities for them to not take advantage of, which was foolish to say the least. Helen added that now they needed to find Toka to finally leave the mysterious forest. The words caught the boys and they each fell into their own thoughts at the mention of their friend's name. Rudin thought it was a great idea and had already begun to think through a more detailed plan. With the orcs no longer threatening them, it was really best to find their commander and go home. But Celia timidly said they couldn't just run away because there was something she hadn't talked about before. A silent pause hung in the air and Rudin and Helen asked in one voice the reason for such words. Gaining air in her chest, Kalia said that Toka had been taken hostage by the orcs and now he needed the guy's help. She added that if the entire team didn't come for the commander, he would most likely lose his life soon. Rudin couldn't believe that his mentor, who possessed such a wealth of experience, had been captured. Helen crossed her arms over her chest and said thoughtfully that it was the first time she'd heard of such a thing. Orcs had never taken people hostage before. Celia agreed. She also knew that captivity was not a characteristic of monsters. They prefer to settle things on the spot. The girl realized that this was all the work of a baby orc and that he was clearly different from all the others. Her musings were interrupted by sounds coming from somewhere far away. It sounded like Toka. It sounded like he was being tortured. The young lady had no doubt that it was her mentor calling for help and was ready to rush to his aid. Climbing up the tree, she saw that the orcs had grabbed the guy and were now going to deal with him. Toka struggled as hard as he could and begged to be let go. He couldn't imagine what the orcs would do to him. Soon a new monster appeared beside him, holding an axe in his hands. The commander was horrified and speechless. The point glinted in the sun, and the young man realized that he was doing badly and had only a few minutes to live. But instead of finishing off the captive, the monster put down his axe and began to hurriedly leave the scene. Sella noticed an interesting pattern. As soon as Toka was silent, the monster lowered his axe, which meant that killing him was not in their plans. She realized that if these orcs were regular members of the forest, they wouldn't be so ceremonious with their prey. At last, the executioner noticed the uninvited guest and fairly pointed towards the tree where the girl was hiding. Celia immediately realized that she was caught, and now her situation was not much better than Toka's, who was still being held by the orcs. But to her surprise, the monsters turned around and slowly began to leave the clearing, taking the unfortunate Toka with them. Rudin realized that something in this story is not good, because as soon as the girl was spotted, the monsters dropped everything and began to leave. Helen didn't understand why the orcs would want a hostage or what they wanted to accomplish by doing so. Celia said that the monsters chased them through the forest for days, chasing them at every turn and not giving them a chance to rest. But at some point they got tired of not being able to catch up with their enemies and gave up on the idea. When there was no strength left, they managed to catch Toka, and to the girl's surprise, they did not kill him, but left him as a hostage. They probably decided to use the guy as bait to finally get the whole team together and attack. The girls chatted and discussed that the monsters they had encountered were far from the usual representatives of this type. Rudin realized that time was working against them and they needed to figure out how to proceed as soon as possible. He insisted that there must be a way to free Toka and finally get out of the woods. The girls were silent and looked at each other. They understood each other, but now it remained to voice their thought to Rudin. Unable to find the right words, Helen asked her friend for her thoughts on the matter, but there was no response. Celia didn't know what to do either, and for that reason alone she joined the boys. Now they were looking at Rudin, expecting that some plan might appear in his head, but Helen still made up her mind and said that they both knew the answer to how things should be done in situations like this. She was brave enough to say that the only chance we had of saving ourselves was to leave Toka in the woods. Rudin couldn't believe his friend's words. All this went strongly against his understanding of friendship and alliance. Helen figured that since the four of them couldn't stand up to the orcs now that Toka was out of the picture and messing around would be foolish, she realized that they were all too exhausted for battle, unlike the orcs who were at full alert and thus rescue was impossible. Helen was adamant that it would be suicide to expose herself to such danger. It was impossible to resist such a large number, especially since they were unusual monsters that had their own king. Sela lowered her eyes to the ground and said thoughtfully that the orc population in the area had dropped greatly after the past few days. She was sure that most all of them were now where they had caught and held Toka. This meant that the borders of the forest were weakened, and the boys could easily leave the dangerous lands. Rudin until the last thought that all this is a joke, because the girls could not just leave their comrade to his fate. The boy believed that neither the number nor the strength of the king should not frighten his friends because the commander's life was at stake. When the young man was out and the guys decided that he was finished, there were really a lot of difficulties. He himself realized that rescuing Toka was almost unrealistic since everyone was terribly tired from days spent on the run. Celia interrupted his thoughts and decided to ask Rudin what he thought about what had happened. But there was no instant answer, and the boy only stared pensively at the ground trying to find an alternative. He thought back to the day he brought the guys into the forest to make some easy money and practice his unique abilities. Then Rudin made his friends believe that they would soon become rich and fulfill their most cherished dreams. Helen had warned that these places were too dangerous and that preserving life was more expensive anyway. Celia agreed with her friend because no one in their guild had ever dared to go that far. On that unfortunate day, the guy was only interested in the fact that he couldn't get his friends to support him in his new adventure. Only Toka volunteered to carry out the plan. He was not afraid to look fear in the eye and forget about safety. Rudin still seemed to remember the dazzling smile of the mentor who had sided with him. The young man realized that the only one who believed in him was now in great danger and it was all his fault. After the commander supported him, Rudin had no way of deciding to leave him captive and just leave the forest. Helen did, but the young mercenary assured that he was simply misunderstood, and in fact there was a way out of this situation. He opened the status window and hurriedly began studying his stats, trying to calculate something like a mathematician. His status was at level 13, but all that didn't take into account that he had mastered new abilities that increased his strength. He also still had 20 points that he had saved up for magic, but to save his friend he decided to spend them on strength. There was a sudden pop that occurred almost in the hands of the young man himself. The girls put their hands forward trying to escape the gust of wind and dust that was caused by the blast wave. Rudin shook as he usually did when he increased his level due to the points he had accumulated. Helen and Celia watched in surprise as something was happening to their friend, but they didn't know exactly how they could help him. Helen recognized something familiar in the process. For a second she thought she had seen something like it before. At last the process was over and Rudin appeared before the girls unharmed. They did not yet know that their friend's strength was now increased. The guy himself immediately felt the change that had happened to him. He felt with every cell of his body that he had done the right thing. Finally coming to his senses, he saw a rock that lay nearby behind his back. He boldly walked toward him, causing Helen to be confused and unsure of how to interpret his comrade's actions. Rudin walked over to the rock and put his hands on it, trying to put his new skills into practice. A moment more and the cobblestone shattered into several smaller stones that fell to the ground with a clatter. Satisfied with himself, he turned to the girls and announced that his power had increased and now saving Toka would be no problem. Helen didn't understand how the young man managed to pump himself up like that, but he claimed it was his unique ability. It was wild to her to think that a person's strength could grow at the snap of her fingers. Not waiting for an answer, she decided to drop the subject since this was not the first oddity of a friend they had encountered. Now she was in agreement that with the new power, they could really try their luck and try to rescue Toka from captivity. Celia was also supportive of her friend and decided to offer her help as well, figuring that the extra strength would come in handy. Her confidence was based on the fact that since her body's strength had increased, her aura level had risen with it and they were now safely protected. But considering the girls were exhausted after days in the woods, the only thing they could do was distract the enemy. Unlike the lad, the young lady's skills remained at the same level, and it was worth taking fatigue into account. But her friend's words angered Helen, and she began to shout that she shouldn't pretend to be a goody-goody, because she herself is not one. Celia insisted. She felt guilty for having to leave Toka and save her own life. Reminding the girl of her escape, she said that neither herself nor her mentor blamed her for having to do that. Toka probably wasn't expecting much help right now either. As an experienced mercenary, he knew that the best option was to leave him and run away. In reality, the man was really hoping for a miracle that all his friends would unite and come to his aid. Remembering his life and his experience as a mercenary, he didn't want to believe that it could end like this for him. Celia felt they owed the commander a debt of gratitude, for he had created a distraction that bought them time to hide. She feared that Helen would backtrack again and abandon her comrade to save her beloved self. The friend could not listen to this anymore, and decided that she had no arguments against it, and it was not in her rules to resist. Rudin was pleased with the outcome of the conversation, as now the whole team could go together on the operation to rescue Toka. Helene had gotten to work and was now calculating something carefully in her head, thinking out every detail of her part of the job. Holding the rope in her hands, she finally realized she couldn't do it alone, and asked for help. Rudin, this time the guy figured out that when you summon something from your inventory, you can use those items as a ladder. Helene wasn't so happy about the young man's skill because their time was limited, and she hadn't gotten any concrete help. Rudin stopped fooling around and did as his mentor told him. He wrapped the rope around the tree trunk and held the end of it out to the girl. That was the end of his work, for she promised to do the rest. She herself doubted the viability of their plan and once again asked the guy if he was sure it would work. Rudin figured they would build a large slingshot to shoot the young man himself to fly to the main orc. Helen offered to calculate any options, including what would happen if suddenly Rudin failed to reach the giant. There was also always the danger of getting the launch angle wrong and sending the guy in a completely different direction. But Rudin's attitude was militant. He believed in his strength and that even if something went wrong, he could solve any problem on the fly. Celia didn't want to rely on chance and still insisted on thinking through every detail of their plan once more. The girls were supposed to distract the giant so that Rudin himself could get close to him. But while the young man would be flying, also needed someone to distract the orc and fire in the other direction. It remained to decide exactly how to signal at the right moment so that everyone worked clearly. Celia was optimistic and suggested blowing on the leaves similar to how they had done it last time. There was only one thing to do. We had to wait for the girl to signal, and then Helen would load the slingshot. This way Rudin will be able to get close to the huge orc and strike a surprise blow. With his aura, he planned to amplify his strike and sword to wound his opponent, taking his life. Helen doubted it to the end. The whole thing seemed reckless and foolish to her. There were a lot of unspecified things. Rudin tried to calm the girl down and assured her that everything would be fine because he had unique abilities. The girl did not want to argue anymore, but still clarified what he would do in case the aura hit was not enough to win. The question made the guy think, because he could not have expected such a development. The young man decided to test his strength on a rock or a tree to make sure he didn't screw up. But Celia stopped him, saying that you can't use up the potential now, because without proper rest he's getting weaker. She had seen in the battles that the boy had not yet learned to fully control his power, and so it was not worth wasting it. Helene took the opportunity to wryly remind them that Rudin himself had said that they would only have one chance to destroy the monster or they would be screwed. The girls were also worried about what they would do in case the young man got caught in the backlash and his plan failed. Celia shrugged and said that in that case there was nothing that could be done about it. Looking at her frightened friends, she added that they should ditch Toka if Rudin starts training right now. Helene was filled with fear. On the one hand, she wanted to help her friend, and on the other hand, she wanted to save her life. She wanted to hedge on all sides and so insisted on considering any outcome of the plan. Since no one gave specifics, the girl said that in case of failure she would run away and leave everyone. Rudin tried to joke about her friend's distress, but Celia supported her because she was right. Hearing this, the guy could not believe his ears, because recently the girl supported his idea and did not say anything against it. She also recognized that the plan was shaky and terribly reckless, and it would be a miracle if they succeeded. The mercenary had originally agreed to all of this only because of Rudin's powers and abilities, which were truly unique. She finished her thought by saying that the plan was unrealistic for a normal person, but from what she knew about the guy, it could still work. Rudin fell to his knees and clutched his stomach, which hurt like hell. Celia suggested that the problem might be that the young man had eaten something wrong, but he said it wasn't that. Redder, he confessed to the girl that such an ailment he gets because of strong emotions. He decided that it was his girlfriend's words that had affected him so much and added to his head the thought of possible failure that he hadn't even considered before. The girl nodded understandingly, but in her heart she hesitated, because the explanation was very strange for a mercenary. Helene had soon finished preparing the slingshot, and now satisfied with her work, she was going to take a little break. Celia scrutinized the designer and multitasked, concluding that all that remained was to wait for the signal. After a short conversation, they noticed that the main culprit, Rudin, was absent from the scene. The fellow was not far away, and finding him, the young ladies loudly called out to him, showing the result of their labor. He himself was busy working with the stones that the inventory threw him, since he had already shown it. The guy explained that his inventory was empty, and it would be nice to fill it up to have something on hand. Helen saw her friends chatting and suggested that they not stall and start the attack. The girl had not been able to rest properly, but she couldn't sleep well either, so she decided to go. She realized that by dragging it out they might lose time, and then it would be too late for Toka to help. After a little while, Rudin escorted the girls on their way, wishing them luck with their part of the plan. They walked through the forest in silence. Each of them had thoughts in her head about what to do in case of failure. Helen decided to break the silence by asking her friend if she believed the plan her friend had proposed was realistic. Celia didn't have an answer. She decided for herself that she'd already gotten into this and now she had to finish it. In her opinion, it was too late to worry because it couldn't help them. All they had to do was concentrate and put all their remaining efforts into saving their mentor. This was the answer Helen had expected, for Celia was always confident in her actions and never doubted what she was doing. Soon the girls came across orcs who were diligently patrolling the area. Helen picked up a rock and swung it toward the monsters to distract their attention. It worked, and the orcs looked around trying to see where the blow came from. Judging by the fact that they were looking for guests on the other side of the clearing, the girls had succeeded in distracting them. Lurking in the bushes, they carefully watched what was happening and how the orcs would behave. One of the monsters noticed the rustling of leaves from above and looked up lazily. Taking advantage of the confusion, the girls swiftly dealt with the enemy who was interfering with their plan to move on. Helen dragged the body into the bushes while Celia took up an observation position in one of the tall trees. The girl landed and reported that they were almost there, but there was a huge cluster of orcs that way. Now it remained for the young ladies to find out Toka's condition, for if he was dead, the plan had to be abandoned. The mentor was alive and was making some sounds from the last of his strength. The last few days had been unusually hard. When he woke up, he saw that his hands were bound with chains, but he didn't remember what had happened to him. The last thing he managed to recover was the way he fought back when the orcs dragged him away from the clearing they had been holding him in for some time. Then a lapse in memory, and now he was chained and in the same society of monsters that continued to torment him. As an experienced mercenary, he assured that he would not submit to the orcs and would rather die than break his promise. The pigs were talking about something in their own language, and nothing could be understood from their dialogue. This made Toka even angrier, as he realized that the topic of conversation would probably concern his future fate. Looking at the way the monsters were laughing at him, he decided that they were just scaring him and enjoying the powerlessness of their captive. A strange thought flashed through his mind, and he started screaming loudly to chase it away from his head. One of the orcs walked up to the guy and gave him a punch to the face, from which he immediately passed out. At last, Celia found the prisoner, who was also their target. She pointed Helen in the direction of where Toka was, surrounded by an army of angry orcs. One of the monsters approached the guy and handed him a huge plate of food, surprising him. He smiled and laughed at the fact that he wasn't in danger of starving to death, though that didn't negate his bad intentions. Toka hadn't eaten anything in days, and right now any food would be a restaurant delicacy to him. But to his surprise, the monster was in no hurry to come closer and feed the young man, and so he began to scream loudly and beg for food. Instead of the expected meal, the orc approached some more and started punching the unfortunate fellow in the face. One by one he slapped him, while the monster enjoyed his power in front of the chained guy. Toka realized that he needed to hold out as long as possible, throwing off the remnants of his ragged dignity. The monster continued his torture once again, bringing a huge plate of food right up to the hungry man's nose. The guy realized his mistake. When he didn't move and didn't scream, no one hurt him. Food was becoming crucial to survival, and he decided it was best to slow down and submit. Toka decided that when he had eaten, he would have the strength to try to escape again. But instead of mercy, the monster clenched his fist again and began aiming directly at the unfortunate man's head. Right out from under his nose, he yanked the plate from him and threw it on the ground. Toka was exhausted and did not expect such a thing, for he sincerely hoped that the monster would have mercy on him. Celia and Helen hid in the thicket and from there watched the torment of their recent commander. Celia said it was their job now to stay out of it and wait for the moment to signal Rudin. She felt incredibly sorry for the guy because he had to endure such torment, so she decided that she needed to distract the orcs. Helen offered to throw the rock again in hopes that it might help the situation. Celia had a better plan. She decided to start a fire and attract attention. Her plan was for the orcs to abandon Toka and rush to put out the fire or run away in fear. Helen had nothing against it. After that, the girls were going to signal Rudin, who was just waiting for him to start the attack. At this time, the monsters continued to abuse the captive, and the girls realized that it was time for them to hurry up. Toka continued to scream as the monster struck. He couldn't answer it because he was still tied up. At some point, his resentment reached a boiling point and he broke the chains that kept him from moving. Now he wanted to repay his abuser in the same coin as soon as possible for all the suffering he'd caused him. The result was not long in coming, and now the offender has flown several meters away from the scene. The others, looking at this, decided that they could follow their leader's example, so they were in no hurry to attack. Helen was shocked at what was happening. She thought the commander had no more strength left to fight. Celia looked towards the clearing in surprise as well. She always kept her emotions to herself, but this time it was especially hard for her. Toka's other hand was still shackled, but now the mercenary believed in himself and his strength. Everything would have been fine, but suddenly right in front of him was the foot of a huge orc who came screaming. Seeing the leader, the rest of the group also perked up and began to prepare to teach the insolent boy a lesson. One of them pointed his hand at Toka, who was still trying to get rid of the second shackle that kept him from escaping. With his side vision, he saw that the orc already had his axe above his head and wanted to take his life. But instead of a hostage, he fell into the wood on which the chains were fastened, although Toka himself had already prepared to say goodbye to his life. Now the guy was free and could seize the moment and run away to finally secure himself. After analysing the situation, the prisoner realised that this was not a coincidence. The monster had set him free on purpose. But there was still the question of whether he could escape and what exactly the orc was trying to accomplish. No sooner had he made a decision than he was grabbed by the three without giving him a chance to escape as he had planned. They twisted Toka and laid him face down without giving him a chance to move. The axe swung over his head again, but the guy didn't want to believe that this was the last thing he'd have in store for him. He decided to beg for mercy and promise that he would do nothing more and not try to escape again. But the pleas didn't work, and the axe still loomed over his head, counting down the seconds before his death. Helene had already prepared an arrow to destroy the monster, but Celia stopped her and ordered her to stand still. She was sure there were too many orcs out there, and to give herself away meant signing her own doom. If you think about it, they were already surrounded, and to aggravate their situation would be a direct threat to Rudin, who was waiting for the signal. Helene reasoned that, on the whole, living without a hand was more realistic than not living at all because of a stupid mistake. For starters, Kalia suggested signalling Rudin and then thinking about saving Toka in the moment. The commander was also still in a desperate situation, and now he was almost resigned to his fate. Helene could no longer watch her comrades' torment and decided to act immediately. She released the arrow and hit the target exactly. The enemy was now defeated and no longer posed a threat. Toka saw the orc slumped beside him and realized that he was saved and his life was still not over. Helena started pulling out new arrows to fend off the orcs that were about to rush at her any minute. Everything was going fine, and Toka looked around hopefully to find and thank his saviour. Finally he saw that it was all the work of Helene, who was still trying to shoot back the monsters from the thicket. He couldn't believe he was seeing his friend alive, because the last time they met she betrayed them and ran away. In response to Sally's displeasure, the girl said that she couldn't just watch her battlemate's limbs about to be chopped off. She urged the boy to get up quickly to gather his wits and get his feet to safety. The girl didn't stop shooting and waited for Toka to come to his senses and start taking active actions. But no matter how hard he tried, his body refused to listen to him and wouldn't let him take a single step. It was because his strength was at its limit, for he had not eaten for days. Everything was going well until the monsters figured out where the attack was coming from. Now one of them was preparing to destroy Helen, but no sooner had he struck a blow than her friend came to the aid of the girl, who with one blow of her sword took the monster's life. She hastily looked around the battlefield and noticed that the commander couldn't move. It meant that no matter what, we had to get out of here. But it was too late, for the orc army had crept up close and was waiting for its time. The girls were once again trapped in a trap from which only a miracle would help them escape. Helena ordered her friend to signal Rudin to begin the rescue operation as soon as possible. The frightened girl hesitated. She didn't know how she could tear herself apart to fulfill her part of the bargain and fend off all the impending attacks. But gathering her strength, she brought the petal to her lips and tried to blow as they had discussed beforehand. Rudin immediately realized that the time had come and now everything would depend on him. He sat down on the slingshot and got everything ready to cut the rope that held him back. The guy's emotions were mixed because the lives of all his comrades with whom they had passed many trials depended on him. Finally gathering his wits, he opened his eyes and cut the rope that was supposed to be pushing him away. The plan worked perfectly, and in a second the guy was flying to the aid of his friends who were eagerly awaiting his arrival. The goblins walked their favourite paths through the mysterious forest and chattered in their own language. Suddenly, one of them saw something strange in the sky. He pointed his finger at the moving point and the others began to look at the strange phenomenon. From his bird's eye view, Rudin scrutinized the area and waited for the giant to come into his line of sight. At last the goal was found and the lad flew boldly to meet the adventure. Already on the approach he realized that he must have miscalculated, and now his destination had been changed. Time passed and the saviour never showed up. The girls climbed a tree to protect themselves. The number of orcs kept growing, and now it was simply impossible for the two young ladies to resist the army of monsters. Celia tried to cheer her friend up by saying that it would be safe in the tree for a while longer, but it was a shame it wouldn't be for much longer. The girls had to jump from one tree to another to escape. Helen doubted she could do that because of the distance between them. Helen could only pray that Rudin, who had definitely gotten into something on the way, would come to their rescue. Celia stared up at the sky, expecting to see the guy who was supposed to solve all their problems. After a while she managed to spot a flying dot, but that did not reassure the girls. Looking at what was going on, they realized that out of their entire plan only the flight took place and everything else went very much against the plan. After calculating the approximate location of the fall, Helen realized that the distance was still too great for an attack. A small inaccuracy played a cruel trick, and now Rudin was to fall in the wrong place. Toka continued to stand silent. He realized that any careless movement would only make things worse. The girls took up an observation position and waited for the young mercenary to land. Kalia believed that even in spite of this blunder, her friend must have thought of something and was now acting on a backup plan. Helen shrugged. Unlike her friend, she didn't know what the guys had developed while she was slingshotting. Her friend shrugged and said there was nothing new she could tell her. The conversation was interrupted by a sudden sound coming from downstairs. Helen looked up to see what it was. How many orcs armed with their axes tried to cut down the tree and thus get the girls? Punch after punch, they were only able to make small chips, but it was only a matter of time before the problem was solved. Helen realized that things were bad for them, and they needed to decide what to do as soon as possible before the tree fell with them. Rushing to his aid were other orcs who also realized that this was the only way to get new captives. Helene was trying her best to hinder the advance and was firing back at the orcs with her bow. Seeing that it really stops the enemies, she was glad, although deep down she knew that it couldn't go on like this forever. She threatened them and soon saw that it worked. The commotion below stopped, and for a second the young lady thought the danger was over. Suddenly, the very cub they had missed while hunting appeared on the battlefield. He quickly assessed the situation and ordered his army to move towards the tree where the enemies were hiding. Helen noticed the gesture and realized that they were running out of time to escape. With renewed vigor, the orcs rushed to chop down the tree where the girls were still, and as they piled on, their efforts became more noticeable. The mercenary tried to shoot back, although she realized that it would not be enough for long and she would not be able to kill all the monsters. There were only a few arrows behind her back, and even if she hit the target accurately, it wouldn't do any good. Sela saw her friend's confusion and told her to stop wasting arrows because they might still be needed. The young lady brushed it off, saying she knew it herself as she suddenly noticed something important below. Her gaze fell on the small orc whose guard had dropped significantly and was now easily reachable. After weighing all the pros and cons, she realized that maybe this was the chance she couldn't miss to avoid paying with her life. Helene asked her friend to go downstairs a bit and stop the oncoming ones from interfering with her concentration for a while. The thought surprised the girl because she had no idea how to realize the request. Without wasting a moment, Helen grabbed another arrow and began to scout out her target on the battlefield. Finally, she announced her plan. It was to shoot the leader with the remaining shells, but to do so the orcs would need to keep the tree from swinging. At this time, the monsters did not give up their positions and continued to obstruct the enemy's aim. Just as suddenly, Celia landed on the ground, trying to win precious seconds of calm for her friend. The monsters immediately turned around, not believing their eyes that they had managed to lure the girl out so easily. They would only lose their strength as Celia used her weapons skillfully. But all this could not last long, and soon the monsters surrounded her without letting her take a single extra step. Now all hope rested on Helen and her marksmanship, and in the meantime the girl had to stall for time. She forcefully told the monsters that they could now attack her, and she in turn would fight back as much as possible. Rudden realized that things hadn't gone according to plan, but the sounds of orcs coming from below couldn't help but stress him out. For now, he was left to guess whether the monsters had found him, or if the voices were coming from the clearing after all. As he approached, he saw one of the orcs yell loudly, alerting the others to the new unexpected guest. Rudden tensed, because he had not even considered such a version, and therefore the decision had to be made in the moment. Sela continued to weaponize the battlefield and skillfully dealt with opponents who weren't very careful in the process. One of the monsters lunged at the girl, wanting to get rid of her quickly and return to the tree. He struck exactly on target, and now the young lady could no longer bring him unnecessary trouble. But instead of the expected result, the girl's image began to float as if reforming a bodily shell. A moment more and she stood alive and unharmed before her abuser, to whom she wished to repay the inconvenience. Seeing the girl recover quickly, the orcs aghast. They had never seen anything like this before. But they had no time for admiration, because now they themselves became the girl's target. With a few blows, she managed to put down her attackers, and now their numbers were significantly reduced. Sela sighed and realized that she felt strange. Her strength was at its limit, and she couldn't fight anymore. But that didn't stop the monsters from continuing to advance, utilizing new resources. They had surrounded her again, and now things were getting much worse. She turned back to her friend, sitting in the tree, wondering how much more time she would need. But there was no response, and Celia was left alone with the ill-fated tree and an army of ubiquitous monsters. Helene hid in the foliage and looked around to see that the cub was now completely unguarded. This meant that now was the time to gather all their strength into a fist and try to destroy the one who had brought them so much trouble. The girl aimed her bow and tried her best to track down her target. There was a huge weight of responsibility on her, as this was her last arrow, and she had no chance of making a mistake. If she hits, the battle may end, and she and her friend will save Toka and come out victorious. Finally, she released the arrow and it headed towards the unsuspecting enemy. But she did not succeed, because right in front of the cub appeared a huge leg of an orc who suddenly appeared on the battlefield and overshadowed the small one. Helen couldn't believe her failure, for she had pinned everything on this attack. There was no more chance of escape. She saw how stupidly her arrow was blocked, and if she had released it a second sooner, things might have ended differently. Now there, she looked down and didn't realize what was going on as the giant bowed to the baby. She used to think the big one only moved at the cub's behest, but this time it was like it was different. The little monster pointed his finger at the girl who was sitting in the tree, and already thought that everyone had forgotten about her existence. Helen realized that this was the signal to attack, and now she herself was in great danger. The monster's eyes began to glow. This sign did not bode well for the battle-weary girls. The giant brought his axe over the tree in whose foliage Helen was hiding. To begin with, he began to clear branches out of his way to locate the youngster. The young mercenary realized she was in a bad way when the orc's face was right next to her. Toka still couldn't move either, and only his facial expression conveyed the horror of what was happening. Celia also realized that the situation was hopeless, but she still wanted to do something to make things better. But it was too late, because the monster was already ready to strike a decisive blow to escape from which was almost unrealistic. Helen stood motionless and was now at a complete loss. She was insanely hurt that she hadn't been able to stop the attack on her friends. A terrible scream rang through the air. It was Rudin who was approaching the scene. The little orc began to look for the source of the sound, not expecting that the fourth member of the team might show up as well. The giant didn't understand where the screams were coming from either, and looked around before he could strike. The monsters saw something like a star in the sky. That's where the nasty sound was coming from. Celia followed suit too and took a closer look, but unlike the others, she had an idea of what it might be. Toka immediately recognized Rudin's voice, and was surprised. He had not expected that the young man could fly through the sky. Helen, who was sitting in a tree, didn't waste a moment and jumped down from the tree, taking advantage of the confusion. Celia said it was Rudin who had distracted the orcs and given her a chance to escape. Now it was their turn. But the girl couldn't let go of the question. She didn't believe that this was the win-win plan the guy was talking about. Helen probably didn't know what the point of what Rudin was talking about was either. The pigs continued to stare up at the sky and didn't understand what was going on up there, and whether they should do anything about it. Everyone was engrossed in it except the cub, who wasted no time and was already thinking up a new insidious plan of action. He approached the giant, raised his hand, and from this action an ominous light began to emanate from the monster. Rudin was already very close, and judging by the direction of the flight, the guys were not mistaken with the trajectory. Celia looked up at the sky and realized that if her friend did manage to attack, he wouldn't have a chance to dodge. Helen was scrutinizing the other orcs and didn't seem to be listening to her friend, who was getting quite tense. The girl decided to take advantage of the confusion and steal Toka, who still couldn't move. As long as everyone was staring into the sky, no one cared about the exhausted mercenary. Finally in the crowd, she managed to spot a guy, and winking at him, she gave the command to run. But instead of seizing the moment, he put his finger to his lips and hissed. Thus the young man asked to be as quiet as possible. Celia thought so too and advised her friend to do the same. Any mistake could cause the orcs to take notice of them, and it would be impossible to escape. The girls only had to rely on Rudin's plan, because a wrong decision would lead to imminent death. For starters, they decided to trust fate and their students' crazy thoughts. Rudin was already on the approach and was now sure that everything was going according to his ingenious plan. He was sure that nothing could stop him now, because he could adapt to any situation. Soon the guy grabbed a rock that flew out of his stockpile and grabbed onto it and hung in the air. So he dodged the blow that the huge orc had dealt him. It was beginning to look like Rudin had really thought of everything. Helen marvelled at the actions her friend was performing in the air. Celia had also seen the young man use objects instead of stands. The only problem was time. Unfortunately, things couldn't hang in the air for long. The huge orc continued to cut through the forest, trying to find the very tree where the fugitives were hiding. Rudin immediately noticed that the monster was working with great speed, and did not pay attention to external factors. Seeing that the axe was quite close, the guy used the inventory again to save his life. This time the spearhead flew very close to the young man, who had never realized how much danger was walking near him. He realized that he couldn't dodge for long because it was too costly in strength. There was no chance for a mistake, because one blow with the orc's weapon would definitely take the guy's life. The guy guessed that the monster could attack fast, but he didn't think it could be that fast. The small orc continued to lead the giant and once again gave a command to his subordinate. The giant once again swung his axe high into the air, clearly following his commander's instructions. Rudin had flown very close and was now in incredible danger. Not only his life was at stake, he again used the stones from his inventory to build a ladder to climb higher. Now, having assessed the situation with his own eyes, the young man realized that everything was different from the plan he had outlined. He decided that he would not be able to do without cunning, because his opponent was not as simple as he had originally thought. Once again he decided to use the inventory and pull out the weapons hidden there. In a matter of seconds, the guy had a sword in his hands, which according to the original plan he was going to strike the decisive blow. Rudin began to prepare to strike. It was especially important because all bets were on him. Toka didn't know about what his friend was planning. He was surprised that the boy was going to go one-on-one with the giant. Helen realized that the surprise attack was off because Rudin was almost at the monster's nose. Suddenly, Celia realized that originally the guy wasn't going to follow the plan that had been told to the girls. The word surprised the archer. She didn't understand what her friend meant by that. The girl just shrugged and said that it was her feeling that what was happening was not a simple improvisation. That explanation didn't make Helen feel any better. Without knowing the whole idea from start to finish, it would be foolish to interfere. After a couple more minutes, Rudin was very close to the monster and was now waiting for it to strike. The cub did not hesitate and commanded the giant to attack, indicating with his hand the direction of action. The orc's eyes lit up and he brought his axe above his head again, threatening his opponent. Rudin didn't waste any time either, and prepared his sword to fight off the enemy. But that wasn't enough for him, and he turned to the inventory again to use the new items. This time all sorts of things came out of the black hole. They were stones, driftwood, stumps, and branches. Now all these treasures were flying straight at the giant, who had not expected such a development. Helen couldn't believe her eyes either, because the young man was just throwing garbage at his opponent. Celia decided that in this way Rudin was trying to slow down the orc's movements and buy some extra precious time. The monster's speed really dropped because before he could reach his opponent he had to deal with the garbage. Even before the operation began, the swordswoman had seen the guy gathering various snags and rocks into his inventory. On the pieces of his own trap, Rudin advanced closer and closer to the giant who was busy clearing the barriers. From his past life, he remembered a rhythm game he often spent his free time playing. As with many other games, the main point was the speed at which the protagonist played. It increased as the level increased. The higher the level, the higher the speed. But there was always a side effect. After playing at a high tempo, it was impossible to enjoy the process by playing slower. Lowering the speed, the player perceived himself as a turtle, as a result of dropping everything out of boredom. Rudin decided to use the same tactic now to fight the orc whose blows were getting slower and slower. The guy skillfully took advantage of the pause and continued to creep closer. Toka, in the company of the regular orcs, watched what was happening and couldn't believe all the craziness of what was going on. Finally, Rudin had broken through even closer, and now he was only a couple steps away from the fateful blow. But the cub wasted no time either and began to give orders with renewed vigour to spur his servant on. The giant clenched the cure into a fist and brought it behind his back, gaining sufficient scope. He hit his target exactly and threw the guy away from himself to a safe distance. Rudin lost consciousness from such force, but with the rest of his senses he realised that he was falling. A picture from an instructional video of pigs being slaughtered with the electric shocks on a farm popped up in front of his eyes. Now he mustered the last drops of self-control and an electric current soaked his entire body. Armed with 2 swords, he decided to proceed with the tactic of cross-fencing. A cub from the ground noticed the impending attack and decided to take action to thwart the enemy. The orc immediately raised his axe and, unlike his past attacks, began trying to regain his former speed. Rudin had a plan for that too. He decided to use the cross-cutting technique. Next to the monster's muzzle, a huge flash appeared behind which it was impossible to assess the real situation. The orcs on the ground gasped. They had not expected that something like this could happen to their giant. He stopped and made no more movements. Something like smoke was coming out of his head. Celia watched carefully, but was not in a hurry to rejoice as it was still unclear if the second part of the plan would work. Helen couldn't believe her eyes because Rudin had succeeded in destroying the monster despite his crazy ideas. To consolidate the result long awaited by all, Rudin called the inventory again. But to the young man's surprise, the black hole that usually threw him objects did not appear. He decided that he had probably slurred his words or something else had interfered with his abilities and quickly repeated the command. On the ground, the girls carefully watched the situation in the sky and concluded that if Rudin fell from such a height, it would not add to his health. But nothing happened upstairs, and Rudin himself continued to fall like a stone tossed into the air. The young man opened the table and swore, because his inventory was completely empty as he had used up all his supplies in the battle. He remembered that he had made that mistake when he threw the trash at the huge orc and then accidentally got rid of the right stuff as well. Now he had nothing else to use as a prop and continued his freefall. The ground was getting closer and closer, and now the treetops of the mysterious forest showed right in front of his nose. Rudin landed on the ground with a clatter, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The huge orc repeated the young man's example and now also flew downwards, unable to stand on his feet any longer. Such a thud against the ground could be heard in every corner of the forest. Following the sound, dust also rose into the air. The boys rushed to the scene, hoping to find their friend alive and unharmed. Looking at the orc, Helen decided to ask again if Rudin had definitely fallen into the area. Celia sadly concluded that he had landed in the same place as the Orc King, and now they should look for him here. But through the veil of dust, it was hardly possible to see a huge monster, let alone a small man. Helen speculated that the monster might have landed on the young mercenary, though she herself chased such thoughts away. In fact, all the friends were considering it, just no one wanted to say it out loud. The conclusion was disappointing because if falling from such a height on the guy-landed monster, his chances of survival were close to 0. Toka rushed to the monster's body and tried his best to turn it over to find the one to whom he owed his life. Realizing that he could not cope alone, he asked his friends not to stand aside and help him. The guy assured me that they couldn't just stand by and watch and had to do something. Suddenly, Celia noticed something she couldn't have expected, and she immediately called her friends over to share the disappointing news. The girl noticed that the death of the giant had no effect on the orcs, and now they were once again converging on the scene. Soon they were once again surrounded by a large army that was growing by the second. New groups kept arriving, and the longer it lasted, the clearer it became that the team was trapped. Helen was surprised. She had thought that after the giant's victory, the monsters would no longer be a threat because they would scatter in terror. The girl didn't understand in what place they had miscalculated that the result of such a battle was the opposite effect. Toka explained that it was all about Rudin, who was not on the battlefield. It was he who had slain the giant, and so the other humans were not afraid of the orcs. That is, now the monsters simply did not see them as a danger, because the one who really had to be feared was under the king. The cub also appeared in the clearing. He seemed happy with that too, even though he'd lost his best fighter. Helen realised that everything they had done together was now in vain, because they were back at the same point where they had started. Celia said they could only hope for a miraculous resurrection of the young mercenary. The archer was incredibly depressed that this had happened, but she didn't know yet that another attack was coming at her. When she saw this, the swordswoman rushed to warn her friend of the coming danger and shouted to her to run away. But instead, the girl put all her anger into a punch and knocked out the orc bearing down on her with a fist. There was a notice that the young lady had raised her level, and the frightened girl began to look around, not realising what was going on. Toka heard the voice too and didn't immediately realise what it was or how to even understand it. The orcs had never heard such a thing before either, and were looking at each other in surprise, hoping that at least someone knew what it was. But in reality, this notice only applied to Rudin, who was still alive. After realising this, he realised that it was time to get out, because his strength had now increased even more due to reaching a new level. But everything around him was dark, and he hardly knew where he was or if he was even alive. The only thing he could feel was the lack of oxygen. Something was squeezing his lungs and preventing him from taking a full breath. Outside, the friends heard Rudin's painfully familiar voice asking them what had happened. For a moment, Helen thought she was imagining things. She couldn't believe that another miracle had happened. She walked closely to the orc's body and to her own surprise continued talking to the guy. She informed the young man that he had managed to defeat the orc king, but the whole problem was that he was now right below him. Without thinking long, Rudin decided to use his unique abilities again and gave the command to slaughter the monster. Soon he himself emerged from the dust cloud while the cutting process was in full swing. Helen refused to believe her eyes. She didn't think her friend could have survived that. She was about to ask for more details when she was stopped by Celia, who said that now was not the time for that. She gestured at the orcs, who were in no hurry to leave the battlefield even at the sight of the victor. Rudin assessed the situation and even had time to be frightened, because there were many times more monsters than he had expected. Celia noticed that with the guy's appearance the atmosphere had changed, and now the danger seemed to have passed. The girl concluded that the monsters were now scared and therefore afraid to move. This fear was caused by the appearance of Rudin, who was surprised that he was able to produce such an effect on the orcs. The guy didn't understand what he should do next, and Toka suggested that it was enough to tell the attackers to get the hell out of here. The young man's voice was shaking from excitement, and to calm his excitement he decided to cough and draw the attention of those present. The orcs had looked at the boy fearfully and now listened attentively to him without daring to interrupt him. But to their surprise, Rudin began to shout loudly as if trying to frighten his opponents. It worked, and the monsters were now shaking with terror that they might repeat the fate of their giant. Rudin didn't know how to begin, and Helen suggested that it wasn't necessary to be officious and just order them to leave. The sound of his voice travelled far beyond the forest. Without further ado, the monsters had to scramble away now. When they heard the order, they were even more frightened and threw down their axes, which they had recently been wielding. Then, as if on command, they turned around and began to leave the scene of events. Now the guy could only observe the abandoned weapons and columns of dust that rose from the footsteps of the monsters. At last, the friends were alone, and now it seemed that nothing more threatened their lives. Helen couldn't believe it was over, and even said wistfully that it ended in a whimper. Rudin, unable to control his emotions, fell to the ground and screamed that he had never imagined that their hunt would have such consequences, but soon realised that the story was over, and despite all the suffering, everything went according to his original plan. Helen was still angry at the young man and walked over to him and grabbed him by the hair while cursing loudly. She resented the words about the plan because it was clear that the guy didn't know what he was saying. She also recalled that in his last actions too there was no specificity, and he acted according to the situation and not according to the plan. Rudin lowered his eyes and said that he had his reasons, because if he had told everything at once, no one would have agreed to it. He thought back to the last time the girls had met and was sure that if they had known at once, they would not have let him fight the Orc King one-on-one. The young man was sure that if he hadn't lied, they would all have left Toka in trouble and then they would never have seen him again. Sailor was surprised at the boy's fearlessness and his confidence in his own abilities since he decided to challenge the giant. There was no other way out, as any idea led to a trap from which it would be impossible to get out. To avoid this, he chose a place where the orcs could not reach. Such a place was the air where the decisive battle that determined the outcome took place. Helen still didn't understand why she and Celia needed to distract the monsters then if they could sit back in safety. It was all about Toka. He had spent a few days in captivity and had no longer expected that the situation could somehow improve. The explanation pleased the girl, for the plan was not so bad originally and could be talked about. But Rudden couldn't do it because the distance was huge and he wasn't sure he'd get it right. Now Celia understood why the attention was needed and was pleased that they had done their job perfectly. She realized Rudden. Helen looked at her friend questioningly, for in her opinion they had earned nothing but unnecessary trouble. Rudden pointed to the Orc King lying behind him and said that this was their most important trophy at the end of the campaign. The girls looked in the direction of the monster and laughed, for now their ferocious monster had turned into a large hill. To learn more, Rudden pointed his lens at what was left of the giant and began to read the help that popped up. In front of them was a giant magic stone with great power. If they sold it, they could make a fortune. Upon returning home, the friends did so and were now immeasurably rich and could afford anything. Now they could realize all their dreams and quit the unloved business they were engaged in only for money. Killia was glad of that too. With such riches, there was no need to put her life in danger. Dividing, all received each, and friends received 20 gold pieces. The guys were counting on a more serious amount, and it couldn't help but upset them. They exchanged the magic stone for bills, and only then converted them into gold. They then legally paid their taxes to a government employee, and now all their dreams of untold riches have crumbled into dust. Helen looked at the bag and was still satisfied, because it was still a huge amount of money for her. Toka was glad that now they could finally leave the mercenary job and stop putting their lives in danger. Rudden's sum did not upset him for long either, because by local standards he would have more than enough for a long and happy life. He quickly calculated that such a sum would cover about 10 years of a trouble-free life, but the guy didn't feel rich. He himself put it down to the fact that he was not used to the local monetary system. Toka looked at his comrade and decided to ask him what he planned to do in the near future. Rudden looked at his friends confusedly and shrugged his shoulders, for he had no concrete answer. Helen said that now she could definitely quit hiring, since with the money available, she didn't have to work at all. She was going to rest and enjoy life. Celia, on the other hand, was also planning to quit her hard work and go to her homeland as soon as possible. Toka had the most ambitious plans. He decided to fulfill a long-held dream and open his own shop. After a little thought, Rudden finally announced his occupation. He wanted to invest, which surprised his friends who had never heard anything about it. Under the cheerful chatter, the young man began to explain to the guys everything he knew about such activities. Finally, after another day, night came and the guy fell asleep peacefully in his bed. In a half-sleep, he recalled all the events of the past days, which had been unusually difficult. But he still couldn't let go of the thought of what to do next and how to manage his time and finances. He recalled that his partners had given up their mercenary jobs and now their team had broken up. Last time before going on an orc hunt, he spent all his savings and gained various items. Rudden guessed that this world was similar to his past and that it would be impossible to trade without connections. To earn on their skills was also little realistic, because for this you need to pump them constantly. Soon he sadly concluded that this whole world was just a computer game, of which he had seen many in his past life. Here everything depended on leveling up, and if you don't progress you're bound to fail. To continue, it was necessary to master the magic that would help him at each new stage. The young man got out of bed, and it dawned on him that learning would be his new goal, which he would try to realize. A little time passed, and Rudden was leaving one of the shops in the city where he had come to realize his scheme. Coming out, he concluded that with the money he had earned, he could afford anything. Walking in town, he met a girl from the bookstore who was waving hello to her regular customer. Such books were incredibly expensive and also very hard to find. The girl said that even the cheapest one started at 30 gold pieces, which was a fortune. The young man was shocked at the price, but the girl courteously pointed out that some could be thousands of times more expensive. Their price depended on how hard it was to get a particular material, but Rudden was not daunted by this, and he was not about to give up his scheme. He concluded that then he would just need more money. When he arrived home, a familiar boy knocked on the door of his room and brought what the young man had asked for. He placed the box on the table and did not bother to distract his master from his studies, who was sitting on the floor surrounded by various vials. Rudden was going somewhere. He had packed food, clothing and personal hygiene products and expected to last a month on his supplies. He told the boy that he was going to leave town for a while to go monster hunting. The boy was surprised, for there were rumours that the gentleman had made enough money. Rudden said he needed more to realise one idea. He planned to go to the desert to catch sand ants. It was to improve his skills. Upon arrival, he bravely fought the monsters while using all that he had learned during his time in the forest. After a few battles, he realised that if he hunted alone, it would raise his level faster. Looking at the bodies of the ants, he used the slaughter skill to avoid leaving behind unnecessary traces. The skill was practiced to perfection, and a moment later what was left of the fight lay in front of him. After examining the trophies, he was disappointed to note that he had fought for nothing, for there was no magic stone inside. In the process of hunting, the guy managed to meet orc kobolds, twitchy blue spiders, and sand ants, and they were all defeated. But the wins motivated the young man to grow, and he had no intention of straying from his path to become stronger and more powerful. Rudden looked carefully at the skill window. He was at the 20th level. As his experience increased, it was getting harder and harder to move on to the next one. The boy assumed it was because of the incident with the orcs when he almost lost his life. In any case, there could be many reasons for this, but one thing was certain: the guy's stamina had improved. During the battles, he learned many skills that he now used without difficulty. No one could resist his abilities. He could deal with orcs and goblins alike. Only a wet spot was left from the opponents, and during the new hunt, the young man did not experience any difficulties. The guy made an interesting conclusion. New skills increased the skill level. On top of that, he had done a good job on his crucifixion ability, and it had helped him out in battle more than once. He felt with his body the power that lurked in his hands, and those feelings were the most incredible thing he had ever experienced. During another hike, he came across a group of goblins in the woods who were about to step on him, but suddenly the monsters trembled, as if they were afraid of their opponent. Rudden evaluated the situation and decided that the best solution was to use the cross and crucifix technique. He decided to consolidate the effect by applying the creation skill that helped him erect the desired thing. The entire forest was illuminated by a bright flash that could be seen from almost every corner. When the light faded, in front of the young man was a hot spring that he had made with his skills. Now Rudden could always organize his camp without having to find a suitable place. Already in the evening, he was remembering the conditions of his guest house and decided that his skills allowed him to organize everything even better than it was there. He looked at stones, trees, grass, river, water. Everything was useful and could be used without restriction. With each use of the skill grew and developed, and the most pleasant thing was that their use was not a burden. Once again, he knelt down and decided to practice a little. This time, Rudden was pleased with himself because he had only a little bit left to the new level to be able to make money on it. The guy remembered his fights and concluded that by properly applying the skills he could use them in battle. His thoughts were interrupted by the howl of a wolf, which he heard and decided that it was time to get ready for bed. A new day came, and the guy stepped out of his makeshift home and stretched lazily. Opening his eyes, he saw black smoke rising somewhere in the distance, and he assumed it was someone burning something. But a sudden thought made him finally wake up. He thought it might be a signal for help. Rudden decided not to hesitate and go to the place where the smoke was coming from to check both of his theories. When he entered the forest clearing, he saw that there were lifeless bodies of monsters on it. The guy carefully looked around the clearing and found no one alive, so someone had attacked those monsters. Among the bodies, he saw a man who looked like a mage, and to find out for sure, he pointed his magnifying glass to find out more details. The monster was called Knoll, and Rudden thought that this monster was probably not that strong since it died in battle. His gaze fell on a bag left in the middle of the battlefield. He hurried to take a closer look at it. Looking at the column of smoke, the young man decided not to interrupt his journey and wished himself good luck and continued on his way. Before the road, he repeated his favourite affirmation, and enjoying the peace of mind, he went on his way. Rudden saw the find as a gift and was eager to see what was inside. Soon after a hard day, he returned to his cabin and exhaled, glad that his day had come to an end. He had come a long way during the day and deserved a decent rest to properly recuperate. Before going to bed, he decided he needed to save the find and sent it to his inventory. He didn't rummage through the bag on the battlefield in memory of those left there, so he simply removed the bodies. But now his interest won out, and he decided it was time to see what exactly was lurking there. Rudden turned the suitcase over and gold coins sprinkled out of it, which caused the young man's surprise. The guy estimated the number and decided by eye that there were about 100 of them. Following the money showed all sorts of vials of potions of all colours. In addition, the bag contained several items of expensive clothing and paper envelopes containing medicinal powders. After some more digging, he found the dagger and other tools stored with the gems almost at the bottom of the bag. But suddenly Rudden realised that the number of items did not correspond to the capacity of the suitcase. Looking at all this left the conclusion that the vault has no day and may hide many more things of interest. The last one was a magician's book, which the guy could not even dream of, because for the sake of it he went on a hike. Rudden could not believe his luck, because the find was a real treasure. He remembered being worried about buying books like this, and now it was right in front of him and completely free. Book asked the guy if he wished to learn the skill of explosion, and he, of course, without too much hesitation, said yes. But the joy did not last long, and Rudden shook as if an electric current were running through him. It was a reaction to a new skill that he had already encountered in learning others. The power was so influential that the boy began to fear himself deep down. But the process was over quickly enough for Rudden to conclude that it was a simple skill of no particular difficulty. The voice of the game announced that the young man's profession had changed, and he was now an apprentice mage. He checked. Rudin began to rejoice, for he thought that for such an upgrade he would have to work hard to raise enough money. He finally saw the information that he could make explosions with a 1-meter radius, and now he wanted to know in what cases he could use it. The guy was already imagining how he was getting richer as his magic grew stronger. Suddenly some flashes began to appear behind his back, which interrupted the young man's dreams. Turning around, he saw that in front of them stood a monster he had never had to face before. Rudin pointed his lens to learn more about the uninvited guest who was eyeing the hut's owner with interest. It was a Chilgon, and it was different from the others in that it tried to eat everything in sight. Now Rudin was his target, and he wasted no time in pouncing on his new victim. Rudin was not frightened by this, but only cursed at the fact that he had not been able to get a proper rest after a hard day's work. He immediately decided to use his new explosion skill and put his hand out towards his opponent, but to his surprise nothing happened and it didn't stop or even scare the beast. He opposite was preparing to attack his new dish with renewed vigour and was now a couple centimetres away from it. On the go from his inventory, he quickly pulled out his sword ready to practice well again. With a crisp movement, he struck the attacking monster and stopped it for a while. But more and more Chilgons appeared in the cabin and now surrounded Rudin. Without wasting a moment, the young man continued the battle without letting the monsters get any closer. He decided to use the crucifixion technique to try and take out multiple opponents at once. Hearing this, the monsters froze and waited to see what would happen to them after that. With a quick movement, the young man drew his sword and made a strong swing that would help him overpower his enemy. He used a crucifixion cut, and from such a blow, all the monsters in the hut split into two. Rudin could not rejoice in his success, for his thoughts were occupied with speculation as to why the magic did not work. The guy suggested that maybe it was all about some mistake he made out of ignorance. There was a loud cracking sound, and branches and straw from which the hut had been built began to fall from the ceiling. The structure was unstable, and so after a second it folded like a house of cards. Then there was an explosion, the effects of which reverberated throughout the neighbourhood. Rudin stood there covered in soot and was pleased that he had succeeded, but he was still curious to understand the reasons for the first failure. After inspecting the battlefield, he saw that there was only one monster left in front of him, who also couldn't recover from the effects of the explosion. The young man decided to practice the new skill and try to use the blast again. A spark actually flew from the direction of his hand and destroyed the enemy. Rudin decided it was all about concentration, and that's why he didn't succeed the first time. Soon the boy returned to the guest house. He had earned 98 pieces of gold and 12 pieces of silver on that trip. The guy realized that the sum was huge, and he could live the rest of his life on it without needing anything. But Rudin didn't want to stop there, as he realized that all this money would end together with the purchase of magic book. He was interrupted from his thirst for profit by a clerk who kindly brought the lad his food. Rudin thanked the guy and didn't hesitate to leave him a tip as a reward for his labour. During lunch, two boys ran up to him and wanted to know if the young man had really managed to earn 100 gold pieces in one hunt. Rudin did not hide it and confirmed to the boys the words from what they came to unprecedented delight. The guy, to overcome unnecessary talk, he gave the boys 10 pieces of silver each to say that these rumours were nonsense. The conversation of the guys was heard by a passing girl who began to listen to the exclamations about the generosity of the gentleman. The young lady recognised the braggart and went over to greet her old pal. The red-haired girl approached Rudin and asked if he had a room in this guest house. Rudin scrutinised the stranger, and now the girl's voice seemed incredibly familiar to him. Finally, looking closer, he recognised the young beauty as Helen, who had grown much prettier since their last meeting. Rudin rejoiced at seeing his acquaintance and did not miss the opportunity to compliment her on her changes. Helene laughed. She said that when you're rich, it is easy to change and always be pretty. To keep the conversation going, she asked Rudin what he was doing now that they had finished their last hunt. The guy did not hide the truth and told his girlfriend that he decided to continue to earn a living through hunting. When asked what the girl does, she said that now all her days are full of rest and pleasure, because there is no need to work anymore. Now she was making her way to the monthly fair that was held in town. The eavesdropping boy explained that this was the largest trade event that was only held once a month. According to the rules, it was open to everyone from small traders to large traders who dealt in rare goods. Helen noticed the interest in her friend's eyes and invited him to join her and attend the event together. The city centre was noisy. Merchants were actively putting their goods on the stalls and inviting gawkers to buy something from them. Helene said it was the best place to spend the money they had saved up because that was the kind of fun they worked for. Rudin's attention was drawn to a man in a black hoodie who was doing something magical. Unable to tear his gaze away, the boy stopped and watched the mage's actions carefully. When she saw Rudin's interest, Helen was surprised that he was interested in magic because it was something beyond her comprehension. He was distracted from the conversation by a voice calling him to buy a slave for himself. The seller assured him that life would become much easier with the purchase. Helen asked her friend if he would like to buy a slave, but the young man refused with a confused shake of his head. Among the slaves was a girl with blue hair, who seemed incredibly familiar to Rudin. Helene didn't want to stop for too long and began to hustle the guy to continue examining her. When the girl returned home, she was indignant because Rudin had not bought anything for himself, although he was not poor at all. But the guy assured me that he didn't want to buy anything and spend money on a damn thing. He thought back to past purchases when in this village he was able to properly prepare for the hunt. The young man realized that things no longer interested him, and now his task is to acquire new skills to advance to the next levels. Some man called a girl over and started offering to buy her to buy him for one night of comfort. Helen didn't react and suggested that Rudin leave as soon as possible, arguing that the stranger was just drunk. But afterward he began to insist that the girl's companion looked boring and he would outdo him many times over. Such words only angered the young lady, and in order not to make trouble, Rudin began to try to take his friend away from the fair. But Helen's impulse could not be restrained, and she turned on her heels and headed toward the insolent man to teach him courtesy. Now Rudin watched as the former mercenary explained the rules of politeness to the boy, in a crude and completely unethical manner. The guy fell senseless, and Rudin decided that the friend had overdone it then, on only assured that it was she who had spared him yet. As soon as the rude man was punished, 3 more guys appeared in the square who obviously wanted to stand up for the offended man. Seeing that their friend was unconscious, they started screaming loudly that their friend was so seriously hurt. Helen explained that the stranger had paid for the offensive words, but it had no effect on the guys' intentions. Now they had their weapons ready and wanted to avenge their comrade's battered ego properly. The gang leader, armed with a club, lunged at the red-haired girl, who at first was not in a hurry to dodge. Rudin decided to warn his friend and shouted loudly, signaling her. He rushed towards her and sparks started flying out of his hand, something no one had ever noticed before. But instead of attacking the guy with the club, Rudin fell nose first into the ground right in front of his feet. When he woke up, he rubbed the bruise and complained of a persistent headache. He explained that he wanted to come to Helen's aid and protect her from the bandits, but his angry friend wasn't happy about it. Rudin didn't understand where he had made a mistake and why a single blow had knocked him out while he had been able to fight monsters for hours before. He decided that people's techniques are different, and so now he needs to learn how to fight humans. Helen yelled at the young man not to stop her from solving the problem herself and asked him to stand aside. With a single kick of her foot, she immediately attacked the 2 guys who were previously confident in their strength. The third did not waste time, armed himself with a board and rushed to the young woman who had humiliated the guys. Helen calmly reached down and picked up the stone lying under her foot. She threw a boulder at her opponent and hit his makeshift weapon that immediately broke from the impact. Picking up the next stone, she snidely suggested her opponent try to attack her one more time. The guys didn't understand how the girl could give them such a fight back and deal with 3 of them at once. As they looked closer, they recognized the young lady as the mercenary known in the city as Red Dog Helen. Rudin was surprised at such a nickname. He had never heard anything about the girl before. He knew really little about her. The boys looked at each other fearfully, for the girl was notorious in the famine. It was said that she made freaks of everyone she didn't like. They had no more desire to fight, and the leader gave the command to flee without wasting a second. Helen only snorted, calling the bandits insignificant fools. Quickly recovering from the fight, the girl rushed to see if her companion was all right. Rudin wanted to know exactly what the boys were talking about, and Helen said that she used to frequent these places. With a lazy yawn, she noticed that no matter how many times she taught the guys, they still couldn't learn the right lesson. She added that there were plenty of them around here. They were all afraid of monsters and made a living terrorizing the locals. Rudin opened his skill window and saw that he had gained resistance as a result of the blow. Helen didn't want to wait long and invited her buddy to continue on his way, but he asked her if she knew these guys well. The question surprised the girl, and with a shrug she said that all she knew was that they were gathering under the bridge by the river. The next day Rudin hurried to the agreed time to practice his blows on the hooligans. Seeing the offender, the guys adopted fighting stances and decided to take the fight from the young but experienced mercenary. But Rudin wasn't going to fight them. He said he had come to be a big brother to the bullies. The guys didn't understand what was going on, but they didn't want to leave the situation like this. The ringleader stepped forward and demanded that his boys bring the mercenary to his senses. Rudin could not hold out long, and now he lay humiliated under the bridge to the cries of the departing bandits. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking at him, the guy took out one of the elixir bottles from his inventory. Unscrewing the cork, he drank the contents and now looked like he hadn't even fought anyone a few minutes ago. Checking the status window, he realized that his assumption was correct and the resistance force was indeed growing. It was a useful skill to cultivate, which with monsters was too dangerous, so the choice fell on the local hooligans. Rudin decided to continue raising the skill to apply it to monster hunting later on. The next day Rudin also came under the bridge, which caused the gang leader to be surprised. The guys scrutinized their victim and noticed that he didn't have a single mark from yesterday's fight. Rudin stretched in a smile and began to say that the bandits had just given him a massage yesterday, and hadn't done any harm. The angry ringleader rushed to the young man and started beating him on the head without any pity. The situation was repeated day after day, and the next day Rudin came again. He laughed and said that he had already warned them that he intended to be their big brother. The leader was at a loss, for the young man seemed to be begging for a beating. The townspeople who were calmly walking along the bridge heard strange sounds coming from somewhere below. Gawkers have noticed that this has been coming from under the bridge for a week now, and happens at about the same time every day. One of the men thought it was local hooligans fighting and hurried to leave the dangerous place. One of the locals explained that some guy comes in and gets gangbanged every day. A passerby wanted to stand up for the unfortunate man, but the girl assured him that there was no need to do so. Once again, the gang leader was delivering heavy blows to his victim, who was only looking for that. But now Rudin wasn't falling from one hit and had earned himself immunity, could stand up to guys. One day, the ringleader broke his arm trying to attack a mercenary, who said he was just holding his fist wrong. Other members of the gang rushed to the aid of the main bully, willing to stand up for their leader. During the strike, Rudin remembered that he had spent 50 gold pieces to purchase valuable potions. In all these days, his resistance power had reached the 17th level. His regeneration skill had also improved. With his new abilities, the bullies could no longer hurt him badly as they had in the early days. As he developed his skills, he decided that he would probably be able to give up using elixirs after pumping up his regeneration. Finally, the enemy begged off. His blows were useless, and he decided it was useless to hit the guest. The offended ringleader began to leave, saying goodbye to the young man to look for someone else to beat him. Rudin did not want to change his partner and decided to start insulting him to provoke him, but his opponent did not react in any way. To somehow get the bully off his back, Rudin decided to use the explosion technique. The clap occurred right next to the feet of the bandit, who jumped back, frightened. In a menacing voice, Rudin ordered him to stand still because he wasn't letting him go anywhere. He said he needed it for the case and ordered the guy to continue his assault. But the bandits had no more strength and rushed away from under the bridge to have no more dealings with the weirdo. A frustrated Rudin shrugged. He was finding it harder to level up, but he was willing to do anything for his goal. For himself, he decided that he no longer needed to fight humans and it was time to switch to monsters. Coming to the forest, the young man chose a clearing and decided to camp on it using the creation skill. Soon he heard the sounds of approaching footsteps. He recognized them as his old orc. Hiding in the thicket, Rudin got closer to see what the monsters were doing. Looking out, he decided it was a great chance to practice and decided not to waste any time. He boldly stepped out of his hiding place and began to attract the green monsters with all his might. Sensing danger, the monsters grabbed their axes and rushed towards the young man. Rudin quickly assessed the situation. It was dangerous to fight with sharp objects, so he decided to disarm his opponent first. He came almost right up close and began insulting the beast to get them to attack sooner. But instead, the pigs knelt down and bowed their heads to him as if he were their commander. Rudin was surprised by this development because he expected that the monsters would not pity him and would definitely attack him. Now he was confused and did not know what to do, because he could not have foreseen such a situation. The guy decided that it was because he had managed to defeat the Orc King, and now others were afraid to attack him. But in fact, a new monster that surpassed the others in size appeared behind the young man's back. Rudin looked back and scrutinized his opponent, realizing that the others' bows were not addressed to him. The monster did not hesitate and released a fireball directly at the young man, causing him to jump on the spot trying to dodge. Rudin realized that he was more serious than he thought, and that this orc had the ability to spit fire. The guy decided to apply a magnifying glass and learn as much as he could about his new adversary. There was a can in front of him. The thing about it was that it could spit fire. It was a disappointing conclusion, and Rudin grudgingly concluded that he was facing a creature that only looked like an orc. The monster brought his axe above his head and prepared to destroy his opponent with a single blow. Rudin put his hand forward, concentrated, and used the explosion technique. There was a loud pop and puffs of smoke billowed right from where the enemy had been standing a second ago. The young man looked around and was even surprised that he had won so easily without expending much energy. His attention was caught by a screech coming from behind him. It sounded like someone was preparing to attack again. The boy turned around and saw a girl with blue hair he had seen at the fair as a slave. She stood in front of the monster that a moment ago was still being destroyed and talked to it about something.